If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, come on down and make a living and make a life at the Fastport Studios with me, Phone Master Dre, and your host, Jimmy Mack.
My friend, our friends over at the CVTA, the NAPF TDS, and the ghost of Jim Johnson must be cackling from on high.
Cackling.
Let me tell you something, man. I got a little piece of this letter I want to read before we get to the rest of stuff. This is a bigger story. We'll unpack it later. We write to urge the Department of Transportation to investigate the growing number of CDL, quote-unquote, mills. CDL mills are substandard training programs that offer quick credentials, and recent incidents and reports indicate these mills are prioritizing volume over property safety and training requirements.
Come on.
Now, the authors of those letters we'll get to in just a little bit here. The purpose of that letter, there's a lot of stuff moving in regards to the purpose of that letter, but I'm telling you right now, based on the entire breadth of that letter, our friends at the CVTA, the NAPF TDS, and the ghost of Jim Johnson from OOIDA must be cackling from on high. We've talked about trucking moments, Dre. This might be the training moment. This, in fact, might be the training moment. But before I get to any of that, one of the other big reasons we got to get on top of this training stuff is because America has got to get its act together.
Tell me why.
Let me tell you something, my brother. A pair of British brothers, the British.
BB. The other BB.
A pair of British brothers who have been growing gargantuan gourds for over 50 years finally broke a world record when they harvested a pumpkin that tipped the scales at 2,819 pounds and 4 ounces.
How much fun did you just have saying all that?
I got to tell you, I worked as hard saying it as I did writing it. Listen, twins Ian and Stuart Patton of Lymington, Hampshire. Not Lymington, New Hampshire. That would be okay.
Hey.
But now you know why they call it New England. It's the same kind of climate and territory.
Not
Hampshire. The folks from Hampshire, not New Hampshire, from Hampshire, said they started growing supersized squash in their early teens, and at the age of 64, by the way, they're the same age. Because they're twins. You got that? Okay.
Yeah.
They finally harvested a pumpkin certified by Guinness World Records as the heaviest pumpkin of all time. Can you believe it? The full-figured fruit, and I'm referring, of course, to the gourd, not the Brits.
Come on, man.
They named it Muggle, by the way.
Oh, you filthy muggle.
Also broke the record for the largest pumpkin by circumference at 21 feet, 3.8 inches. It was I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that as if I was Keith Jackson.
Please.
The full-figured fruit. They named it Muggle, also broke the record for the largest pumpkin in circumference at 21 feet, 3.8 inches. I don't know what that was.
Breaking news!
The pumpkin was officially a big ugly. The pumpkin was officially weighed at the Wargrave Nursery Giant Vegetable Weigh-Off. That's actually a thing, near Reading, England. The brothers said they were relieved the pumpkin was not damaged in the 2-hour trip from their property to the competition, but they have plenty of experience. Our guys could have gotten there in an hour. Moving giant pumpkins is fairly easy, as we've been doing it for many years. We have our big lifting ring and literally scoop up the pumpkins, Ian Patton told Guinness World Record. I have a feeling he's got more of a working-class voice than that. Sebastian Suski, by the way, this is where it gets suspicious. Sebastian Suski, a Great Pumpkin Commonwealth assessor, if in fact that's actually a title, and regular Guinness World Record consultant, performed the official measurement. I was amazed to see this record come to the UK, Suski said. Amazed? You were the one that gave it to him. This was massive news for the brothers, getting suspicious, isn't it? Who have been growing for over 50 years, but also for all British pumpkin growers. Ian and Stuart always shared lots of tips for growing giant vegetables with me, or vegetables. So being the one to confirm their pumpkin's record status was, from a personal perspective, extra special. This is starting to sound a little too close for comfort.
What do you feed that thing?
Well, here's the thing. My problem is this guy sounds like a friend of theirs.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm judging the pumpkins, and I've known you guys for a long time. So,
You got any milk or sugar? What's up, neighbor?
It sounds like it's been rigged. Look, guys, if you're too attached to your pumpkin to carve it, maybe it's time to cut the gourd.
Mm-hmm. You gargantuan gourd.
You didn't see that one?
No, just move on.
You just moved on, didn't
Yeah,
you?
thank
Look,
you.
if you're going to preach your love of pumpkins, Dre, well, you better do it from the pulpit.
Just
You
continue.
Better do it from the pulpit. And then you should lose your heart to iHeart.
Thank you.
You should have the audacity to listen at Odyssey. You should yak it up on the tube of you. You should make some FaceTime on Facebook. By the way, our friend BB the King is yakking it up on the tube of you. Our friend Trucker Bosun's out there making the miracle happen.
in their necks.
Veins in my neck. Actually, yeah, anybody out there who's a member of the Road Gang's got veins in their neck. You can live your best life at Live 365. You can be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Perhaps at this moment in time, it's not this moment in time, but it's a future moment in time, and you're pondering the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms. By the way, I'm going to say it again, guys. You people have no idea what we've accomplished because we haven't told you enough.
Yeah.
No idea.
Agreed.
You're a big fan of country and western music news, right?
Oh, 100,000%.
Maybe you've missed a couple, although you were here for all of them.
I was about to say, how dare you?
How dare you, sir? The temerity, the umbrage.
Maybe the 2 times or whatever that Madison did them, but man, no, that's it. That's it.
But if you have missed them, or if maybe you missed the quality of your work, maybe you want to
Yeah.
go back and check it out, you can on all your favorite podcast platforms.
man.
And by the way, let's say Brad Bentley's appeared on this show. You could type in Road Gang Radio and Brad Bentley. You might get something. Who knows? All kinds of stuff. This is Road Gang Radio, guys.
Yes.
Forget those lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his Grease Charlton, inept banana-wearing costume minion, because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. In the what, Dre?
The known universe?
The known universe. Who knows what's going on in the unknowns? And you can be a part of the action, as people already are, by mixing it up in the thick of things and giving us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. And it looks like we have a call, Jimmy.
Well, I'm going to get to it as soon as I tell people that all of this is broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Hedegger House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio, WWL 870. Who we got on the phone?
Do you have any lip burn? You all right? You want
I'm
some
okay,
chapstick?
man. I'm a man. What is a man on fire?
Besides Bruce Springsteen? I don't know.
A man. What is a man on fire trying to become?
I don't know.
Extinguished. Let's put this caller on the
Oh,
phone.
God. Hello. Who is this? What do you want? I mean, hey, thank you for
Hey!
calling.
3.5 here, Southern California.
Woo!
Good morning to you.
What's up?
Everybody ready to get serious?
No.
No, actually, we don't want to get serious. We're going to subscribe to this platform.
Who are you
How
to
doing,
tell
man?
me to be serious?
I'm going to get serious with you for just a minute.
All right,
Okay,
just a minute.
buddy.
Go.
So, I'm big on wearing pink in October because it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Mhm.
And I want all the drivers out there to have their little talk with their wives or girlfriends or whatever. But also the men need to not only have the DOT physical, which only gets you behind the wheel, but take a real physical every year to keep up with your health. So at this very moment, I'm in the waiting room at USC Keck Hospital to be admitted to have my prostate removed because there's cancer in it. And it's only a death sentence if you ignore it. And I want the drivers to hear that. Keep up with yourself.
Amen.
Keep yourself healthy, and everything will be okay. but you got to keep yourself healthy. You got to get looked at by a regular doctor every year, annual physicals, blood tests, the whole routine. Don't rely on the DOT physical to keep you going because it only gets you behind the wheel.
Amen there, 3.5. Yeah, coming from a father that, man, if he would have waited just a little bit longer, it would have been bad. But he caught it in the 70s, and I'm surprised it didn't get any worse than that. But, man, him going in there and actually listening to a friend be like, you need to get checked up, my friend, and it saved his life.
And the technology from the 70s to now has quadrupled, if not more than that.
Well, he was in his
they'll be
70s, but
using-
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they'll be using the Da Vinci robot on me, which will be a first for me. I don't think I've ever had a robot deal with me. I've had to deal with a few robots. I haven't had one deal with me.
I have to tell you, by the way, we had the conversation yesterday on Highway to Health as we move towards, a lot of people have declared November as Movember to kind of,
Right.
really get men interested in kind of taking care of their health. And, the good doctor yesterday, this is so important, to actually establish a relationship with a good primary care physician, trust them, go in there, be honest with them too. That's the other big thing. You've got to work with your doctor and tell them what you're feeling, because they don't know what you're feeling either. They can't look where you don't tell them sometimes, because there are places they're not going to check unless you tell them, hey, I got some problems under my arm. I got some problems in the back of my neck. I've been scratching my neck on the back a lot, and you realize it's a sunburn. It's a mark, and it turns out to be something that has to get removed. And it's a message that's so important. By the way, before this month is up, I promise you, in the next 2 days, I will wear something pink and take a picture and tag you. Deal?
Deal.
All right, my friend. Best of luck this morning. We're all thinking about
bet.
you, and we love you, and there's nothing you can do
Talk
about
to
it.
you in a few days for sure.
Thank you, 3.5, man. All right, brother.
I
Bye.
think. Bye.
615-292-6366. We are going to get to some other phone calls here. I do want to make sure that you guys know that this studio, in fact, exists because of the generosity and friendship of our friends from Fastport. And I'm going to give them a shout out here this morning, too, because this investment is a little bit of a different one than usual. Look, we love our sponsors, but they're selling you something. These guys right here, they have a product and they have something that they do. It really doesn't impact you guys except in regards to letting you know what their good works are. They really do care about the men and women that drive on the open road in regards to how they kind of set themselves up. Their Transition Trucking Award is spectacular. It gives a veteran moving from the veteran space into the public and private sector a chance to maybe own their own truck. It's remarkable. They do all that work, but they stepped in at a moment of need for us, and the reason you get to hear us is because of them. So we are proud to say they're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley. If he's still out there on the chat, please tell him a big good morning from registered apprenticeships, which are the big discussion right now, because we got to get that stuff in place. We got to make sure it gets codified. Pressure. That's another thing you can do, by the way. Just go into your congressman's office and say, I really like the apprenticeship program, really like what the DOL and Fastport and those folks are doing. Keep that program alive.
Yeah, I don't know if I can stay in his guest room anymore, man. I don't think I need to wake up to Nick Saban staring at me.
Well, you make your choices, brother. You make your choices. But from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We'll be joining them in very short order. Now, less than a month and a half. We are less than a month and a half away from making the journey to Washington, D.C. for the Vet Ready Summit. Dean Croak and I are going to be in Columbia Falls, Maine. We'll then head over to Washington, D.C., and then conclude it all with the trip to Arlington. And maybe in the next couple of days, give you a special announcement about one more thing that we might be doing.
Excited.
I'm very excited about the possibilities of a very special and important football game to a lot of people that we might be in attendance for. We're going to hold off on that till we get some confirmation. We got to take a quick break here. We got two phone calls coming in. We got a great first guest, by the way. This is so much fun. But I'll dig into all of that stuff after this. Dre and I take a big old gulp of oxygen.
Go Tigers.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the still there? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Well, good morning. Hope and pray that all is well. I'm praying that you're having an awesome week. But I want you to know it's Wednesday. Hey, look at Proverbs 3, verses 5 through 6 real quick. Proverbs 3, 5 through 6. And it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. I want you to think about what the proverb says. He says, you first and foremost, you got to trust. And as you trust, watch this, you're going to let your heart navigate you to, to the support mechanism that is, that you're trusting in. See, one of the things, the greatest illustration that I heard in college, Bible college, was the word trust right there has an implication and the application of you being held and guided, watch this, because you are blind. You're blind, so by you being blind, your confidence and your security is in the one that's leading you. And as you're being led and as you're being navigated each step that you take, you're trusting and believing that the person that is navigating you and guiding you, you're trusting and believing that they're going to make sure that you don't stumble. They're going to make sure that you're okay, and they're going to protect you from any hurt, harm, or danger. And that's what God is telling you and I. He says, trust in trust in the Lord, and he will direct your path. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com, drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Amen. And we are here to help you navigate through those roads with some airwaves and internet waves.
A big shout out, by the way, to our good friend, the Weasel.
Ooh, yes, Weasel.
Big thank you to Weasel for giving us a call during that break, and we will actually take care of you and play a little Ghoulassery today. Probably Black Dog.
Yep.
Old Shook, as they sometimes call him. We write to urge the Department of Transportation to investigate the growing number of CDL mills. By the way, this is actually laid out in the letter. CDL mills are substandard training programs offering quick credentials, and recent incidents and reports indicate these mills are prioritizing volume over proper safety and training requirements. These CDL mills have exploited loopholes in the FMCSA's entry-level driver training regulations to churn out minimally trained drivers with little regard for real-world proficiency. These operations have rushed test-focused courses with little to no hands-on experience, leaving new entrants ill-equipped to handle the real-world demands of interstate trucking. I really appreciate the way this letter is phrased. Because like I said, we're beginning to understand, stop going after the substandard drivers, start going after the people who are doing it. This probe, letter continues, should rigorously assess whether CDL training programs are upholding ELDT standards, particularly with behind-the-wheel training, pre-trip inspections, and on-road proficiency. That is an October 28th letter. 2025 from Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas and Congressman Andy Barr of Kentucky to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. You understood that right. It is asking for a federal investigation into trucking schools or CDL mills that quote-unquote exploit loopholes that churn out minimally trained drivers. I know that Jim Johnston is cackling from on high. I wonder how OIDA feels about this. Oh, we know how they feel about this. They recently made a similar call on lawmakers to strengthen ELDT standards in an effort to improve highway safety. 30 hours of mandatory behind-the-wheel training for new drivers is one of the things they called for. It's all building on a bill called the Secure Commercial Driver Licensing Act of 2025 that was introduced earlier this month and sponsored by Cotton and Burr, which sounds like a a Southern law firm, doesn't it? You got to see our boys over at Cotton and Burr, although that sounds an awful lot. I got to tell you, I like Senator Cotton's accent and like Senator Barr's accent. I am not a fan of the senator from Louisiana's accent. Bill Cassidy, by the way, is a friend of our family. But I got to tell you, John Kennedy's accent, that's not how he talks. Okay. I can show you videos of him in his 40s not talking like that. Yeah, Harvard Law School grad.
I'm about to say Bill Cassidy sounds like he's going to rob a train.
Yeah, I do like Bill Cassidy, though. Yeah. And all of this is building in response to a triple fatality crash that occurred in August of 2025 on the Florida Turnpike involving truck driver Harjinder Singh. If this thing gets passed, guys, all CDL testing would also be conducted in English only, and it would allow the Secretary of Transportation to suspend or revoke a state's authority to issue non-domiciled CDLs if found non-compliant with federal standards. I do have a little bit of a problem in regards to what I call empowering the executive branch with too much power, but I don't have a problem if, in fact, Congress passes it. I just think I'm the kind of guy, people always wonder, what's your politics? And people always think they know my politics. I don't. I'm a big fan of the actual Constitution, and I think that part of the executive overreach that happens every president comes in now, it's been happening for the better part of 30 years now, happens because Congress is too busy bloviating on Zebulon 5 and not doing enough work in regards to legislation and either limiting the executive branch or defining what it is the executive branch can and can't do. This, by the way, is a big step in the right direction in regards to CDL mills. This particular platform has always been, doesn't take a lot of editorial stands, but we do take it on making sure that the men and women who are out there on the road with you have the same sort of either life experience training or real, genuine, bona fide, get yourself some training. 615-292-6366 is the number. Packrat called it, didn't he?
Oh, he sure did.
Good morning to you, my friend.
What do you think he's going to talk about?
What's going on?
Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, brother. Tell me about the onboarding first, and then we'll get to some football. How's it going? It sounds like you're okay.
Yeah. We're today. We did my orientation and all this paperwork stuff that you have to do, and today my boss is getting the plates for the truck, and then I'm going to take it up to his father-in-law so they could decal it and do a little bit of training, and I should be on the road tomorrow.
So you are good to go, man, which means, isn't it kind of fun, even when you start a new job, there's something great about once you get through the training and the onboarding process and now you're ready to work, that it almost feels like a Friday, even though you got to do it the next day? There's a sense of, yeah, I have a new beginning in my pocket. I got to tell you, a new beginning, to be able to cash in a new beginning is one of the best feelings in the world. And I thought it would go away once I got to like my 40s, over 15 plus years in that location, and I still feel like every new beginning feels brand spanking new and like hope springs eternal. Congratulations on that. Now, because we can congratulate you, let's talk about what you want to talk about. What's on your mind?
Okay, you probably heard this. Steve Sarkisian is interested in the head coaching position for the Titans, I guess.
I have heard that. We are actually, I think, coming to the end of this silliness. This is me, and this is a hot take in regards to all of this stuff, and I think it does relate in a lot of ways. My friend Dave Harrison over at Fastport is like a complete opponent. He's not a complete opponent. He's just very, very concerned about the NIL and the way these young men are paid and how they are paid and all that kind of stuff. I fall in the other camp. I think that there's got to be some guardrails put on this thing, but I got to tell you, after years of abusing these kids, and I mean abusing these kids.
Absolutely.
These universities can't get away with this nonsense anymore. And some of these kids who will never play again are going to walk out with nest eggs and a chance to have an actual life, which I think is really groovy. These coaches, though, no longer run the asylum. And so that's the temptation. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't think a lot of coaches, after what happened to Brian Kelly, I don't think a lot of these coaches are going to do as much school hopping as they used to do. And I think they're going to really try to work to create culture. So Kezian's got a problem in that he had what was supposed to be an all-world quarterback in the Manning kid. It hasn't panned out that way yet. And so after being preseason ranked number 1, they're going to have to fight for their lives to get to the playoff. The thing is that he might be interested, but those are also names. I wish I had an agent that could float my name for other jobs and then force my father-in-law to find money that he doesn't have. No, but you see what I'm saying? That's part of what's going on here. It's the agent game right now. Sarkeesian wants to get an extension at Texas, so you put pressure by threatening this. And by the way, there's not a lot of coaches out there. You see what I'm saying? I mean, Texas is a great job, but Texas wants to hold on to what it has in the same way that Ole Miss is going to throw the kitchen sink at Kiffin. They are going to throw the kitchen sink at Kiffin. There's a lot of agents, some really powerful agents out there, and Kiffin's agent is the same agent as Saban's. You see what I'm saying here? So they stir up this information to get their client an extension. That's, I think, what is part of what's going on there. I think Joe Brady would be a terrific head coach. There's a lot of NFL offensive assistants like Ben Johnson, who just got the Bears gig. They're going to look more at the pros. I think Urban Meyer really turned a lot of people off of the college head coach experiment. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's my take. What do you think? You think he's going to go?
Well, I don't know what the culture is like anymore, but the head football coach, I guess maybe not anymore, but they were practically the de facto president of the college at one time, weren't they? Like, they had a lot of power.
As a matter of fact, there's like only one major. There was, I don't think it exists anymore. There was at one point that of the 50 states, only like 2 states was the college football coach not the highest paid state employee.
Was that right?
That's right. Yeah, Nick Saban. Now it's paid different. I mean, the state taxpayers aren't paying for it the same way they pay for other things. But there was a point where Nick Saban was like literally by like $10 million the highest paid state employee in the state of Alabama. So yeah, there's a great deal of power that goes with that. I mean, Kurt Signetti essentially is the de facto governor of Indiana right now. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth. We got into the wrong racket, dude. I got to tell you, it's not the wrong racket.
I think so. Yeah.
The number of people who are struggling as high school football coaches, trust me. I know a guy that gave up his love of high school football. He's now a multimillionaire, but it wasn't from screaming at kids on the sideline. That's kind of where we're at. I mean, it's like this is going to keep on going until they put some guardrails on how we kind of handle this. There is good news in that there's only one transfer portal moment now. They used to have 2. The mistake was they made it in January. They should have made it in February or March when the transfer portal happens. Brother, I got to let you go because we're going to take a break here. Congratulations again, though, man. I'm excited for you.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, and I'm really thrilled. But anyways, Jimmy Mack, all the best. Dre, all the best.
Thank you, sir. Well said. Well done. Man, we got a great guest coming up here. Guys, hit that like button. It makes the biggest difference. People have no idea that hitting that like button can send us through the stratosphere. Do so on YouTube. What a great show we have today. A lot of spookiness involved in there. Craig Friend is talking about early American spookiness. Hold on tight.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Don't
be an interstate ignoramus, join the highway of hilarity with your friends, Mac and Cheese, jokesters and adventurers on the roads of our country.
Hey, Mac, I offered a great opportunity to the Invisible Man the other day, but he turned me down.
Why did he turn you down?
Said he just couldn't see himself taking it.
Tune in next time when we accelerate into more fun with Mac and Cheese.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey guys, coming up at the top of the next hour, the Braz, Robert Braswell, is going to be here for Tech Talk and going to help you avoid scary maintenance issues. After that, Nicholas Gonzalez is coming from Terry Taylor country, Kansas, to talk Johnson County Community College CDL training on Education Station. We're going to have, when Lindsay Lawler gets here to talk about actually getting a life, a little sci-fi thriller discussion with award-winning journalist and author Jeremy Cliff, and we're going to close out the show this morning with one of our favorite people, regular contributing guest, the retrologist himself, Rolando Pujol, who's actually a Sleepy Hollow resident. I don't know if you knew that, Dre. Part of the old legend of Sleepy Hollow. And he's going to be talking about all kinds of spooky places on the highway and on the road. And don't forget, after the replay of last week's We Should Write, Lindsay's got a brand new one as author and soul warrior. Teresa Bruno joins her on a new edition of the best darn deep dive into writing on any platform. We Should Write, coming up at noon in the center, 1 in the east. But what do you say we talk to Dr. Craig Friend first, professor of history and public history at NC State University? I guess we can call this a special edition of Revolution Road.
Yeah.
We can kind of do that, can't we? The name of the lecture is Things That Went Bump in the Night in Early America, and we are joined, as I said before, by a professor of history and public history at North Carolina State University. In 2019, Craig was named NCSU Alumni Association Distinguished Graduate Professor. He's also previously served as president of the Society for Historians of the Early American Republic. And in case you haven't figured it out, his research focuses on issues of identity and commemoration, gender and masculinity, and death culture. And Craig Thompson Friend joins us this morning. Good morning, Dr. Friend. Thank you very much. I thought we'd give you a little bit of special introductory music there, a little bit of the spooky season. I got to tell you, you walked into the right place here, by the way. We love all things spooky, and this is one of my particular obsessions here in regards to how Halloween was kind of celebrated in the early part of this country's history, because I think you could make a case that Halloween, as it is currently incarnated, is actually one of the great examples of how America creates things from other things. But I'd like your take on it. How was Halloween celebrated at the beginning of the Republic?
Oh, I totally agree with your assessment. And one thing we need to think about when we discuss Halloween or any holiday is just like everything else in American culture, it's a blend of many traditions, both immigrant traditions and indigenous traditions. And so Halloween, you know, there's a lot of theory about where Halloween originates, whether it comes out of Celtic cultures or Roman culture. But by the time we get to the early United States, we're talking about the years after the American Revolutionary War, when the nation is taking shape. The people in the United States are celebrating it very much along the lines of Christian traditions. They're acknowledging All Hallows Eve, and then All Saints Day, and then All Souls Day, which were 3 days that comprised All Hallow Tide, which was a religious holiday, but they're also acknowledging Guy Fawkes Day, which was on November 5th. And so they have like a 6-day festival in which they celebrate this Hallowtide. It's very similar to the 12 days of Christmas. And so it's a season of celebration that's going on, and it's both religious and nationalistic. And for the majority of Americans during this time, what they did is they had parties. They called them snap apple parties, and this celebrated the harvest as well. And during these parties, you would acknowledge your ancestors who are gone, who are deceased, some of whom are ghostly because you still think that they visit you. You would predict romantic fortunes for people who are attending the party. There was a myth that if a girl, unmarried girl, looked in a mirror, she would see her future husband behind her during All Hallowtide. They drank a lot, in particular spiced and fermented cider. They sang, they danced, and they dress up like their deceased ancestors. And this practice of dressing up basically came from Irish and Scottish customs, and we call it mumming, which is a term we associate with Mardi Gras nowadays. But mumming took place in a lot of these festival periods. And it was an opportunity to sort of mask one's status, mask one's appearance, and pretend to be something else. And so there was this party culture that took place during All Hallowtide, and they would carve gourds, in particular turnips. And we can talk about that transition in a moment, but the carving of turnips came from Irish culture, and you would carve a face into a turnip and put a candle inside of it and put it on a stake to ward off spirits on All Hallows Eve and over the next 2 days. And so the carving of gourds, and of course they bobbed for apples, and all of this was part of the snap apple culture that came. I think one thing I want to point out here is it's an adult celebration. It's not designed for children. Children would seldom have attended these parties. These were meant to be very wild. And the term historians and scholars use is misrule, a period of people just acting out.
Shoemaker's holiday. In some ways, it has also
Yeah.
some roots in the shoemaker's holiday from Great Britain. The idea of the mass of the ass. It's another reversal form, isn't it? Where it's like it does have a sense of, and that's where kind of the misrule comes from. I put on a costume and I pretend to be something I'm not, so I can get away with a little bit of murder, metaphorically, right?
Oh, sure. And during, we are probably familiar that during the Christmas season, people put on their mumming costumes and went around wassailing, singing, demanding drink, demanding gifts. That was very much part of the Halloween practice that eventually becomes known as trick or treat. But you can imagine putting on costumes, wandering from house to house, released a lot of social pressure. People who were poorer could bang on the doors of their wealthy neighbors, which they weren't allowed to do most of the year, and demand food or some sort of gift. So in urban areas, this was a great social release for poor people who can now interact with the wealthy on All Hallows Eve and during the 5 days following. But if we even think about plantations in the South, enslaved people were permitted to go to the main house and demand some sort of treat, both during the Christmas season and during the Halloween season. And so, yeah, this mumming practice and this demanding for food was very much a release valve for social pressures.
I wanted to read you a quote, and I think you'll recognize it once I start reading it, because I want to take a little bit of a detour here, but you'll get this. Such heaped upon platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the dowdy donut, the tender oily cake, the crisp and crumbling cruller, the sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family assembly of cakes, and then there were the apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chicken. And by the way, that goes on and on and on. That is the table spread at the Von Tassel house during the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. And by the way, there are websites now that actually show you how to cook all of those things in case you want to replicate that meal. That kind of also speaks to this overall sense of a lot of people participated, and when you've got indigenous cultures and Dutch cultures and Anglo-Saxon cultures and German cultures and all these people that are kind of existing in this new world, everybody's bringing their own particular fall festival and their own particular mumming or costume or misrule festival. And it really is the genuine, it's more of a stew than a melting pot because you can actually discern the pieces from it. But it really is an American holiday. I mean, and you believe that, right?
Oh, absolutely. And one thing I would throw into the mix here is the quote you just read from Washington Irving, is coming from a period in American history where the nation is transitioning from an older, more traditional economy to capitalism. And we're beginning to see the rise of a middle class. And so being able to define how middle class and wealthy people could live and how well they could live and how they could support their neighbors and so on became part of that culture. And so that's why you see him go into such detail there about the delectables on the table. And so that piece you read is not only indicative of the blending of cultures, but also the evolution of the nation itself into something different by the middle of the 19th century, which is a nation with a strong, notable middle class and a defined capitalist system.
Okay, really quickly, I want to give you time because there's so much to cover here, and Dr. Friend is here, and this is a wonderful conversation about the origins of American Halloween all the way up to the Civil War. Of course, after that meal gets eaten, in that story's progression, as Washington Irving tells it, they all then gather around the fire, and a tradition that actually existed at Christmas as well, too. So the meal has been eaten, and then the ghost stories begin. And I was kind of curious if you could unpack the tradition of ghost storytelling in early America.
Well, I mean, that's part of the Irish tradition that came over with the snap apple parties, is that you would sit around and talk about the deceased. And it evolved into talking about deceased who were menacing, right? And so you have the evolution of ghost stories. Most Americans believed in ghosts during this time, and there were actually significant ghost stories that came out of every part of the American nation. The most famous was the Edgefield ghost in South Carolina in the 1820s, who was a spirit who spoke to an entire family. They brought in clergy. They brought in, quote, specialists who would have called themselves magicians or something like that to try to identify who the ghost was. And the ghost only stopped after a year of interacting with this family when the father told the children not to talk to it anymore. And so they stopped hearing this ghost. Is there an explanation for it? None that anyone has been able to find. There's sort of individual ghosts throughout the colonies, these ghost stories. By the 1840s, the tradition of ghost storytelling transitions into spiritualism, and you actually have the rise of mediums who are going to have seances. And this is sort of encouraged by a story out of Rochester, New York, of ghosts that rapped on a house. Now, later it was discovered that this was all fraud, that two of the daughters had been involved in perpetuating this. But for a long time, it had a lot of, quote, specialists stumped as to the ghosts. And so ghost stories, they also had spirits that they called hobgoblins. And if you think about the Harry Potter movie, The goblins in that are very much physically based upon the myth of hobgoblins. They had jack-o'-lanterns, which at that time were what we would call swamp lights, lights that floated above the ground. So you can sort of imagine the evolution of that into a light inside of a head, whether it's a turnip or a pumpkin, sitting on a porch or sitting on a stump above the ground. Swamp lights often pulled people into swamps where they would be found the next day or a couple days later.
Willow the Wisp.
Yes.
Really quickly.
And of course,
I just want to say this too. We're going to do a little bureaucracy here. In case you guys are just joining us, Professor Craig Friend is joining us this morning. And we are discussing things that went bump in the night in early America. I also would like to point out that his latest book, Becoming Lunsford Lane, is about an enslaved man who found his way to freedom and abolitionism after escaping a lynching in 1842, which, by the way, as he points out, is another type of early American horror altogether. That came out in May from the University of North Carolina Press and can be found over at uncpress.org. We are pleased to have him this morning. If you want to give the good doctor a call and talk about all things Halloween, you are welcome to do so at 615-292-6366. Want to give a quick shout out on our chat this morning to Joe J., Trucker Boson, and James Billingsley, along with Tara Garris and Bruce Almighty, who all send the word out to you and say good morning. Just wanted to take care of all that kind of stuff for you, Dr. Friend. Let's pick up where you just left off, if you don't mind.
Oh, I was going to say, they also, as we probably all know, had belief in witches. The Salem witchcraft trials were 100 years earlier. But in Philadelphia, while the founding fathers were writing the Constitution, there was actually an attack on a woman who was accused of being a witch. She was stabbed to death in the streets. We often don't think about that. We think Philadelphia is this enlightened city where they're creating a nation, but there's this other side of America, right? And so there was an attack on a witch there. In the 1790s, we have witch trials in South Carolina, in Kentucky, and the way they sort of determined who was a witch is if somebody's cattle are dying next door, or and then these trials didn't even take place in courtrooms. They were sort of kangaroo courts that were set up often in churches where elderly single women, in most cases, were accused of witchcraft. And the case in South Carolina, 3 women were accused, and eventually they were whipped, and then they were hanged by their wrists, and fire was put to their feet so that the souls burned off their feet. The case in Kentucky, the woman, they sliced her forehead open to make her drink her own blood as a cure for whatever they thought she was doing in the community. And so, it's a horrible imagery that people actually went through these punishments. And then there were male, quote, witches as well, which they called magicians. That was the term they used for them at that time. We might call them witch doctors. They were more commonly found among enslaved communities, male practitioners of witchcraft. For example, one of them was a guy named Gullah Jack, who joined Denmark Vesey in trying to rebel in 1822. He was eventually hanged with him, but he was casting spells against the enslavers as part of that rebellion. And so there's a wide variety of spirits and other earthly beings, preternatural beings who are interfering supposedly in human life that early Americans believed in. And these were pretty strong beliefs. But then in the 1820s, we begin to see children's books being written that tell children that none of this is real. And children are now being increasingly being taught not to believe in these types of beings. That doesn't mean beliefs went away. And of course, in the 1820s and 1830s, we see the rise of Romanticism and Gothic horror. And the Gothic movement is certainly going to grab onto most of these types of beings and use them as metaphors for human feelings and human emotions and human activity. And so they'll perpetuate these sorts of ideas about these beings.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I realized too is that often witches, magicians, and and cunning men are often our reaction to things in the world that we can't explain. What is it that magic is only science that has not yet been discovered? And then people have these reactions; they overreact, they punish the wrong person, and then ghosts end up being the kind of the embodiment of our guilt over having done something we know wasn't right. A lot of the ghost traditions that spring out of the early colonial period and up to this day, we always hear about woods that are haunted by witches. There's always the thing of we punish some innocent person, and now having punished them, they return as the very thing that they warrant to punish us, and so much of this is guilt, and I wonder if the movement, and I'm really asking you this question, I'm not speculating here, I wonder if some of that urge in the 1820s to kind of tell kids this isn't real is that people begin to realize, man, we're scaring the hell out of a lot of children, and even in that time period, maybe this isn't the best way to go about raising kids, to having them live in a perpetual state of fear. Was that part of the motivation for why they begin to kind of, pull it back a little bit, or is it that Romanticism and Age of Enlightenment stuff that kind of kicks in?
Well, part of Romanticism was the embrace of romantic love.
Right.
Ideas about love began to change, and this relates to children as well. Children were largely viewed, I hate to say as little adults, but they were not viewed as a separate category of living the way we view children today, that there's a certain period of time of innocence that needs to be protected. That early Americans didn't believe that. Children often worked on farms, in shops. Children were with adults most of the time. Most Americans lived in houses that had few private rooms, so children had, saw things that we would think, was inappropriate today. And so in the 1820s, 1830s, with the rise of Romanticism, we see this new approach, this new idea about how to treat children, that they should be treated special, that they should be protected. That's part of our love for them. And so, yes, we're going to try to protect them from what previously people had believed to be supernatural and out of control. We're going to give them new opportunities like gifts at Christmas, gifts at Halloween, candy at Halloween, rather than pies or whatever.
It's also
given earlier.
It's your middle class theory at play too, because as the American people get a little more wealthy, they also have more space. They're not crammed into London. They're not crammed into Paris. They can build out, which means additional rooms, which means that people are really examining privacy now, and the idea that. And even if you are viewing your children as property, and many people did, or at least until they got old enough, then you're beginning to say, you know what, maybe I should cultivate this. Maybe I should begin to think about ways in which I can, all these farmers, of course, are then thinking about tilling their fields. And so there might be some kind of middle class rural metaphor here for the idea that I want this to be a strong crop. And one thing I can do to stop that is to make sure that I reward it and, not scare the hell out of it on a regular basis, but love it. That might actually work as a strategy. Nice mercantile, middle-class, capitalist strategy for child raising. I mean,
and without digressing, I'm not going to digress much. I'm just going to say, and you can imagine the implications of all of this change for things like inheritance laws, right? Who actually gets to inherit property from their father, which previously had been the first son. Right, but now you want to love all your children equally, and you want to treat all of them. And so there's implications in the law, in economics, in society generally. There's all sorts of ways in which this manifests, and it manifests in Halloween as well. Halloween eventually or starts to transition from an adult celebration to a children's celebration. Children are the ones who dress up. Children are the ones who go out and trick or treat. Some of their trick or treating is really nasty, lots of rough tricks performed on people, but that was allowed because it's still a misrule celebration. But the people who are misruling are now children, right? It's children approaching adults rather than the poor approaching the rich. And children get to sort of move, become sort of the center or the focus of social activities on this one evening.
Yeah, and you're also not having
it with Christmas.
Yeah, you don't have adults walking around with built-up rage over an entire year of them being told do what you wanna, and then you have basically people. And by the way, there are examples in Europe of people walking around with clubs. Payback time. If you make your kids, it's a lot more fun, a lot more joyful to kind of watch it unfold, I guess, is another kind of point too. So it's great stuff. We're almost out of time here. Tell us just a little bit about becoming Lunsford Lane in the last moment we have here.
Well, Lunsford Lane was born in 1803, enslaved in Raleigh. He 30-some years later purchased himself because you couldn't buy freedom in North Carolina. So he purchased his body, his property, and eventually went and found emancipation in New York. A few years later, he came back to purchase his family, and upon arriving in Raleigh, North Carolina, was attacked by a mob who tried to lynch him. He escaped and took his family to New England, and over the course of a decade was on the abolitionist circuit with partners like Frederick Douglass. And so the story I tell of him is of a man who finds his way to freedom, struggles in freedom, and Lunsford is also sort of lost to us as a historical character because he didn't align with the goals of the abolitionist movement the way many of the people we remember did. And so it complicates our understanding of abolitionism and the purpose that abolitionists had in ending slavery.
By the way, guys,
that's the book in a nutshell.
And by the way, guys, it is a forgotten figure no more because Becoming Lunsford Lane is now available. It came out in May from the University of North Carolina Press. My friend, we are out of time, but I wanted to tell you happiest of Halloweens. The first part of this show is usually about truck drivers making a living, but they're big readers and they're big lovers of tradition and history. So we thought we'd make some space on this wonderful week for you. Thank you for dropping in and making the time.
And thank you for inviting me. I enjoyed it.
Happiest of Halloweens to you. We appreciate you. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side of this segment. Of course, some spooky stuff headed your way, but spooky maintenance issues, courtesy of our good friend, Mr. Robert Braswell, who is going to be joining us for the umpteenth version of Tech Talk with TMC. Always great to have him. Todd Cotier is going to be discussing things with him.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Wednesday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Soaping windows, egging houses, TPing trees, the good old days. That's the word from Trucker Bosun. And we're also out there telling Tara, the turtle, Touchdown Garris, good morning. She's on the chat. This is me once again reminding you that you can find all of this over on your favorite podcast platform as well, usually about 24 hours after the fact. Every single Tech Talk with TMC exists on Spotify and every single streaming platform that you guys enjoy. In the case of Spotify, which is what Dave and I's preferred, situational thing is, we essentially, when it comes to a new edition of Tech Talk, I set it up so that I go over there. I put in Tech Talk with TMC on Spotify. It comes up immediately. You can follow it, hit the notification button, and in doing that, in case you miss any of these, you can hear them all. They are all there from the moment Robert started here on this new platform till this current day. Every single Tech Talk with TMC is available to enjoy in case you've missed any. So much of this content is evergreen. Even though the leaves are changing colors right now, so much of this stuff is re-listenable to. In case you missed anything, always make a habit of putting this in your notifications because you want to never miss Tech Talk with TMC. It's getting to spooky season as Robert Braswell, the Executive Director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, once again joins us. Happiest of seasons to you.
Well, thanks, Jimmy Mack. It sounds like from the introduction, you're using embalming fluid to encapsulate our Tech Talk with TMCs for posterity.
Oh,
I guess
nicely
that's
done.
It's appropriate for Halloween, so, Phantasm and all that. Really.
Absolutely, brother. So you actually, boy, you really hit the ball out the park with this particular topic. I want you to kind of unpack that. I know you got your bureaucracy as well to kind of go through. You brought a great guest. It's a great conversation, so I will turn it over to you, my spooky friend.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And this week, you're right, we're pleased to welcome back to the program Todd Cotier, who's a past general chairman and treasurer of TMC. That's our highest volunteer position at the council. He's also, more importantly, a fleet management expert with more than 45 years of experience in the industry. And what with it being Halloween week, today we're going to talk about scary things to avoid in vehicle maintenance. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week, once again, it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. Nothing scarier than not having a good PM truck on the road. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can get it by calling our customer service line toll-free at 1-866-821-3468. Just ask for item T0450, mention the radio program and RadioNemo, and you can get it for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet with 100 or fewer power units, we'd love to have you join the Technology and Maintenance Council. You can do it for the discounted annual dues of just $150 today. For this, you're going to get our 2-volume recommended practices manual. That's over 4,000 pages of information on the care and feeding, repair, maintenance, and specification of commercial vehicles, all in digital format, and many other good benefits come with that too. So please call the same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And as for the bureaucracy, we always remind our listeners that any recommended practices we discuss on the program reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program the not-so-scary Todd Cotier. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning, Robert.
So we have a lot of things. It's almost Halloween, and that's why we're going to be unpacking, the top 10 scariest things to avoid in vehicle maintenance. And, you having almost 50 years of experience in this industry, you must have seen a whole lot of scary things happen, haven't you?
I have seen a lot of scary things. I guess one of the biggest things for me is not performing a pre-trip inspection. And I don't mean performing a poor inspection. I'm talking about just hooking up your trailer and start grabbing some gears and putting it in the wind. It's the scariest thing I could think of, that you don't know what condition your equipment it is while you're driving down the road.
Now, just for context for the listening audience, Todd is a phenomenal expert when it comes to vehicle inspection. He can take a vehicle right off the assembly line, take a look at it, and find at least 20 things wrong with it. I'm not kidding. And he prides himself in that. And that's very interesting. He tells some really great stories, some of which he probably can't share on the air. Maybe some he can. But this being number one makes no surprise to me, and it's near and dear to his heart. In fact, Todd, maybe you can talk a little bit about it at a TMC meeting a few years ago. We actually had a little contest at the Technology and Maintenance Council's annual meeting where we had people on the show floor try to see if they could spot the things that we bugged on the truck that you had identified, and based on prior experience in doing vehicle inspections.
Right, either we bugged or found wrong. I think we found over 32 items. So fleet managers and maintenance VPs of maintenance and directors of maintenance, they all had their chance to analyze that vehicle. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the most defects found were 10 or 12 out of 32.
Yeah, that's right. And, not to name names or anything like that, but it was basically a brand new vehicle just put into service. I remember one of our members was very proud of that truck, had it all nice and pretty, and you found 32 different things, not all of them being out of service or anything like that, but things that could be a problem. Like, for example, seeing wires tied together with zip ties or something like that, right?
Yeah, or pulled too tight or not tight enough, or chafing. Yeah, you just have to. When I inspect a vehicle, I don't look at it for what is there at the moment. I'm looking at a year down the road, or even 2 years down the road, what is going to be a problem. And chafing airlines are typically warranted for, I think, 3 months on any new vehicle. And but they're going to put you out of service in 6 or 8 months if you don't address them early on. So it's amazing when you look what you actually find.
Yes, not just what's going to put you out of service today, but you got to think down the road what's going to be a problem today, tomorrow, to next week, next month. If you really want to be serious about saving money and operating safely, that's how you got to view it, right? Take the long view of when you're doing the inspection.
Well, it's called preventative maintenance for a reason.
That's right. It is. That's exactly right. Let's move on to another topic. Let's talk a little bit about fifth wheel release handles.
Okay, so this is extremely scary, and in my tenure and what I did for work, I saw this happen more often than I'd like to talk about. But not inspecting the fifth wheel release handle to ensure that it's locked in. So I'm not a fan of backing under a trailer, listening for what you think is the fifth wheel jaws closing around the kingpin, hooking up the airline's light cord, cranking the landing gear, grabbing some gears, and heading down the road. As a professional driver, it is your responsibility to ensure that the jaws are closed around the kingpin and that the fifth wheel release handle is pushed all the way in or in the locked position. Robert, I don't know if you know this, but I think all fifth wheels sold in the United States, the release handle is also encompassed with the secondary lock. So if the handle's not all the way in, you are not safe to move. You need to figure out what's going on there.
It is true that each one of the fifth wheel setups are a little bit different in terms of what they look like when it's locked, when it's released. There's a little variation between manufacturers, and if you're going between just one type of equipment, you get used to one type of fifth wheel. But if you're going between different types of vehicles, different brands, manufacturers, you really need to be aware of the differences between them, right?
Oh, for sure. And it's kind of amazing. Every driver that we've had drop a trailer, either loaded or empty, they all swear that they did a tug test, they did this, they did that, and you look at the fifth wheel and the handle's not all the way in. It's like you were never coupled. We could have the discussion all day long, but the proof is right in front of us.
Yeah, the proof's in the pudding, so to speak. And, the tug test can fool you if you're not really careful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've watched drivers do it before. They sit right there and watch them do it and drop the trailer. They go to, they pull out of their parking spots, turn to the left or the right, and The trailer keeps going straight.
Absolutely. But let's move on to another scary topic. What about leaking glad hand seals?
Yeah, so leaking glad hand seals, this is very scary. The seal costs less than $1, but is responsible for a lot of out-of-service violations and negative CSA maintenance points. So here's a little trick. So when you inspect, because you're going to hook up your trailer or whatever, and you're going to inspect both of your glide hands on the truck and the trailer, and if you find a cracked or torn glide hand seal, just take your key from your truck. You can dig that seal out, flip it over, and you're going to say, well, one side of the seal is bigger than the other. It won't fit. Trust me, it will fit. And you have a perfectly good seal then. Unless it's been flipped already, which the chances are it probably hasn't been. And then, your problem's solved. You didn't spend anything. You took 2 seconds or 2 minutes to flip that over, and it works.
That's assuming that the seal doesn't have a slice in it or something like that. But if it's just from normal wear, from hook up and disconnect repeatedly, that's gonna work for you, because the other side, it's kind of like flipping a board on your deck, right? The deck is worn on one side, you flip the board over, it looks good.
But yeah, the other side's been protected inside of the glide hand, so in theory, unless it's full of corrosion or something, there's no damage to it. And everybody says like one side of the glide hand seal is typically wider than the other. It will fit. That's a real thin lip on that wide side, and you can make that fit inside of that groove that seal sets in.
Will it help to put a little grease or something like that on it to get it in there? Or should you avoid that because of deterioration?
I never had to. I mean, you might have to take your key and dig out some of the corrosion if you have a,
that's true.
Hand that has, aluminum glide hand that has some corrosion buildup in it.
That white cake built up, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a good idea to get that out of there anyway, because that corrosion is going to eat into the backside of that seal anyhow, right? It's going to probably make more trouble than it's worth. So it's a good idea to clean it before you do that.
Yeah.
But nice tip, just go ahead and flip the seal. You have a free seal there. You didn't even know it.
Yeah, one of the things we did at the fleet I worked at, we always had a bucket of those at the service writer's counter. And just help yourself, just like a bowl of candy, right? Just help yourself to take 2 or 3, take 10 if you want. We didn't care.
A little chewy, but that's okay. I'll pass. Let's move on to another topic. This is one I know is scary, and it's out of adjusted brakes.
Yeah, I talk about this in all our segments that we do together, but to me, out of adjustment brakes, you can't get any scarier than this. So we would teach our drivers how to adjust your brakes. And years ago, we'd certify drivers, give them the tools, how to do that. We had a training aid. We show them how to adjust brakes, emergency brake adjustments. But now you can just do that by sitting in your cab. So you don't even have to get out of the cab. You just you build up set your parking brakes, build up the truck's air pressure to 120, could be 140, whatever your governor kickout pressure is. Depress the yellow tractor brake valve. People will say you can do both at once, which you can, but this is the way we always taught our drivers how to do it. So you depress your yellow tractor brake valve, depress the brake pedal all the way to the floor and hold it for 2 seconds. Then take your foot off the brake pedal for 2 seconds, and you want to repeat that procedure at least 10 times. You might have to do it more than 10 times if your brakes are extremely out of adjustment, but if your automatic slack adjusters are working correctly, you have just adjusted all the brakes on your tractor. And then you would pull the yellow valve back out to set the tractor parking brakes, and you'd do the same procedure again, but you would build up your air pressure again, depress your red parking brake for your trailer, and then do the same exact procedure. And we would tell our drivers every time you hook onto a new trailer or you start at your day, you should be doing this. You're sitting there anyhow. You should be checking your dash lights and checking your air horn, all the other devices in your truck, part of your pre-trip. But the other good time to do this is while you're sitting in line waiting for a DOT inspection. You should be sitting there just depressing your brakes, letting off your brakes, and making sure your brakes are in adjustment before you get inspected. So that's something we taught our drivers. It worked very well. Drivers would call in and say, I can't slide my tandems because my brakes aren't holding. We'd go through this procedure with them. They would do that, and then we wouldn't have to send a road service out to help slide trailer tandems.
And it's important it's important to note that if you've got the automatic brake adjusters, and almost everybody's got them now because they've been around, mandated since the mid 1990s, you really shouldn't have to manually adjust those things. If they're working properly, they should be doing the job. And sometimes people would manually adjust an automatic slack adjuster, and it just causes problems, right?
Yeah, that's a valid point. If you're a technician and you're doing a PM or brake maintenance, whatever, and you have to adjust brakes, you need to find out what's going on there. Something's not working properly. Maybe your stroke of your maxi cam is too long, or your slack adjuster stroke is, it's not adjusted properly. There's something going on. Depending on the brand of slack adjuster, you could have, something mechanically that has failed. So yeah, if you have to manually adjust brakes on an automatic slack adjuster, there's an issue.
The procedure you talked about reminds me of the old 1968 Pontiac Chevrolets with drum brakes. You go around the parking lot backwards and donuts for a few times, and it straightens your brakes out just fine. A little different technology there, but those star wheels will work just fine. You brought back around the parking lot. But it's good advice, though.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, it's good. It's good advice. Let's talk about another scary item, and I think that is dealing with not having a solid PM program.
Yeah, so I prided myself on having a very, very good PM program, at least in my eyes. But so we used to call it a PML, a preventive maintenance list. So a solid PM program will reduce your total cost of ownership. My PML was always a fluid document. So I personally would analyze all our breakdowns and, all our mishaps on the road, whatever they may be. And then I'd review this list with my shop managers, what we call our point people, or our lead technicians, and we adjust our PM list as needed, but we'd always do this quarterly. So I found in a lot of other fleets that I would talk to that they would have a PM list, and they would have that for like years and years and years, and they'd almost be afraid to adjust that. And it's like, why wouldn't you adjust that to what you're having problems with? And a lot of stuff you would pick up, excuse me, but you'd learn stuff just in the hallways at TMC meetings, like, hey, do you pressure test your radiator caps? Because, 10% of them are failing right out of the box, brand new. So we actually added that to our PM checklist, and it was amazing how many radiator caps we were having failing. So your PM should be your highest maintenance cost, as far as I'm concerned. You should spend more money on PMs. And I guess my question is your maintenance program proactive or reactive? And I can tell you from experience, it's less expensive to be proactive than it is reactive.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have talked with you here talking about scary things to avoid in vehicle maintenance. This next one, Todd, is absolutely scary. If you've ever seen this happen on the road, boy, it's just a real killer, literally. But fortunately, it's very, very rare. And this is wheel offs. Let's talk a little bit about wheel offs.
Wheel offs, excuse me, have got to be the most scariest thing on the face of the earth. Never mind if you're a maintenance director or whatever your position is. But no matter what the issue, if you have a wheel off, you have problems or something has failed. So it could be a wheel seal. You lost all your fluid in your wheel bearings, so your bearings have failed and burn up, and your wheel comes off. Wheel and hub assembly. That's bad, right? So if you installed brakes, or you had the hub off, or did a wheel seal, or did some brake maintenance or wheel end maintenance, and you didn't torque the axle nuts correctly, and you didn't follow the proper recommended practices to adjust your wheel bearings, that could be another failure mode. Running low on oil or fluid, again, I'm thinking of a trailer hub more than anything, but a truck hub would do the same thing. And again, that would be the same failure. And either loose lug nuts or over-tightened lug nuts. So there is a torque. There are procedures to check all of those things. The TMC has RPs to encompass everything on a wheel end that you could ever dream of. And you need to get a hold of those RPs and follow those. And if you have a good, solid wheel end program, you can sleep well at night. I can tell you that.
And when the issue first raised its ugly head in the early 90s, late 80s, the National Transportation Safety Board challenged TMC to develop materials to help stem this issue, even though they recognized it was not a very common issue by any means. It was very rare, but when it did happen, it was catastrophic. And we developed the User's Guide to Wheels and Rims, RP 222, and that's been the basis for a lot of these programs ever since. So, yeah, very good advice to use that as the basis for your wheel maintenance and fastener program. Let's move on from wheel offs to air pressure, inflation pressure.
Yeah, so not having proper air pressure in your tires, either high or low, is extremely scary. So, so the air in your tires, what actually carries your load, right? Carries your empty truck, your loaded truck, whatever. And having proper air pressure is going to help your truck and trailer handle better, but it's also give you longevity. But tires, if you're low on air, tires typically will run hot and they'll come apart, and also, premature wear and everything else that goes with that. So tire pressure, you should always check your tire pressure cold. You should always have a good gauge that is accurate. And a tire just sitting in the sun, and like if you're in Arizona and you check your tire at night and then you check it again at noontime, and the tire's just leaning against a building or something, you could actually see a 5 or 10 pound increase in pressure just because of the heat. So always adjust your tire pressure cold.
Yeah, I think it's something like for every 10 degrees Fahrenheit, it's an additional PSI of pressure. So,
I believe so.
if you're going from 50 PSI to 100 PSI during the course of a load, you will notice a difference there. And of course, the tire pressure monitoring systems and all that kind of technology is really making it a lot easier to keep tabs on your tires. But having a good mechanical gauge is always recommended, because you never know when these other systems may or may not be working.
Yeah, and you have to use a gauge. You can't use a hammer or a tire thumper, or you can't kick them to. I don't think your shoe is a certified tire pressure gauge.
That's true. You can't learn anything from thumping a tire. All it can tell you is if it's completely flat, and you can pretty much tell that by looking if it's completely flat. So what's the point? Exactly. So use a proper inflation pressure gauge and or your TPMS, and you'll do right by that. This next one on your list, this one drives me crazy too, because it always seems like the pitting always happens right in front of where I'm looking.
Yeah, exactly. So crazy, but windshield pitting or sandblasting is very scary, especially oncoming headlights, or if you got some rain, you just can't see. It's like you have beer goggles on almost. So yeah, in the rain and in winter months, it's hard to see through the windshield. It's very scary for the driver. But I don't know. I think glass has changed over the years, Robert. Or it could be maybe, of course, I blame everything on road de-icing chemicals for corrosion, but I don't know what's changed. Is it the road de-icing chemicals, or is it the glass itself has changed that we seem to have more pitting in windshields than we used to?
I'll have to ask around about that. We've got some people at TMC that may be able to answer that question for us. Let's move on to another topic.
The windshields too. Everything has changed so much for aerodynamics, so there's a lot of factors to that. But
it's true. The other thing too is when the windshields were two-piece, you could change them easier. Maybe you didn't notice it as much.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's move on to another one. You've got brakes thin adjustment, parking brake springs. What's that all about?
Well, so part of your pre-trip inspection. Pre-trip and post-trip, you should be, or you need to be, inspecting your brakes. So, are your brake pads within that specification that they need to be? Are they thin, wore out, non-existing? And another issue we used to find quite often in my fleet was broken parking brake springs. So I don't know how many of our listeners have had a parking brake apart before, but there's actually a big coil spring in there. I'm going to say it's at least 1/2-inch wire. And if you had that spring and you held that between your two hands and you tried to depress it like an accordion, I don't think you could even wiggle it. There's so much tension there.
No, it's not happening.
Arnold Schwarzenegger would probably have a hard time depressing that. That's how robust that spring is. But we used to find a lot of broken springs on our PMs. Not a lot. We find broken springs often in our PMs, I should say. But you wouldn't know until you go to slide tandems or something like that, or unless, maybe a roadside inspection. Like you really had to be looking for that, and that was on our PM list again, our PML to make sure that we took a look in there.
So is that something you can? Let's back up. Is that something you can correct through proper speccing, or maybe do something different in your maintenance? I mean, why are those springs breaking?
Well, I think it's corrosion, at least in the Northeast. And quite often you'll find there's where you could cage the parking brake. You could put the bolt in and pull that spring up to release the brakes manually. And there's a little plug that goes in many brands of the parking brake chambers, and quite often that plug is missing. Oh. And I think all that road de-icing chemicals get in there.
Corrosion, and, gotcha.
And corrosion. That's one of my favorite things. So. Yeah, so I think that's what it is, but it's something we had to look for, and sometimes we'd bring a trailer in, and out of 4 parking brakes, we might have to change 2 of them, and then of course we take a hard look as best as we could at the other 2. And then the other thing, I guess, why we're talking about parking brake assemblies, so you could do what you call a piggyback repair, which you leave the base and the push rod on your vehicle, and you replace just the top half of that. So there's 2 diaphragms in there. And in the spring assembly, that big spring assembly we've been speaking of. And I find in the Northeast, if you don't change the whole assembly when you're changing the parking brake, within another 2 years, that part that you left on the vehicle is going to corrode and rot right through. So it's like in my fleet, it was always mandatory. We didn't change what they call piggybacks. We would change the whole parking brake assembly, which is a lot more work. You really need to be, you need to know what you're doing there. So you cut your brake rod the right length, so you have the proper stroke on your slack adjuster. So a little more work, but you want to be proactive or reactive. So, or do the repair once or twice.
So the trifecta when it comes to CVSA International Road Check inspections, it's brakes, tires, and lighting. We haven't talked about lighting, but that's also on the scary list, isn't it?
Yeah. So, a couple of things here that headlights that are, I call it corrosion. It's like the plastic outer shell of the headlight is turned yellow. So you have dim lights. You've lost your lumens that light was producing. So that's a big problem, and there are kits that you could buff those out and or replace, and but also just poor lighting, dim lighting, bad grounds, high resistance, that type of thing. Always use a multimeter at the connections to check for electrical problems, and never stick a probe in through a wire somewhere in between. Either you have power at both ends of your harness. You don't need to stick that harness every 3 inches to see if there's power every 3 inches. So, because you just can have a corrosion issue. I run into that on a project the other day where somebody's used a test probe to check power on a wire, and I was thankful I was able to find that in a timely fashion on a project I was working on.
We've got about a minute and a half left. We got time for one more item. What do you got?
Suspension and steering issues. All those they're not as prevalent as they used to be, but there's so many things you need to do on your suspension when you get a new vehicle or you're replacing component like springs and that type of thing. You need to properly torque your U-bolts and not just tighten them with an air gun or a hand ratchet. You need to use a torque wrench, and you need to stretch that bolt properly and seat it to the proper torque specification.
Too much is going to ruin the threads because it's going to stretch it beyond its limits, and then too little, of course, is going to be loose and it's going to come off down the road. So you got to do it right, and you got to do it with a torque wrench. Absolutely. Well, we're just about out of time.
You should almost have a. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's okay. The one thing that's really scary is the clock, and we've run out of time for this segment. We could probably talk for another half hour about this stuff, and we're going to have you back again. Maybe we'll talk about some of these things a little bit later on in the year. But for now, we're going to have to say goodbye, and I'm going to have to turn it back over to the studios and Jimmy Mack in New Orleans.
tell you, Robert, it seems like the scariest thing that's actually happening on the highway is people simply not doing the simple preventative steps they could take to prevent a lot of really worse stuff down the road. I got to tell you, it was the scariest discussion I've ever heard of preventative maintenance in my life. And so people really got to just do that pre-trip and keep on top of all the stuff before it actually gets on top of them is basically the takeaway from that for me.
Absolutely. You're spot on.
By the way, you got big plans for Halloween?
No, not really. Kids are grown and all that stuff. We'll just keep the trick-or-treaters at bay. That's about it.
That's about it. I'm actually going to the 50th anniversary of the Rocky Horror Show at the Mahalia Jackson Theater.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. I love that movie. That's great.
Have the happiest of Halloweens, Robert. We'll talk at you next time on Maintenance Matters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side of this. Big thanks to Robert for putting together a special edition of Maintenance Matters. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you enjoy the next one as well. We'll be right back after these messages.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang, and we are live from Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack and me yet again.
It really is a spooky season, by the way. It's Tech Talk with TMC. It's not Maintenance Matters. Good God Almighty, what is wrong with me? Big thanks to Touchdown Turtle Tara Garris for pointing that out to me. Sister, you keep calling me out. I always take the note. Appreciate it so much.
Sorry, I didn't catch it.
By the way, we are literally hurting through time and space. Guys, I don't know if you know the difference between the two segments, but there is a big difference. Kevin is talking about the daily maintenance. And I think I know what my confusion might have been. I got so used to them talking about preventative maintenance, which they don't focus on. They actually talk about the new technologies that are being onboarded. And that's kind of fantastic. Today, they actually talked about the idea that all of that new tech doesn't make a lick of difference if you actually don't do that preventative maintenance. But I've got Maintenance Matters on the mind because I have been talking to Kevin over the last week about a whole bunch of groovy stuff as we continue to improve that segment. Don't forget, Maintenance Matters, Tech Talk with TMC, and the currently upcoming segment of Education Station all can be found after the fact on any streaming service you choose to listen to. So Spotify, Pandora, Apple Podcasts, all of that. If you type in Maintenance Matters, you will get Kevin, Lindsay, and I. If you type in Tech Talk with TMC, you will get Robert Braswell and the great content and the great guest he brings on by. And if you type in Education Station, you haven't got to type in anything else, just put it in quotes, put it up there, Education Station. This segment will come up, as it always does, every single episode since we have launched on the RadioNemo.com platform. Really groovy stuff. So I say we turn to that segment now. Nicholas Gonzalez is the CDL program director at Johnston County Community College in Terry Taylor Country, Kansas. And Robert Clements joins him. He is a CDL instructor at the Johnston County Community College here on Education Station, which is brought to you by Carrier's Edge. Good morning to you both. Hey, Nicholas. Hey, Robert.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
And I promise you both, I will use your name at the end of questions and thereby prevent this from turning into Howard Hawks' production of The Thing. Okay, so let's kind of start with you, Nicholas. Give us a 30,000-foot view of the program over there in Johnson County.
Absolutely. So our program is in an interesting and exciting spot right now because although Johnson County Community College has had a CDL training program for over 10 years now, we just recently, in August of last year, finished construction on our own training facility. So we have a building and large range that is solely dedicated to CDL training. So although it's a 10-year-old program, it's kind of taken a new life here in the last year, and it's just opened up a world of opportunities for us. And it's allowed us to train a lot more students, take on a lot more clients, help businesses train their employees, and get more people from the community their license so they can get out there and start driving.
And that's kind of a great place to be in regards to, what we're setting up for in regards to a new economy and where the economy is headed and what's going to be expected from workers in the future. Can you also kind of, go into a little more detail about the fact that community colleges serve communities? People have this idea that colleges are simply designed to kind of put people out in the world any place they want to go. But part of what you guys do is that you have to kind of create networks of private businesses and public services so that the people who are going there have places to go once they leave. Can you talk a little bit about the forging of those partnerships?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The partnerships is all of it. We could not do it without the partnerships. So part of it, to what you mentioned, is having those employer partners, so those carriers, those construction companies, those concrete companies. We have a pretty large list of those that come into our public classes, speak with our students, recruiters from companies like Swift, TMC, Schneider, but also those asphalt companies, Department of Transportation, construction companies who are looking for drivers. So we try to give our students a wide variety of options that they could do once they are finished with our program and licensed, to go out and start their career in this industry. And, there's other partners that play a big role in that too, of course, those who provide funding to cover the tuition for those students, and then those partners that we have that supply our equipment and everything all comes in together for the final product.
Robert Clements joins us as well, too, and he is an on-the-ground, boots-on-the-ground CDL instructor over there at Johnston County. Can you kind of talk about your own background and your own experience? Because, one of the things that is a concern these days is making sure that the trainers who are training the next generation of drivers actually understand what it is they're kind of putting into practice and effect. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Robert.
Well, I've had my CDL for a better part of about 30 years. I've done many different types of driving over the road. I've done local type work for LTL carriers, which is a less than truckload, basically making deliveries just to local businesses around the city. I've also been a school bus driver. So, I've seen lots of different stuff there. I've also done work with smaller companies like moving trucks in and out of dock doors, which they call a yard driver. So I've had experience with just about every type of kind of company that we actually deal with here at Johnson County Community College.
I wanted to kind of follow this up, the question, because you brought up the idea of being a school bus driver as well. A good friend of this show many years ago actually was kind of charged with diversifying her workforce. She ran the Baton Rouge segment for a waste disposal and sustainability company. She went and she basically pilfered a whole bunch of women who drove school buses for the that parish in Louisiana, and in the blink of an eye found a lot of people who knew how to drive around precious cargo in suburban neighborhoods. When you're bringing in students and when you're looking at the next generation of drivers, how do you kind of figure out if somebody is actually going to be good in the program, and what are you seeing in regards to success rates? And I don't need the numbers of who's graduating, but who are the people who are most successful when you teach these classes? Who are the kind of people that you're looking for in regards to the next gen of drivers?
Yeah, so we have a wide variety of students who come through our program. It's definitely not out of the ordinary for a class's age range to be anywhere from 18 or 19 years old, as up to, you know, we've had people in their 70s come through who are looking to get their CDL to start that, you know, second career, or maybe it's been a lifelong passion. But our overall success rate right now in terms of people who complete our program and then get licensed, pass their skills test at the end, is hovering around 97 or 98%. And, you know, I can't say there's a common trend in who is successful when they come in, but there are common traits. So it's those who actually show up to class, those who are there from start to finish, who put the work in and have a passion to learn this trade and start a new career. But yeah, it is mainly, you can kind of tell from that initial conversation that I have with them how serious they are about taking on this new profession. But Robert, I don't know if you see anything different out there in the field when you're training with the students in terms of who is successful.
Well, usually, like you were saying, I mean, it's a lot about passion. So it's just one of those things where if somebody really you can tell that desire. It's like they want that desire to learn. They want to absorb that information. So it's just one of those things that it does take sometimes, as somebody out on the range doing the work, just watching them and seeing who's actually taking the initiative to learn more about what we do as far as our training program, how it goes.
Yeah, seeing it as more than just a class, but you know, really coming in here to learn. And obviously those individuals who come to us with a farming background or something of that nature, to where they have experience driving those large trucks or hauling trailers, they always do very well in the program. But that is a shrinking demographic in present day.
I wanted to kind of add this too, and kind of give you guys some kudos here, that part of the reason why the passion element is so important is that you guys actually set these folks up for success. I don't mean set these folks up to pass, set them up if they have the passion to pass, because you guys talk to me a little bit about this, Nicholas, as well, and then I'd love to hear Robert's take on how this helps, about adaptive schedules. You do adaptive scheduling, and you also create new programs to kind of target new drivers from maybe different demographics in different locations. The idea is to set this up so that the student's passion can be accommodated. You guys are trying to create as much time and space availability to make this a possibility for maybe people who have another job, for maybe people who are, you know, struggling to get there. Because they're looking to step up in life. Talk about the steps you've taken to make passion that principal component, as opposed to having a farming background.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And having our own facility has helped out so much with that, because we can be creative with our schedules. We don't have to worry about sharing the space with other people, so we get to kind of set things up that we know will be that will lead to success. So at the end of last year, we kind of had a different format to where students had to be out here at different times of the week, in the evenings and the weekends, and all that. So it was kind of a slog to get through that 9 or 10 weeks for them to complete and get their license. So I kind of looked at it and said, let's make these more concise. Let's help out the students, make it a little easier for them. So we currently now have our accelerated 4-week program that is full-time. So those individuals who maybe are between jobs or are looking to start a new career as soon as possible can come in full-time for 4 weeks, get trained, get tested, get their license to get out and start that new career as soon as possible. For those who are still working a 9-to-5 or something along those lines, or maybe, busy at the farm during the week, then we have weekend classes only, so they can come out on Saturday and Sunday to achieve their license. And then in spring of 2026, we are looking to bring those evening classes back, but solely evenings only for those who, maybe they work 6 days a week and they do have a weekend shift to where they can't do our weekend class, they can't do our weekday class, but they could do evenings. So we're trying to capture all of those students there. And then another new thing we re-implemented into our program is the refreshers. So we're still trying to reach those people who need our assistance, who already have their CDL, but maybe they need more attention on their backing skills. They need more assistance with that, or they have a manual restriction or a pintle hook restriction on their license that's inhibiting them from getting a different job. So we can bring them in for 40 hours and get them trained up on that, retested, so that they can go and be on their way with those new skills.
I wanted to kind of ask this to Robert too. The idea of those refresher courses. There's a lot of people out there, and this is a lot. You guys do not fall into this category. There was a big news the other day where a sitting U.S. senator and a very powerful member of the House are crafting a bill going after CDL mills. And so there are a lot of people out there who have those CDLs who have been victims of that. You guys, therefore, are set up for those kind of human beings to say, hey, look, I didn't get what I needed, and I'm struggling to get a job or struggling to hold on to a job. Do you feel like you guys can actually help people who have been kind of exploited like that actually get their foot back in the door?
Actually, yes. We've actually had a couple people that have come through our course just this past year where they have actually attended a program wherever and have actually found Johnson County Community College to actually come through our program because of just that particular instance where they didn't get a whole lot of good training to where they felt safe as just a CDL holder itself. So, I mean, with our programs, especially our refresher programs, the ones that we have had come through here, just after a 40-hour week class, they felt a lot more confident and a lot more secure in their ability to actually handle a tractor trailer out on the road just with spending that 1 week and just being able to actually have that it's more of a one-on-one type deal. So, I mean, it definitely benefited them coming through that program.
Nicholas, I'm actually going to ask Robert another question because you brought up something too. Robert, having worked in the private sector before having made this move, do you find, I always used to find it strange having worked at a university for an extended period of time, the idea of having to fight for space. When you work for a trucking company, you have your own yard. The idea of having to share a building or share a space is kind of an odd concept, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been with Johnson County Community College for 3 years now, so I've actually seen us transition from where we were at before, which was a tiny little classroom, and we were sharing space with another organization, and to now have our own facility and our own training area and testing ability. I mean, I've seen everything change, and it just feels so much better being able to have this space available to us, and hopefully, potentially, God willing, we'd be able to continue to grow into the future so where we can actually take and be able to support training a lot more people.
Nick, I have to tell you, congratulations on that. I know a little bit about what it takes on a university or a college or a community college campus to actually carve out your own space. So they only do that when they feel like something is growing and improving. So congratulations and well done on that. I wanted to kind of also talk to you about the acquisition of stuff, because one of the things we always find that when people run a program is they're having to go back to the people with the power of the purse and say, we need new technologies. Now, you have a different setup because you do have partners. Can you talk about what it takes to get new technologies into your program and also how you incorporate them?
Yeah, so in those 10 years leading up to us having our own facility, there were many opportunities for us to get a driving simulator implemented into our program. But as you referenced earlier, there was a lack of space. So when it was kind of funny, as soon as we built our new facility, the very first thing that was in this building was a driving simulator. It was a completely empty building, and then we had that delivered basically as soon as we could. And so our college was, Johnson County Community College was very helpful in that for supplying us with some additional apprenticeship funds that we had because they did see a need for that in the CDL program. So we've now had the full driving simulator from L3 Technologies and a virtual reality headset for pre-trip in our program this past year, and it has been used a lot. So it's a little different between our public program and our private contracted clients. So for those public students, they'll be using that simulator a lot on the front end, to, get used to the mechanics of backing or learning how to properly shift in a manual transmission truck. And then for our contracted clients, since they're kind of on a stricter timetable there, they typically use that towards the end of their training to sharpen up those skills, just work on shifting a little more when their trucks may be being used for testing. So that has been a very welcomed addition to our program here.
By the way, Tom Bray of J.J. Keller over in the chat here, as we continue our conversation on Education Station, said he saw an advertisement recently, 1 day ELDT and CDL in 4 days, and then he followed up by saying that likely one of these is who Johnson has been seeing follow up on with its refresher courses. By the way, Tom just recently retired from J.J. Keller and is a former truck driver himself, so he knows of what he speaks. And Trucker Bosun points out that what Tom is talking about is ridiculous. And I want to kind of talk to Robert here to kind of go into the nitty-gritty of how you go about handling your classes, to kind of give people what a quality CDL education looks like from the ground up, if you wouldn't mind, Robert.
Yeah, so basically as far as like our accelerated course, I mean, it is a 4-week program. We basically provide our students with about 16 hours of classroom time, getting them to understand the basics of how the trucks operate, being able to understand the new hours of service regulations, and be able to understand how to properly plan how to get across the country without using a lot of technology. We also spend a fair amount of time teaching our students how to do our backing skills that's required for testing. We also provide them with a little bit of real-world experience when it comes to what is a truck driver going to do out there. I mean, so we take and we'll actually show them how to perform coupling and uncoupling so that when they get out in the real world, they know how to do it for whoever they may be going to work for. We also teach them real-world experience driving out there. I mean, we'll teach them what they need to learn for their test, but we're also putting them in basic situations that allow them to understand this is the kind of situations you want to avoid, and this is how you go about doing that in order to make them a better, well-rounded driver when they actually complete our course.
I wanted to ask you, too, because you got 28 years behind the wheel, and you've actually moved 200 students from students into becoming both Class A and Class B drivers. I was kind of curious in regards to the lifestyle stuff, the soft skills, what you actually have time for and how you manage to work that in, because, man, you have been everywhere. You've seen a lot of the country, and, our good friend Donnie Talk loves to say, you don't get paid to drive, you get paid to back up. And so all of that kind of stuff, all that kind of wisdom of the road, how do you incorporate that into a very tech-savvy and practical coursework?
Well, I mean, basically, it's just a matter of, just making it pretty much one and the same as part of the course. I mean, there are things that we have to teach, but there is so much. There's so many times where we're going through and talking about different things when we're actually teaching the students that we just incorporate it into our training process as far as like teaching them how to do different things like checking, how to check how a coupling system works, and being able to actually show them the different parts and how things work. Because, I mean, in all reality, it's like when they get out there, they're going to be so green that they're going to be scared. And coming through our program, it allows them to understand and learn all that stuff with all the experience that we have here as far as all of us instructors, that it's just become a part of what we do, because we want to make sure that everybody has everything they need to be able to go out into the world and do everything that they need to do.
By the way, guys, we still got a little bit of time here to talk, but I want to make sure people go to JCCC, that's triple C, jcc.edu. It's simply a matter of going onto the search on their engine. I won't give you the full thing. We'll actually post that later on. But if you just type in commercial driver's license, that particular page will pop up as well. I have to ask you, Nick, because everybody's always got plans for expansion. What's next? And then I've got kind of an overall question for you both about the community that you serve. But what's next for you guys?
Yeah, so it's it's a timely question because we are sitting here almost a little over 1 year after the construction of our facility and the grand opening of that. And the only thing we've seen since opening last year is growth, up and up and up. And I was actually just talking to Robert prior to this, but we're on pace by the end of this year to double the amount of students we've served since 3 years ago before our facility was open. We are on pace to double pretty much everything, double more than everything. So the college has been very grateful to listen to our needs and hear what we have to say. So there is already plans to expand the 10-pad range we have out back to add a few more for additional testing space and additional training space out there. And then this is much further down the line, but additional just classroom space, actual building space to shelter the growing number of students that we have out here on a day-to-day basis. So they're not, having all that range space is great, but don't want to just be standing out there all day. It's nice to have some coverage, especially on a kind of cold and rainy morning like we have here in Kansas City right now. But so that is what we are looking at next, just showing the numbers, talking with our contracted clients, their desires to grow internally as well, and how we can expand here to serve them and meet those needs.
And by the way, I have to ask this question. I'm a big football fan, and right now it's the silly season in college football. A lot of people are getting fired, many of them not because they weren't good coaches, but because ultimately they weren't a good fit for the programs they were in. And, as you guys expand, you're probably going to have the need for more trainers or to figure out new work schedules and all of that. So, Robert, I was going to ask you, as somebody who has successfully moved 200 folks through this program, what do you think people look for? What do you know when you see a good trainer? What does that look like to you? And I'd love your answer to that question as well, Nick. But Robert, we'll start with you. What makes a good trainer as opposed to a good X's and O's guys, which are guys that can drive beautifully, gals that can drive beautifully, but can't teach a lick? What are you looking for?
Well, I mean, as far as instructors and whatnot, I mean, we're looking for somebody who has a good solid background as far as driving goes. Because, I mean, without good driving skills, you're not going to be able to teach and whatnot. But in the same turn, you have to have a passion to actually want to pass on the knowledge that you've learned in order to basically enrich somebody else's life. And I mean, for the longest time, I didn't think I was going to be one of those type of people. But here over the last several years, when I got into this, I've found that passing on the knowledge is what drives me, and I think it's what drives everyone here. It's like we have that desire and we have that want to make sure that everybody that we see and that we touch, that we can give them the best of us as far as instructors and what we have to teach as a driver. Because simply, I mean, anybody can drive, but it takes someone with the heart and the passion to be able to come here and teach somebody how to do what we do.
By the way, that's Robert Clements, the CDL instructor at Johnston County Community College. We're going to give the CDL program director there, Nick Gonzalez, the last word here. Nick, what do you look for in a teacher? I mean, I can hear Robert's understanding of the joy of seeing the light bulb above a student's head. But what are you looking for in an instructor?
Yeah, and I'll first just say that is the true strength of our program. Our roster of instructors, we have approximately 20 instructors on our staff, and 10 of those are licensed third-party examiners with the state to be able to do that testing. So this program does not exist with their combined hundreds of years of experience and all millions of miles over the road. So this program would not exist without them. But when I am interviewing instructors looking to bring someone onto the team, I am looking for someone who, number one, is a team player. We're not looking for someone to come in here and, make it their way or the highway. Obviously having different styles is important because not every student is going to be able to be taught or trained in the same way. So having different styles helps. But we are looking for someone to be a team player, work with all of our other instructors, work within the guidelines and the regulations of the state that we follow to a T, and then also someone who is patient. So having that patience and passion are key as well. So we're not looking for someone who's going to be screaming at a student when they don't get their offset backing done right the first day. We're looking to someone to say, okay, good job, let's take a look at this and figure out how you can do it better next time. So yeah, team player, patience, and passion, I think all combined make an excellent instructor.
More Andy Reid, less Urban Meyer. I can't thank you both enough. Robert Clements, of course, who's an instructor over there at Johnston County Community College, and Nick Gonzalez, the CDL program director at Johnston Community College. Happiest of Halloweens, happiest of fall to both of you. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
We will be back on the other side of this. Spooky music means spooky people are coming, and that means Lindsay LaRue is on the way. What? We'll be right back after the evil that is this break.
This show was haunted.
Haunted show. Haunted show.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Nice.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. By the way, a couple of quick things before we kind of get rolling, because, man, it is so good to see you, Lindsay. It was good talking to you last night. Boy, was that a quote that I shared with you from the baseball game.
Good. Thought about it first thing this morning.
Me too as well. We'll get to that in a second. Good morning to Ambassador Lawler. That's what our good friend Trucker Boson says.
I like this. I like the ring of that.
I do too. And by the way, we're going to start calling you the Ambassador. I think that's a really good nickname for you.
I like that.
I think that's a keeper, and I'm not taking credit for it. That comes from Trucker Boson. Our good friend Tom Bray
It also comes from the Transportation Ambassador Award I just got. I think that's what he was referencing.
Well, that's what he's referring to. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's like, it's like they're people that, nothing's better than getting an honorary title that actually means something.
I'm just trying to tell you, I did not call this myself. It's somebody else with authority did so. Carry on.
Go on.
Go on.
Our good friend Tom Bray says simulators are great at teaching basics, but where they really excel at is putting the learner into situations you never want to be in. A steer tire blows out, and Kobayashi Maru situations, a craw crosses the center line. Absolutely correct. The really cool thing about simulators, Lindsay, is those are the kind of real-world experiences you can't simulate. You can't simulate.
You can't simulate a simulator?
Yeah, well, you can't simulate basically two trucks run into each other in front of you and then both jackknife in your direction.
Right.
But you can simulate that, and that kind of stuff makes a really big difference. It's a really good point. By the way, our good friend Joe J. says, good morning to you, Lindsay. Actually, just says, Lindsay! Exclamation mark.
I don't know if you're excited or scared. Either way, good morning. Good morning, Joe J.
And Dave Nemo has created a handle. Dave Nemo 8015.
Why? Why 8015?
I don't know. Maybe there are 8,014 Nemos.
He
and
was
then
the 8,015th Nemo?
priceless.
On our own channel?
On our own channel. So I was thinking about the Brad Paisley thing from the other night. The Brad Paisley national anthem that he sang.
Yeah, but I was thinking about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. What are you thinking about?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I wanted to kind of get something really cool I found out. Did you know that the longest game in Major League Baseball World Series history, the one the other night was actually about a half an hour shorter, was also in Los Angeles. It also went 18 innings. It also involved the Dodgers. And did you know that Brad Paisley sang the national anthem at that one? The 4 longest World Series games in history, Brad Paisley sang the national anthem at.
He must be a baseball fan.
Yes.
Is he a Dodgers fan?
Yes.
I'm going to guess he's a Dodgers fan.
Yes.
'Cause I know they had a house. He and his wife had a house in the Palisades that burnt down during the fires. This year, or they were at least evacuated and lost a bunch of stuff. So anyway, okay, so he's a Dodgers. Okay, so this makes sense. Go on.
But here's the deal, though. I realized something as well too, and you talked about the Super Bowl, and maybe, as Louis C.K. likes to say, maybe more people in trucking should be baseball fans than are football fans, because I would like to make the argument, ready for it, that football is less American than baseball is.
Oh, no, I'd agree with that.
And here's why. And people are like, what are you talking about? I mean, and I'm talking about professional sports, because the other thing I want to tell my good friend Dave Harrison, who is just angry as all hell at me about the way the student athletes in college are like, he's all angry about it. And I understand, he makes a good point about the idea it isn't like things were in the old days. Let me tell you something, man. College football and Major League Baseball are more like America should be than pro football is. Pro football is socialist. Pro football is it's socialist. It's rigged. I don't mean it's rigged with the refs, although people could make that argument. It's 32
rigged in favors.
It's 32 teams who have set an arbitrary salary cap where the only people who really get really filthy rich are them and their quarterbacks. You can't go anywhere because nobody can afford to pay you because they can't break the salary cap open. So you can't take your trade elsewhere. It's like hard as hell, but everybody's re-signing all over the place because nobody can make the salary cap work. So what you get is a lot of mediocre play, a lot of second-rate teams who have really good quarterbacks, and if you don't have a good quarterback, you suck. And it's this exactly what happens in socialism, in pure socialism, that you kind of get this really mediocre sort of limping product that everybody gets excited about because of propaganda. Baseball, on the other hand, baseball has a couple of things. That they have a salary tax, which means if your salary gets too high, like the Yankees or Dodgers, you have to pay the tax to keep everything competitive. But at the end of the day, if you have the best product and people want to take their wares to you and play for you, they can do it. Anybody can go anywhere they want to do and do their thing. Absolutely do it the way they want to do it. There is more meritocracy diversity in baseball, I would argue, than there is in any other sport. Basically, baseball is what America should look like, and football is what America does look like. Everybody arguing, everybody complaining. What's George Carlin's great line about football? He said it's a series of bureaucratic meetings interrupted by violence. People get together, they discuss what they're going to do, they do it for a couple of seconds, and then they move on. Whereas baseball is part of this great flow across boundaries. Nothing is the same. Everything kind of fits inside of the rules, but you can be a little loosey-goosey. And Brad Paisley and country music has always been welcomed front and center to sing the national anthem all across this great nation of ours. I'm just saying, what sounds more like America? Baseball. That's it. I'm saying it. What do you think? What do you think? And I think,
Sure.
But here's why, Lindsay. When they have a big opening game at the Dodger Stadium for the World Series, the first game played in America in this World Series, who's the first person that sings the national anthem? Country and Western music star. Super Bowl can't do that. Can't seem to find it in its heart to do that.
Yeah, Chris Stapleton sang the anthem at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I mean, but the national anthem at a baseball game is, in fact, its halftime show. They do it as a show. They do it as a big old show. It was phenomenal. I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there. Just want to kind of let that out there. That's my take for the day. So what were you thinking about this morning, Ambassador? There was
I've
something.
forgotten. Just like I forgot yesterday.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
All right. I want to talk about that quote from yesterday, though. The one that I
No,
should.
okay.
Okay.
No,
You got it. Okay.
No, I wanted to talk about pre-tripping your life because I'd like somebody to call in and tell me what their pre-trip is. I'm talking about life. Now, as it pertains to getting ready, setting yourself up for success for your day, both personally and professionally. And I say it because this morning was so chaotic at my house, and it's because one person in my household woke up later than the other person. and it's fine. We all have our different things, but in general, I think that there's so many things we can do in the morning, whatever time you wake up, to set yourself up for success. But here's the thing, Jim. Then if you have a co-driver, or if you're leaving the house, if you have a partner, a spouse, whatever, we can plan however we want, and then somebody else's agenda kind of gets in the way of our day. This happens as well in trucking. Then the day goes on. You come across people and places and different things. And I'm pretty good at being flexible, but this has got to be a real balance of setting yourself up for success. That this comes with getting up at the right time, laying your things out, making everything go according to plan, so to speak, as best as you can. But then also being flexible when it doesn't go that way. But I'd love to know from a truck driving standpoint, what is it that you do? What is it you do personally in your pre-trip morning that sets you up for success? What is it? Do you make sure you wake up early? Are there a couple things you do in the morning to get a moment of peace? Because Jim, if I don't have that moment of peace, well, no, I take that back. Even if I have the moment of peace in the morning, when other people start playing into my life, other people, obviously meeting my family, and then you go to work, and I keep watching myself get so angry when it's not going according to my plan in the morning. And I'm trying to loosen up about that, because it changes the energy in my entire house. It changes the energy for my job that day. So I'm trying to get better about it. But pre-tripping your life is so important. I know you agree with this. And I think that I'm good. I'll be good about it for a while, and then I'll lose it. And I'll be good about it for a while, and then I'll lose it. So I want to talk about pre-tripping your life with you, and hopefully a caller will speak into that as well.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
We're going to put somebody on the phone here in just a second, Lindsay, but I want you to hold on to a thought before we take this phone call. Have you seen Inception?
Yes.
Okay, so you remember that all the dreamers actually bring an object from their real life into the dream to ground themselves, right?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to hold on to that thought, because we're going to take this phone call first and kind of get the conversation going, because I'm interested in what they have to say more than what I have to say. Who do we got, Phone Master?
Oh, we got Marshall first, and then we'll get the Ice Princess after.
All right, let's go. Good morning, Marshall.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, Ambassador Lindsay.
Well, thank you.
You want to set yourself up for success, and Dre will confirm this. You should watch a video of the greatest commencement speech I think I've ever heard at UT, Admiral of the SEAL teams. And his philosophy on it, and I do it every day, is I start myself out with an accomplishment every day. The very first thing I do every day is I make my bed.
Yeah, check. Okay.
If you do nothing else for the rest of the day, you at least had that singular accomplishment.
Let me just say, it's hard to make your bed when you get up earlier and there's someone still laying in it.
That's true.
But noted. Go on.
But, he walks you right through all it. It's a great. Ask Dre. Dre will confirm it. It's best commencement speech you'll ever. He walks you all the way through your SEAL team training and why starting your day out with a success or an accomplishment. They just keep happening. You accomplish this, you accomplish that. Your day is filled with accomplishments if you just start out that way.
It's hard to make. Oh my gosh, it's hard to make your bed when someone's still laying it. Is a great line for a country song. I'm sorry, go on.
That's great, actually.
It's really good. I'm sorry, go on.
Get on the same schedule if you're going to do that.
Well, herein lies my point. Thank you. Okay, go on. What else in the speech stands out?
Oh, there's too much to go through here. It's about a 40-minute speech, but
Okay, got it. Well, then what was your second point?
I wanted to say something about Michael Bublé since you were talking about him yesterday.
Yeah.
I was never a big fan, but I used to get a lot of layovers in Vegas when I worked out of Redlands, California, and I blew my $500 max on the table in about 10-15 minutes, so I didn't have anything to do, and I was wanting to go see Jeff Dunham, but geez, the tickets were like $250, plus I was going to have to spend another $50 on a cab. So I went and talked to the concierge, and nice young lady, and I stayed at this hotel a lot. And she says, there is a concert, and I happen to have a couple of tickets for it. And it's a really good concert. The people we got them for can't make it. You're welcome to them. And it was to Michael Bublé. I can save you a little money on the cab fare, too. I'll just have one of the courtesy guys drive you over there. So I said, well, what do I do with the extra tickets? You'll find somebody there. It's a sold-out concert. You'll find somebody there who's looking for a ticket. So sure enough, I found a young lady there. I use that term relatively. She wasn't that young. Because it seems like the crowd for him is like in the 30s and 40s area more than anything else. But I want to tell you, when I got inside the place, you could have cut the estrogen with a butter knife. It was all women there. I think a few husbands that got roped into going and stuff. And I thought to myself, what have I got myself into? But anyhow, long story short, I had to get a second hotel room that night. She did the walk of shame, slunk out of the room about 4 o'clock in the morning and left. But
Hey-o!
What?
That was my Michael Bublé introduction. Since then, I really kind of like the guy. I love all of his renditions of Frank Sinatra songs and stuff. He did a lot of the old classics and stuff. But
Michael Bublé, getting you laid. That's his new T-shirt. Come on.
I'm here for you, Marshall. Thank you for the call.
What a beautiful question mark memory.
Contribution to the cause. How about that?
No, I like it. Listen, Michael Bublé, he's baby making music. I get it.
It does happen. Not often, but it does happen. I do get lucky once in a while.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go check the Michael Bublé tour now, Marshall Platter. You might want to start building your trucking schedule around to just follow him across the country.
The Bublé. Thank you, Marshall. Great to hear from you. We'll get to our next phone call here in just a minute. Actually, Marshall's making of the bed is the inception thing. It's the grounding element. So this morning, I actually there was a little bit of chaos and noise over at my house last night. Wonderful chaos and noise, but impossible to get to the kind of sleep I needed to get in order to do the show today. So I went over to Brad's house, and I was going to
Cuddled with him?
What's that? Yeah, cuddle with Brad. He's in Washington, D.C. Just to kind of, go over there and just
Cuddled with his pictures?
Yeah, exactly. Of Nick Saban. Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
Who, by the way, every LSU fan is going, please say yes, Nick. Please say yes. And every single Alabama fan is going, please don't do this to us. Please don't do this. And Nick Saban is going, it's going to take a lot more than $15 million to get me from stop sitting next to Pat McAfee.
Up change.
Let me tell you guys. Let me just put this out here. But I got up this morning, Lindsay, and I had a little bit of chaotic stuff because I wasn't there. I wasn't at home. I wasn't where I kind of put myself together. But what I do is I simply say, all you've got to do is get back to your gym bag and get that thing set with everything you need inside of it. And the way to kind of deal with chaos, I think to some degree in regards to a pre-trip, is have one ignition switch. One thing that when you get it done, whether it is making your bed or making sure that everything is inside of your bag the way it should be, and to allow that to ground you. And then say, okay, you know what? Everything else is chaos, but this one thing I had to get done got done, and I can kind of move forward from that. I think in many ways, it's to literally say there's something in the center of this that I have to ground to put me back into me. Make sense?
Well, it does make sense, and I try to lay out what I'm going to wear, do those things. And maybe I need to start making my smoothie the night before, which my mom does. But, and with all due respect, and I'm not being that person to you don't have a kid, so you don't know. But throw in a partner and a kid in the morning, trying to get it on the bus and do all like that. It just adds an element where I just sort of have to succumb to the fact for the next 10 years, it's just going to be what it is. And I have to let that go. It's not about me in the morning at all. I don't get to, you know what I mean? And it could be, that's not like a woe is me. If I could get up 2 hours early if I wanted, certainly I can. I understand that. But I have this, like, it's always looming. Even when I go to bed tonight, at night, it's the looming of what I have to do for someone else before I get to lean into my thing. And so I just, I wonder about that with drivers as well, when they do have if they're getting up to go make a long haul, it's got to be so hard for a driver. I think about it with Shane, my husband, who travels a lot. He leaves, Frey and I get in our routine. He comes back, and then we have to kind of like shift the routine, and then he leaves again. And this is the constant push and pull of a truck driver's world. With if they do have somebody back home, if they're not, if they do have a partner or kids or anything, it's like they leave, and then everything starts to fall into place, and they come back and it has to re-fall into place. So it's a constant push and pull, and it's worthy of talking about.
Well, it's interesting too, because we've been talking about sports analogies all morning. One of the other things that I love, Sean Payton does this, Bill Walsh did this. Bill Walsh essentially invented this, and then a lot of coaches do it now as well too. You know about the first 25 plays? And that isn't always the case. There are people who do it very, very differently than this. But there's a lot of people. Drew Brees would do this as well too. He was the perfect quarterback for this kind of system. Whereas Mahomes does something a little bit different. Sean Payton's first 25 plays are called, Lindsay. They're called, and that's it. That's the reality of what's going to happen. I mean, they're going to do those plays regardless of what happens. Now, there's some complexity in the plays that allows you options inside of it. But those first 25 plays are called, and then you use the first 25 plays after watching how the defense responds to then adjust to the next 25 plays. And there is something about, you talk about the idea of having the pre-trip, which is the sequence, the process, that I will do the following 10 things, that my morning doesn't really begin until I've worked my way through that process to kind of do that thing. And we have Chef Marty, by the way, is over in the chat, just at #RGR. But think about prep in a kitchen, and all of us, you, Dre, and I, all know how to cook at some level. We all know how to kind of put a meal together. We all have to do it on occasion, sometimes for a lot of people. And you know that if you try to do it willy-nilly, I'm looking at Dre right now, and I know you, if you're getting people over for a party, you can't just throw things together unless you've thrown them together for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And I think part of the reason that you want to develop what you're developing here is that there is a lot of chaos in your life. It's in the design because of what Seamus does, and because you got a little girl. I mean, children are chaos. You can't martinet your kids, no matter how hard you try. And I think that we develop those systems because life explodes. So the best we can do is figure out what the structure we can put into it to make sure that we're ready for each explosion, if that makes sense. It goes back to Eisenhower's great thing about everybody should have a plan and then expect to throw it out the window once actually the fight starts. With the Mike Tyson line, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yep.
So I think that's kind of...
I have like a pluh. I don't have a full plan yet. I don't have a full plan, but I have a pluh. So I'm getting to the plan.
So what's going on? Are we going to be okay? Well, I don't know if we're going to be okay, but the ambassador has a pluh.
I got a pluh.
Ambassador, are you ready for another phone call?
Always.
We're going to get a chance to catch up with an old friend and find out if she actually has a pluh. We're going to talk to our good friend, Ice Princess. Good morning.
Yay! Good morning, Ice Princess.
Hello. I finally get both of you.
Yay!
Yeah. Plan and pre-tripping day or whatever. My usual routine is I get up and I do there's 6 conference-approved literature daily readers that I read. And then I read until today. There's something by Susan Smith-Jones, the Simple Abundance book, the Science of Mind magazine, and then the Course in Miracles stuff. I try to start my day with those.
Wow.
And then I come out of my bedroom and make coffee. there's just so much to say because I feel the pain that you had, Lindsay, in that I moved out here to Penticton to live in my dad's house, which is now mine. And 19 days after I move out, we flood.
Oh my goodness.
That's that punch. That's that punch in the face. I'm telling you, that's what happens. That's John Lennon said it. Life is what happens when you're busy making plans. That's it, right?
They ripped up my floors, dried me out. Took forever to sort the insurance and all that, and kicked me out of my house October 6th. I left on the 7th. Was told I could come back because the upstairs was together. Told I could move back in on Wednesday the 22nd, and but I was booked at the hotel in Calgary till the 24th. Drove back on the 24th, and I couldn't get into my bedroom because of the way that it was blocked. I mean, I could have, but I didn't. The blinds were pulled up. I couldn't get them down. Things are not put away type thing. I should not be here right now, but I'm not driving back to Calgary, and I'm not doing anything else. So, and my Keurig isn't out yet. So part of my routine is come out, make my coffee, and sit in front of the computer and do whatever or go do my errands. And it's still a little bit of chaos. They're bringing stuff in.
Here's what I'm hearing. Here's what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong. It's at least you're doing the things that you can control. You can't control the flood and the chaos of the house and all those things. What you can control is, you're starting your day. I love that you start your day with so much positive reading and inspiration. And of course, in Miracles, by the way, is life-changing. If anyone doesn't know of it, it's essentially love over fear, love over fear, love over fear, love over fear.
Wait, love over what?
Love over fear, 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 no fear, no fear, love, 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 love. And so you're sitting down, you're reading in the morning, you're starting yourself on the wrong foot, then you're getting right foot, then you're getting your coffee. And do you feel like, Ice Princess, those, albeit as small as they are, those are the things you can control, and that's how you're putting your best foot forward in the morning?
I guess so.
Yeah.
And I sent you some people that I know, musicians from Unity Center in Calgary that have written their own stuff.
Okay. Where did you send that? I didn't see that.
I don't know when I did. I probably put it. No, I wouldn't have put it in a chat. I don't know. I'll resend the names.
Yeah.
And there's also a guy, Neil Thrussell, or look up Neil Thrussell. He's got Warrior books out. When I was back in Calgary, he was handing out his newest book, The Relationship Survival Guide for Women, 7 Secrets Every Woman Needs to Know About Men. And of course, it's, what do they say about reading it with your tongue in your cheek, or, it's, I haven't even started it yet, but it's probably got a laugh or two.
Yeah, not a grain of salt, Ice Princess, the whole flippin' shaker. We got to float you because we are out of time on the segment. I am so glad to hear that you are recovering from the flood, but I wanted to speed up for you. And by the way, Lindsay, when Dre Madison and I were setting the studio up, we went to Walmart. We didn't feel like we were really grounded here until we bought the iced coffee making Keurig. At that point, Keurigs are a real grounding device. They feel like, like a what is it, the thing from Harry Potter, the Horcrux? Yeah, the Horcrux. Yeah, that was our
What'd you call me?
You heard
Hey,
me.
I need a Keurig in my studio, maybe. Hey, guys, it's Road Gang Radio. We love you, Ice Princess. Thank you for the call. Love over fear, love over fear, love
Fear
over
over
fear.
love. Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's
Hey!
It's
wrong day, wrong
Halloween.
place.
I have to do this really quickly. Big
Go.
shout out to Marshall Platter. He didn't forget to tip his server. Thanks for the contribution, our brother. We love you so much.
Thank you.
Those make a difference, and so do likes. Hit the like button if you're listening on the Book of Face or the Tube of You. It's a big day for us in regards to likes. The engine is turning over here. We got a great guest coming up, don't we, Lindsay?
We do have a great guest. We're talking, we're talking sci-fi. So we're gonna get a little weird and trippy. And what he means by tipping, you can tip us over in the chat. What? It keeps us on the air.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back, I'm Jimmy Mack. No. I'm sorry. Welcome back, I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack.
Strike that, reverse it.
Flip it, switch it, change it, rearrange it. Good morning, y'all. It's Road Gang Radio. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre over there, keeping us on the ones and the twos. Speaking of ones and twos and dollars and cents and money signs and being able to talk to you freely for free.
Nothing's
Joe
for
J,
free.
nothing's for free. But Joe J over in the chat, yes, we're doing this for free, but it certainly helps. We're kind of an NPR model at this point. Joe J over there is saying, I've decided I'm going to tip my old SiriusXM subscription per month in weekly increments.
Nice.
I can't afford daily because he has 3 teens to feed. Totally get it. But whoa, because you had to pay. Listen, a SiriusXM subscription is not cheap, which is why a lot of people don't do it anymore, us included. And so I love this campaign. If people get on board, whatever you were paying to SiriusXM, give us half of that a month.
That's a post, by the way. I could
Give
do
us
that.
a quarter of that a month.
I'd be like, why don't you just get rid of your subscription and just give us half the money?
I love it. And we'll give you quadruple the content.
We actually will.
I will come to your house and sing to you.
Well, that's...
I actually kind of mean that, too.
She does kind of mean that. I promise you. And if you actually manage to get Lindsay to come to your house and sing to you, we'll bring an entire show. Mm-hmm. I will work my butt off to make an entire show happen around her. We will do it.
The first 2 people to commit their monthly series subscription over here will come sing to you. That might turn to 5. That might turn to 10. I don't know. Let's get it going. Let's see what happens.
All kinds of possibilities for the future. See what I did there?
What?
All kinds of possibilities for the future.
Nice transition to our next guest. Duh. Good Lord. Hey, listen, I told you I was not set up for success this morning. I am set up for success in a sense that I'm very excited about this next guest. I love talking sci-fi. We got to dance around it a little bit because we can't give too much away. But because of this next guest's background, this conversation is going to be up both of our alleys. Hit it, my brother.
By the way, we love authors and we love journalists, and sometimes the twain meet. Jeremy Cliff is, in fact, a science fiction author and former journalist. He, by the way, takes a specific interest in how space exploration will change us over the next 200 years. His first work of fiction, Born in Space, is part of his Sci-Fi Galaxy series of novels built around the growth of orbiting space habitats and the exploration of asteroids. The idea that how we should have done it, slowly but surely get out there and get those platforms built. Born in Space examines how life might be for the first children born off Earth. What would it be like? Do you have a terrible craving to return home, or are you an extraterrestrial, a space being? Still a humanoid, but in fact having none of the experiences of a life lived on Earth. Are you really an extraterrestrial? Are you really? All of these questions Jeremy Cliff asks in his books, and we're talking about his latest one, Lindsay. I am excited to talk about Space Vault this morning. Former Reuters journalist, Penn's Award-winning, critically acclaimed space travel sci-fi writer, Jeremy Cliff joins us this morning. Good morning to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that intro.
Can I start, Jeremy? It's so good to have you. We've been talking a lot about AI around here. And so before we dive into this book and your background, I heard, and Jem, I want your take on this too. I heard a comment this morning. It was actually by Tony Robbins. And I would love y'all's take on it just from a futuristic standpoint. Because, Jeremy, as you can imagine, we have most of our audiences are over-the-road truck drivers. So as you can imagine, AI is a big topic of conversation around here. And are we scared of it? Do we want it? Do we love it? Et cetera. But the comment I heard this morning was, it's not that AI is going to replace you. It's that somebody who knows how to properly use AI is going to replace you. And I kind of loved that because it sort of put the power back in the hands, whether it be a truck driver or any commuter or writer, but anywhere. So if you don't mind, just starting there real quickly, being a writer and a journalist yourself, I'm a songwriter at National Geographic, and I don't believe that it's going to ever replace us here from an emotional standpoint. From a writing perspective and your work and research, how do you feel about that comment? It's not that AI is going to replace us, it's that people that understand how to work with AI is going to replace us. Does that resonate to you?
Well, I think if you can use it well, it will really improve your output. It can help you a lot with deep research, and I've used it for research about space travel and things like that. What type of engine you might use, what type of chemicals could be found on a certain planet. These type of things will enhance your research. So AI is going to, in some ways, improve our lives, in some ways threaten us. I don't think it's going to replace truck drivers, for example, although you might get autonomous driving trucks, but I think we'll still need human elements in there. And so AI is going to be some wonderful new tool, or is already a new tool to enhance what we do. And I think everybody will become familiar with how to use it. It's going to be in your kitchen. It's going to be in your car. It obviously will be flying planes. So it's something hurtling towards us that we need to cope with.
And by the way, in case you guys haven't figured out, one of the reasons I was so excited to get Jeremy on the show, Lindsay, is that he understands, and the books understands, as you go, and I have two questions for you. First of all, you actually have an obsession to some degree with logistics about how things get from one place to another. People just aren't on asteroids in your books. They aren't just on other places or on platforms or biotech areas. They actually had to get there, and a lot of that discussion goes on in your books. I was really curious, though, because I didn't read the other books. I kind of jumped into the middle of this. Can you talk a little bit about how you actually create a universe with its own set of rules that looks into the future, that has recurring characters, and at the same time, you are then able to make sure that a reader can jump in, because it's one thing to do it with a spy thriller. That's pretty much kind of a standard golden plot. You give a little exposition, you move on. But talk about how you build a world where you're constantly reacclimating people to what that world is, and talk about the world rather than the plot of Space Vault.
Right. Well, I've so far I've written two books. Space Vault is the second book. The first book is called Born in Space. It starts off in a not too distant future. The idea is to think, okay, where are we headed next with this accumulation of new technologies? So you have genetic engineering, CRISPR, things like that, which are changing medicine. You have AI, you have climate change, you have possible exploitation of the lunar surface fairly soon with the Artemis program going there. You have already robots in the house, and the pace of change with creation of robots is remarkable. So all these things together mean that the world is going to change very rapidly. And I was trying to think through, okay, what's it mean for us as humanity? And the first thing I could think of is, okay, space tourism is not going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a hotel on the moon or something, at least initially. The most likely thing is that there will be orbiting habitats going around the Earth, a bit like cruise ships. So nowadays, old people can go on cruise ships all their lives and live on a cruise ship. In a few years' time, I think there'll be orbiting habitats for all kinds of different purposes, some for fabrication of new technologies where you take advantage of low gravity, some for educational purposes, some for training, some for medicine. In this book, in the first book, Born in Space, it imagines a medical habitat in which the doctor is growing body parts in low gravity. And the next stage is to create children in space. And it's very difficult to create, it's very difficult for women to have a full term in low gravity. So the implication is, okay, you're going to have to grow humans in incubators, which is has been done with sheep and things like that. So it imagines a series of children born on a space habitat, and the mother who donated the eggs, she feels for them and wants to be in touch with them still. And so it's about these 7 children. So the setup for the whole series is these 7 children born in space and what happens to them.
Okay, so you go into this in the book. We don't, of course, we have to be a little careful here because we do want people to read it and give too much away. But what's fascinating to me is the idea of thinking of, being station born, how that changes identity, between identity, law, family, all these things. So can you touch a little bit on sort of the what new traditions replace the Little League and the prom and those kind of things, how new traditions emerge from being station born?
Yeah, well, this is a question because the children born in space, they grow up with Earth-based education. So nursery rhymes are about Earth, and the tales that they hear about are about Earth. And so they need a whole new series of things on their space habitat. And this will mostly be about stars, I think, about what they can see. But they need games as well, maybe low gravity type of games. And in fact, in the first book, there's an accident where the child thinks he can fly and actually can't, and hits the deck and has an accident. And part of the story is about how he recovers and is transformed into almost like a superhuman with an exoskeleton to help him recover from that.
And that's, like I said, and it's this kind of stuff that makes these books so interesting, because that, Lindsay, I've been thinking about this for a while, that, so much of what we tell our children, and we were talking about it this morning, by the way, as we were talking about Halloween, about the movement from using ghost stories to scare children to using them to comfort them, and that so much of telling stories to people, we're always telling people parables so that they have reference points for the world around them. And so you have to kind of, in creating this world, you have to not only imagine what they would like to be living in that world practically, but you have to kind of then imagine what it's imaginatively like. I mean, and that's the second step of world building that sometimes doesn't happen. It happens in Tolkien, it happens in a few other people, but they don't take the next step, which is that, if you go to outer space and you live there all your life, that your mythology, that in many ways a lot of the Greek gods and goddesses don't make sense. In many ways that fairy tales don't make sense because the kids don't know what a dark forest is, right? So you're having to kind of come up with an entirely new mythology to kind of actually help these children acclimate to the world that they're born in. There's no reference point. And so much like not having gravity, they have no point of reference. You're almost trying to figure out ways to ground kids as they're floating in no gravity. Is that kind of what you kind of have to do?
Well, I think you have to create some form of new education, and I think clearly it's going to be science-based rather than mythology, but you might bring in all kinds of new ideas to them and new contacts, so that in these books there are actually alien contacts, and that can have an influence on what you tell children.
Okay, so this is the follow-up to it. I want to make sure I got it straight what you just told me beforehand. So in the first book, a little boy not understanding that he can't fly, and in fact, he just was like getting by on not having gravity, hits the deck, breaks his bones, but then he is told, never having experienced a broken bone or any sort of accident like that, that the bones are a new development to actually protect him and heal him, and now he has a superpower. Did I get that right?
It's not a superpower, no. He's given an exoskeleton which will strengthen his body and create. You can actually use them now. If they exist now. People can have them for disabilities and things like that. In this case, it's a mixture of exoskeleton and another form of DNA that is infused into his body that creates a stronger person.
So for this book, you say that this is, they're 40 to 80 years out, somewhere in there. So I'm curious if we look between both the book and your own speculation, that what, Jeremy, specific milestones between now and say 2065 make your world actually plausible?
Well, the first book begins in about 2065, and it imagines that there's already exploitation of the moon. That there's construction on the moon. It becomes a way station for further exploration of planets such as Mars. You need the moon as a base to refuel rocket ships and things. You can use the H2O on that exists as ice on the moon to break it down to create new power sources. There's also helium on the moon.
Helium-3, right? Helium-3 is what's on the moon. That's really valuable, right?
Yes, so you can use that. So the moon becomes a refueling center for further exploitation of other places. And obviously the first place is probably going to be Mars, with Elon Musk's desire to get there and exploit that. So the moon will be the whole of what they call low Earth orbit, which will include the moon, will become a sort of industrial zone. So you'll have space habitats in low Earth orbit, just as you now have huge number of satellites. But you'll have other habitats in low Earth orbit, plus you'll have a refueling center on the moon and maybe other construction. So obviously, once you've reached the moon, the ability to blast off from the moon requires far less power because of the lower gravity up there. So it will be a good place to construct things. You can use what's called the regolith on the moon, which is the dirt of the moon. You can use it to build other things, such as the structures of useful arrays and things like that. So the moon will become something integrated into the global economy.
It's terrifying.
So there's a plan. Speaking on the moon, there's a planned moon mission next year. It's scheduled to launch around maybe April or so, and they're sending a crew of 4 out. They will fly around the moon. They will not land, and then there'll be a subsequent mission, apparently around 2027, where they will try to land on the moon. So with all that being said, what single capability from that mission, from this actual mission, if it works, would you say would meaningfully change our future on Earth?
Well, I think it's fantastic. I hope these missions go ahead. They keep on getting delayed a little bit, but it'll be fantastic for humanity to return to the moon. The moon landings were hugely influential in my life. I watched them live when I was a kid. I was living in England at the time, and I watched them from a little camp, and they were huge, made a huge impression on people at that time. And I think again, man going back to the moon and establishing something permanent there. It's not going to be. I don't think there's going to be cities on the moon. There's going to be establishments. So you might have research centers, observatories, factories, a lot of robots doing stuff. Maybe there's not going to be that many people there. But it will be a huge step in the integration of what they call the 8th continent. It will become integrated into the global economy. You'll start to have asteroids being mined. You can, in the book, it imagines that you actually capture some asteroids and exploit them. Asteroids are hugely valuable, and we're already talking about how to deflect asteroids from hitting Earth again. You can also try to capture one, maybe snare it or something like that, and there's technology and ideas about how to do that. So what it envisages is integration of all of this into the global economy and society.
Jeremy, we were talking about you before you actually came on the show last night, and we've been wanting to pick your brain. So as you can tell, we're as much involved in talking about space exploration. A lot of this book, though, by the way, is set on Earth, guys, just to kind of give you a sense of this. And of course, that old chestnut, as Lindsay likes to say, the old chestnut of a fight for resources is one of the heart of the matter of Space Vault, the Seed Eclipse. At the center of it is a number of both promising possibilities for the future of agriculture and some really dark endgames. Your books don't live in utopia or dystopia. They live in the struggle between them, which is where we live all the time. Can you kind of talk about the role that agriculture on Earth plays in this book?
Well, it just sort of takes things more extreme from now. So it imagines it's a sort of dichotomy between preserving heirloom varieties of seeds and things, which this imaginary seed vault on the moon captures seeds from all around the world, or houses seeds from all around the world, including heirloom varieties of all kinds of things that might be useful in the future, contrasting that with corporations that are trying to make food, mass-produced food as now, but also as generic as possible and maybe long-lasting as possible. Just like nowadays bread or something is filled with all kinds of things other than wheat. So you have this contrast between corporations trying to do one type of thing and in this case, individuals who are creating this legacy, the space vault that houses the legacy of humanity.
I'm so curious, Jeremy, with all your expertise. We're talking, by the way, this book is fabulous. Clearly, it's wait, is there an audio version? I meant to ask.
I've only done one audio version. Born in Space has an audio version on Audible and Amazon.
Okay.
The second one, I haven't done Space Vault yet. The audio, maybe you could advise me on this, because audio now, there seems to be a lot of trend towards using AI for audio. The first book I did, Born in Space, I deliberately chose a human narrator. I went out of my way to have a human narrator, and it's beautifully narrated by a lady called Gabrielle Gums-Gordon. It is expensive to have a human narrator, and maybe you can give me a perspective on.
We will do it for you. Please keep it. Please keep it human.
Keeping it real.
That's Jeremy.
I would love to have your voices on it. It would be fantastic.
Done. We're in, because that is a big part of us making sure we keep the show over here live. It also lives later as a podcast, but we are live. We do not edit it, and that is something that we can do to ensure we stand apart from AI. So I say that.
Okay. Well, but I was interested that I think companies like Audible are pushing AI for audio.
They are.
I'm not
because
sure
it's
why.
But here's why: because they can get more people doing it quickly and accessing because it takes a long time to do it. To have an actual person do it, and they can turn them out quicker if they have AI.
I deliberately held out against that. I have used AI for advertisements.
That's okay.
I have got a bit of pushback from some ads that I've created with AI, and people don't like it really. On the other hand, you think so much you see on things like X, Twitter, is AI. So it seems like, in some ways, a reasonable shortcut for certain activities.
Yeah, and by the way, I have a suggestion, by the way, for people who actually run X and stuff like that. I think that maybe we should have a program to replace all billionaires with AI and let them become the new billionaires, and then we can redistribute what they've got going on. And by the way, later on this week, we're going to be welcoming Dion Graham, actually tomorrow, the very, very accomplished actor, who is the new reader for a new Audible edition of The Martian Chronicles. And I have to tell you, having heard AI stuff and having heard Mr. Graham do his reading, we are not yet there. I would recommend highly against it. I mean, for instance, the four winds whisper secrets true, pointed to Shiko needing to listen closely to the subtle cues or advice that life.
He's auditioning for you right now. Is it working, Jeremy?
Yeah, so
is it working?
Yeah. Sounds much better. Yeah.
Well, you can head over to jeremycliftbooks.com to check out this book, Space Vault, and the previous book as well, Born in Space. Jeremy, I have to ask you, if contact came tomorrow, because you hint at potential contact, that's referenced in this book. If contact came tomorrow, in your opinion, which human institution would handle it best, and which would melt down first?
I'm not sure about who would handle it best. And it also depends on how it comes, doesn't it? There's a lot of talk about this thing moving through space, and people think, this might be the first contact coming towards Earth. But I think it's going to be scientists who meet first with any contact.
I still think it's a mistake
if they
haven't appeared on Joe Rogan, though. It's a mistake. How do we win people over? I'm being totally unserious about that. Thank you.
Joe Rogan's an alien. Joe Rogan's an alien. Did you not know that?
Actually, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I think it's mandatory to go on him first.
Yeah, you get the widest possible audience, and then Joe can use his head as a solar panel to power whatever needs they have. Thank you so much. You like that? That was well done. Thank you, Jeremy. You're welcome back anytime, man.
Okay, well, I will really seriously be in touch with you about the second book audio.
Yeah, let's go.
You have Claire's email, which means you have us. You can also write us both at roadgang@radionemo.com.
And by the way, Jeremy, Claire, who booked you on the show, is a sound designer. She can record it. She's a great voice. We'll do the voice. Let's take back our voices, guys.
Hey,
we are here for you, Jeremy.
Given the structure of the book, Jeremy, multiple narrators. There you go. There you go.
That's what I would like. Yeah.
Done. JeremyCliftBooks.com. Go get Born in Space as well. These will help you pass the time out on the road or wherever you are. Jeremy, have the best day. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up next, a return guest, a fan favorite, a listener favorite, a host favorite. Rolando Pujol is coming back to talk about spooky roadside attractions. Spooky roadside attractions.
The retrologist is coming. Look busy. And hit that like button now.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, you know what they serve at monster picnics?
I hope it isn't the mash.
3 human bean salad.
With a dish like that, how do they keep up their ghoulish figures?
Well, they must join Weight Watchers in the woods.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we sure did into the final hour of Road Gang Radio. Before we get to We Should Write. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And we'll be previewing what's going to be on We Should Write at the bottom of this hour, a little bit of conversation as well. And you can make the phone call here at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Starting right around 10:30 because we have a guest we're going to talk to here in just a short moment. I also want to point out here to kind of go through the bureaucracy of this. If you actually were to type in the name of Jeremy Clift tomorrow and Road Gang Radio, you would be able to find that particular interview. The individual interviews can be found under the name of the person, whether it's on Spotify, Pandora, and the like. As a matter of fact, the next guest we coming up here, Lindsay, is a guy who, if you type in his name, you'll get more than one interview. You'll get a whole bunch of content that you can find under his name on Spotify, Pandora, Apple Podcast, and the like, and actually get notifications for any time he appears, which is really groovy stuff. We find out new things every day, do we not?
Actually, if you type in this guy's name, you get a big, just on Google, you get a big old smiley face because he makes me happy. How about you, Jim?
Rolando Pujol is who we're talking about, Lindsay. Would you care to do the honors, or can I do the honors? How should we do the honors?
I'm going to intro him.
I thought you might. I know you're excited. He's in Sleepy Hollow.
I know he's from Sleepy Hollow. How cool is that?
That is literally in the notes what Claire wrote Lindsay and I with a big exclamation mark, as if
He's from Sleepy Hollow. I'm from Oklahoma City. Not as cool. From Sleepy Hollow is really cool, guys. So our next guest, he's a listener favorite. He's a fan favorite. He's a host favorite. He's a everybody favorite, one might say. He's a historian, a pop culture expert, and curator of America's most fascinating, forgotten, or maybe never known places. Rolando Pujol, yeah, also has a really fun name to say. Rolando Pujol. You know him from his incredible work as the retrologist on Retro Roadmap, his deep dives into the stories behind our highways, small towns, neon signs, legends that refuse to die because Rolando will not let them. So today he's taking us on a haunted tour of America, Jem. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I am ready.
He's going to start in Sleepy Hollow, where he's from, New We're going to head over to the Headless Horseman in Westville, New Jersey. We're going to hit some hometown inspiration with the Addams Family, and Salem, Massachusetts, of course, where witchcraft and American folklore and pop culture all collide. So, if you like history, if you like scary, if you like jumping out of your seat, this is where all these worlds are going to come together, and he's going to do it with a really good time. Maybe he'll actually make me want to go to a spooky place. Rolando Pujol, good morning. Welcome back, friend.
Good morning, friends. It's so great to be here again. Thanks.
By the way, guys, if you get a chance, if you're on Substack at all, he has a terrific Substack, so worth following as well. So glad to have you back. Okay, so you grew up in Sleepy Hollow. That's a fact, Jack, right?
That is indeed a fact. In fact, I'm at home right now, and I'm looking at a picture of me from Halloween 1982. I'll have to send it to you guys. It's
Please.
Or maybe I should just post it once and for all. It's my Halloween costume. I was 9 years old, and I asked my parents, I want to be the Headless Horseman. And they're like, okay, that's interesting. Okay, we'll figure something out. And so they put together a costume and created a little Headless Horseman costume for me. And you can see this big dress shirt and these two little eyes, and there's a wire hanger that holds it up over my head, and we got a big suit and a big wide 1970s tie, and I'm holding a pumpkin, and I was a Headless Horseman when I was 9 years old, well before this whole Sleepy Hollow tourism thing was happening, because back then, in 1982, the town was actually called North Cherrytown, and it was more of an industrial town with a big General Motors plant, and the insiders, people who knew the history, knew that this was the setting for the story by Washington Irving of the Headless Horseman, setting upon hapless Ichabod Crane, and all of that kind of lore around that story. But the town itself did not become Sleepy Hollow until it was voted. The name change was voted in late 1996. And then it gradually, and then in recent years, explosively turned into a huge Halloween distraction.
It's interesting, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but when we had a weekend show on the previous platform where we just were focused on nothing but, kind of lifestyle stuff, every year we had the guy who ran the Headless Horseman Experience would join us on the show. We had the 3 biggest haunted houses in the country, and he would join us. And one of the big things that's over there is that the maintenance of the horses is really at the center of it, making sure that they are healthy and happy and thriving, because they have it, Lindsay. They will chase you with a horse. They don't really chase you. You have to run. But literally, it's a haunted hayride, and you go by.
I'm sure I have to sign a waiver if that's happening.
And then somebody comes out. No, you're not on your feet. The horse doesn't just stomp all over you. It doesn't throw a pumpkin at you.
It was a good time until I was trampled by a horse. Worth every penny.
Oh, no. Yeah, the whole thing went downhill after that, that's for sure.
and can we all agree, by the way, it's one of Disney's finest hours? Their recreation, their cartoon version of the Headless Horseman with the Bing Crosby song and narration is actually almost a blow-by-blow recreation of the story. And does not confuse what it is that actually happens at the end of that book with often people actually create a real Headless Horseman. It's crazy good. It is a crazy good story, especially the punchline in it as well, right? I mean, it's a great Halloween story.
I try to watch it every year. I mean, it really captured it. And I remember as a kid, that's when I began to sort of make the connection about what a cool place I was growing up in. I'd see this cartoon, and then I'd say to them, hey, we actually live here. How incredibly lucky is that? But yeah, that is so well done. And funny thing about fiction and the Headless Horseman or movies inspired by the story. Not sure if you guys ever saw the 1980 version. It was a TV movie that aired on NBC with Jeff Goldblum, a very young, barely famous Jeff Goldblum. He played Ichabod Crane, and Dick Butkus played Brom Bones. So there you go.
Perfect. Perfect. It's one of the great love stories of all time if you actually pay attention to the subplot. It is one of the most romantic things you ever read. Somebody loves somebody so much that they take drastic measures to make sure they get the hand of the girl they love. People don't realize Ichabod Crane is not a good guy. Lindsay, in that story, he's not a good guy. He's not good.
Yeah, he's definitely morally challenged, and let's just say that,
It's
God. But yeah, it's such a great town. Yeah, it's so interesting. Go ahead.
Well, I'm curious to your take, from a tourism standpoint, because people obviously keep coming back, and I'm curious how modern tourism has reshaped the legend. I mean, you've been seeing people come there to visit for a long time. I don't know if that, we sometimes equal parts are annoyed and grateful for tourism.
Sure.
And there's being in Nashville, the Bachelorettes. I'm like, oh my God, stop throwing up on country music, but also we want your money, thank you. So how do you, being from there and also being a reporter and understanding the myth and the legend behind it, how has modern tourism reshaped the legend?
I mean, it really has made it a kind of year-round Halloween town. When I was growing up and it was just good old North Tarrytown, certainly that element was there, and you knew where the Headless Horseman imagery could be seen around town. It was part of the North Tarrytown feel. So it was always there. But now it is just there in a way that's impossible to miss. And certainly, especially on the weekends in September and October, there is just the streets are full of tourists and people who are, basically coming to enjoy it. And that's been really fueled, even though it's been Sleepy Hollow since the late 90s, and of course the Johnny Depp movie, Christina Ricci, came out around 2000. It's really been the past few years where it's taken off, and that's been, and I'm partially responsible for this, is because of exposure on social media, right? And influencers who are, creating these really cool, evocative videos on TikTok about this magical place that's only a 45-minute train ride from New York City. How can you resist, right? So it has really become a big thing. I personally think, this was the great dream back in the late 90s when they changed the name. 1996 was a scary time in North Tarrytown. They had lost the General Motors plant, and that devastated the town's tax base. And that had been what had supported, in many ways, the local economy. There were other blue-collar jobs in the area. Different factories themselves were closing or scaling back. So it was a time of transition, and things could have gone in a different way for the area. So they did a very smart thing, the leaders of the town, and changed the name. And it wasn't a popular idea. I mean, there were some people there are still these bumper stickers you'll find around town in some old cars that say, North Tarrytown forever. They just can't accept that it's Sleepy Hollow. But I thought that was just a great thing. And now that it's really successful and it's paying off beyond anybody's wildest imaginings, I mean, you have to sort of put aside I think, that tendency of locals to sort of look at tourism with disdain or say it's complicating my ability to go to the supermarket, or, I can't run an errand because there's all these people on Main Street. That's okay. This is successful. I've spoken to businesses in town there that do the bulk of their business for the year, like 70-80% of it, maybe more, in October. So you can't begrudge them that, my goodness. I mean, this is a good thing. And yeah, it can be a bit of an inconvenience, and I completely get it for those that live there. My parents are still there, thankfully, and I visit them as often as I can. But yeah, I think this is only a good thing for the community, for the economy, and really for everyone who gets to enjoy it. Because how amazing is it that you can actually go to the place where this fascinating story is set and see the places. You can actually follow. I did a write-up on my Substack where you can follow the journey of the Headless Horseman and Ichabod Crane, from where that big party happens at Katrina Van Tassel's mansion, right on down what was the old Broadway until his encounter with the Headless Horseman, and then the chase to the bridge in the cemetery. You can still follow that and do that today, and it really gives you chills. And when you're in the cemetery, you can go and visit the Old Dutch Church, which is the oldest church in New York State, and constructed in the 1690s, and of course pay your respects to Washington Irving himself, who died in 1859, and he is there for all eternity, kind of on a hill, sort of lording over this magical tourism wonderland that his story created. It's really cool.
And by the way, you can always take a Knickerbocker holiday. You can always leave the city of New York and make your way up there and just spend a little bit of space in fall country. I wanted to let you both know, because you'll love this, Rolando. Lindsay will love this too. If you type in Ichabod Crane's Last Feast, there is a woman who actually has a cooking blog. She actually lays out how you can prepare the meal at the Von Tassel house that happens, and it's I mean, when they describe it, Lindsay, it is a fabulous meal.
That woman sounds lovely, and also like she has too much time on her hands.
Yeah,
Both things,
you know.
equal parts.
I mean, peach pies, pumpkin pies, apple pie, slices of ham, smoked beef, sweet cakes, crumbling cruller, and the crisp, and it goes on and on and on. And remember, the Dutch invented.
I love attending readings of the story in Sleepy Hollow, and when they read that part, I mean, how could you not get hungry? My God, you know, it's so well told.
And don't forget, the Dutch invented donuts, which of course is one of the great American staples of all time for our times. Just amazing. The other thing I wanted to ask you about a place like that, being in the middle of a place like that, is that it's important to understand, and a lot of our drivers know this, that sometimes the only other option is a living ghost town. And for anybody who has driven through a living ghost town, as you have, and I have, and Lindsay has, and many of our drivers have, it's a terrible thing to watch that happen. To watch places kind of transform. I'd rather have tourists crawling everywhere than literally have people inhabiting a place with no services. And that does happen sometimes, right?
It really does, and so much of that is happening across the country. I mean, there's so much despair out there. These towns that a generation or two ago were thriving and vibrant, and now they're shells as they once were. I mean, they can be evocative and spooky, and not the Halloween sense in their own way. But that's not good for the people who are still there, who haven't given up, who are still hopeful that somehow those towns can be revived. So yes, if a town can find a way to attract an audience and rebuild their economy, even if it disrupts the lives of the locals for 30 days a year, I mean, hey, that's a wonderful thing.
Okay, we're going to the spookiest place in America, New Jersey. Have you seen the
Chupacabra?
New Jersey. So, Rolando, last weekend, some of our neighbors did they've got a really cool property, and they put the Harry Potter candles that you can turn on with a magic wand. They covered all their trees with those. It must have taken the father, I don't know how long it must have taken him to put all these up, but they did that. And then they put all these little kiddie pools with no water in it, but with blankets all over their ground. And they put a big projector up and invited everybody over to watch the Addams Family outside under them. It was very, very cute, very sweet. But the Addams Family cartoon, by the way, which we were all a little disappointed in, but whatever. But I love that we're going to talk about the Addams Family now and where that area is inspired by. And I love as they're in the opening scene, they're driving down Mr. and Mrs. Addams. They're driving down and they, looking for someplace to stake their ground, and they see this old mental institution and it becomes their new home. And this is going to sound really silly, but watching that cartoon, watching that movie, and everything that would be to a quote unquote normal person scary, they're like, oh, they embrace it. And I was like, this is what you do. You embrace, it's not going to hurt me, just embrace it. How do I incorporate it into my life? So let's talk about New Jersey. Let's talk about the Addams Family inspiration and how we embrace the creep in order to become history and a beautiful story.
That's right. So Westfield, New Jersey is the name of the town, which is a nice kind of Victorian, suburban New Jersey community. But it has an interesting kind of footnote in history. On Elm Street, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Charles Addams, the cartoonist and writer who went on to create the Addams Family strip initially for The New Yorker, was born and raised. And he was somebody who was, a young artist, so he was impressionable and really, really intrigued by the things that he saw in that town. And so, he lived right there at 522 Elm Street. You can still see his house. And as you walk down Elm Street, you pass what's known as the locals now call the Inspiration House, and it is this very spooky Victorian house with a mansard roof. It kind of looks like a funeral home, like that was like the traditional architecture for funeral homes. And that is the house that is said to have sort of like, it shaped his perception of the home that the Addams family would eventually live in. It was a big, spooky, and altogether ooky kind of house, right? So the town, starting in 2018, there was a new mayor, and the mayor had a vision for basically taking advantage of this Charles Addams lore. Again, kind of like Sleepy Hollow, locals knew of this history, but they weren't really taking advantage of it. They weren't really finding a way to get the word out and help put the town on the map. So they came up with something called Addams Fest, which happens every October. And Addams Fest is a kind of a multifaceted, multi-weekend celebration of all things Charles Addams and Addams family. And it can involve everything from the storefronts in downtown. They're transformed by local artists to depict the Addams family and other spooky things. There's like dozens of them. There are a variety of events. There are walking tours, lantern tours of the local Presbyterian cemetery, where a young Charles Addams was known to sort of play and hang out, and undoubtedly that helped influence, his ideas of the macabre and what eventually led to the Addams family, the Rialto Theater downtown, which also appears in his New Yorker cartoons. There's an Central Avenue underpass where these really great murals depicting the Addams family, including the 1964-66 version that, we grew up watching, the Addams family that was on ABC and then perpetually in reruns, and so much more. So the town really, really has embraced it, and it's just so much fun to do. I had the good fortune of going there for a piece that I worked on for Localish and ABC a couple of years ago, and I got a tour of all the attractions, and it's really, really a lot of fun. You can even go to wherever you go. There's a little kind of tip of the hat to the Addams family. The Trader Joe's has a display. There's even a miniature version of the Addams family house that sits in a pond. It's called Mindawaskan Pond, and a variety of other things to see as well. So it's a town that I like to talk about and get on people's radar. And I regret mentioning it in the book. I felt bad about that, but because it has become, I think, along with Sleepy Hollow and Salem and a few other places, I think one of the if you really like Halloween, if you really like the spirit of the spooky season, a visit here, I think, is absolutely imperative.
I'm going to say something else, too, because you mentioned the idea of the display at Trader Joe's, and this kind of goes back to the original conversation about Sleepy Hollow, the idea of allowing a place to transform itself into a cultural event. There is also the fear not just of living ghost towns, but of the McStar-dunking of Middle America, that so many places now have so many chains and so many kind of standard operational things that they lose a sense of uniqueness. When you have something like Sleepy Hollow's Halloween stuff, and you have Addams Fest and all that, even the chain businesses make an effort to draw in customers by localizing their look, even if it's in only small ways, which actually makes the community more unique and restores to it a sense of place and purpose that might not just make it the rest of the amalgamated United States of amnesia. Do you find that?
I'm going to use that.
Yeah, I mean, but is that your feeling about it, that it actually, these are really good things because they actually prevent people from living these kind of vanilla or milquetoast sort of life with no cultural relevance, and that it's a great reminder that even middle America or even, small town America has a cultural relevance still to contribute, and that's what I see in a lot of your stuff, Rolando. I see a lot of that going on.
Absolutely. I mean, that's when I go out there and I look for these places because there are so many stories to tell in these smaller towns. I think there is often in sort of American life and in the conversation that we have this the coastal elite cities versus the small towns, and then the small towns seem to always sort of like lose out in that exchange. And for me, I think that the most fascinating stuff, the greatest stuff to be discovered is in the small towns and in the communities. And if what I can help do is bring attention to these places, hey, I think that's a very, very good thing. And I love that's why I'm so pleased with what Westfield has done. And to your point about chains, I mean, a real tip of the hat to Trader Joe's because they're really good at that. They do that in all of their locations. I mean, yes, they're a chain, and that does have an impact to mom and pops and other businesses in town. But we remember that those chains also employ local people and are often run and managed by local people. It gives them an opportunity to run a business and enjoy a well-paying management job. And I think they really make an effort to be a good citizen. And I think the way that the Westfield Trader Joe's embraces Adams Fest is a perfect example of that.
Well said on the chain versus local place because there's a place for everything. So well said.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we want to pivot. We've got a couple minutes left. So
Pivot.
let's pivot. Say it again.
Pivot.
Pivot. To Salem. So a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I think we had on somebody from the Salem Museum, the Salem Witch Museum over there in Salem. And it was a great conversation. And then we had one of my friends on from California who does call herself a witch. So then we had her perspective of it. But I would love your perspective of it from both a tourism and a male perspective and a researcher perspective, all those things. What about the Boo Witch connection you've mentioned before? Why does it still drive tourism and pop culture? Because I'm wondering your opinion if Salem is a cautionary tale or has it become something entirely different at this point?
Oh, such good questions. A lot to unpack there. I'll give you a funny anecdote about this. My first visit to Salem was back in June of 2005. I was up in that area with some friends in a road trip, and the Bewitched statue had just been installed in town earlier that month by TV Land, that at the time had this great program where they were installing statues around the country depicting famous characters where the plot lines occurred in those particular cities, right? So here in New York City, we've got Ralph Cramden from The Honeymooners, bus driver outside the Port Authority bus terminal. But up there, they decided to put Samantha Stevens, which is super cool. And we were near the very distinguished Peabody Essex Museum, and I remember I believe an employee or a curator, somebody from that museum came out and saw us me and my friends kind of looking around a little confused. And she said, "Oh, welcome. What you to town? And how can I help you?" And I said, "Well, And so I felt a little sheepish about this. I thought this might not be well received. And I said, "Well, we're looking for the Bewitched statue." And she was so ashamed. She was so ashamed of us and disgusted. And she gave us like, "Oh God, really? Well, if you must know, it's at the corner of, and off we went." And we felt crushed. We disappointed her. But I thought that experience really encapsulates some of what we were talking about with Sleepy Hollow, the way that some people look at all the tourism around, witchcraft and witches. And I think there is a significant, and I think correctly, sensitivity to that, given what the witch trials were really about and how, women actually did lose their lives in horrific ways, in a grotesque miscarriage of justice. So that is sort of there. And I think you have to acknowledge that there's a sensitivity to that. And I think there's also this sense that perhaps the city, it's being to some extent a victim of its own success. I don't necessarily buy that. I think the embrace of the witch lore and that history, I think the way to appreciate it is, of course, at one level, at the kitsch value, the fact that it is kind of fun and ridiculous and a bit overwhelming, and it sort of gets you into the spirit of the season. And then at another level, to take it seriously, it's actually, once you get beyond Samantha Stevens and, all the other things in town, to sort of like really get at, why witchcraft is associated with this town and what happened and what are the cautionary lessons from that mania that occurred in the 1690s. What can we learn from that? I think that adds a level of richness. I mean, to not simply approach it from the pop culture, this is fun and spooky, but also, embrace the experience as an opportunity to learn something and in your own way to honor the memory of the people who were so terribly hurt during that experience. So I think there is a lot sort of there, and I am absolutely sensitive to those who offer critiques of the entire experience. I do know that whenever I do go to Salem, and I find myself up that way every year or every couple of years if I'm traveling in the area, I do avoid it like the plague in October, the same way that many people now avoid Sleepy Hollow like the plague in October. I don't have that option in the Sleepy Hollow because my parents live there. But I do think that Salem is a very interesting place, and that despite what might be the overtop reputation, it's worth having your own experience there and exploring and coming away with your own conclusions.
Rolando avoids that in October the same way I avoid downtown Broadway every night after 5 p.m. so I don't get thrown up on by a bachelorette. So I learn something every time you're on, Rolando, and I walk away with a smile on my face every time we have you. I know I'm looking over at Jem, who's smiling as well, so he concurs.
I absolutely concur, and you can find Rolando on Instagram. Let me spell that last name for you, Pujol, Rolando Pujol, and you can find him on Substack as well, where he has a remarkable Substack that you guys should follow. He's also contributed to so many different things and he's got so many wonderful books. Head on over to check out his stuff. He's the retrologist, and it is really fun reading. It's a great way to pass a day. It's a great way to have a moment of nostalgia. I got a recommendation for you since you're such a nostalgist. The new Ray Bradbury Martian Chronicles audiobook. Dion Graham is the reader of it, and it is spectacular. That'll get you in a mood for the spooky season as well. Thank you, friend. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me. Hope to see you soon.
We hope to actually see you. That would be great. To actually lay eyes.
That would be fun.
We're going to work this out. We're going to work a lot of things out here at Road Gang Radio.
Sounds like we need next year, 2026, broadcasting live from Sleepy Hollow with Rolando Pujol.
Yeah, I think it'd be fantastic.
Just saying. Hey, we're taking your calls after this break, so call us. I know you have things to say. You're saying them over in the chat. Say it to our face.
In my face.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacross.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get a life and come on down and hang out with us over here at the Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Hey, man.
I have a life.
Hey.
I have a life.
Yeah, I'm just getting to this party, and, I didn't bother to show up for it, but it's fantastic. Now, let me tell you everything you can do to make it better. I hate that guy.
What are you talking about?
I mean, just that guy in general, the concept of that guy. The person.
The mansplainer?
Yeah, well, no, actually, it's worse than a mansplainer. There are 6 phases to any project: enthusiasm, disillusionment, panic, search for the guilty, punishment of the innocent, and number 6, praise and honor for the uninvolved. So, you know what I'm talking about, Lindsay?
I know what you're talking about, a praise and honor for the uninvolved.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about.
Don't get me started on that conversation.
Well, God, I really see you've all worked your tuchuses off here and put together an amazing party. Now, let me tell you, now that I'm late, all the things you should have done differently for the buffet. Let me
What
tell
are you
you.
talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm just talking. We're heading into the holiday season. We're headed into like Halloween. We're headed into like Thanksgiving. We're headed to Christmas. There's like just a bunch of turd burglars out there who are just there to kind of, steal your joy. You know what I'm saying? You worked really. Hey, Lindsay, let me tell you something. So I finally got a chance after not listening to it for the entire breadth of its conception. I caught up on all the We Should Writes, and by caught up it meant I listened to like 10 minutes from like 2 episodes.
Yeah, thank you.
I got plenty of notes for you.
Great.
So you ready to sit down and take them?
Nope.
That guy.
Go
that
screw
guy,
yourself.
That guy is who I'm talking about.
Or the guy that come here. I'll relate it since you said holidays. I'll relate it to parties. The guy that comes to your party and critiques the things at your party, and you're like, well, either don't come or throw one yourself.
Yeah, the buffet.
Actually, Seamus and I got into this last night, and he heard it. Not got into it, but we've got a drying rack next to our sink, and he doesn't like it, and he's told me every day that he doesn't like it. And so finally last night he was putting some stuff on it. And granted, it's not a great one. I bought it in a panic, okay? We needed a drying rack. I bought it in a panic. And Seamus said, I don't like this. And I said, I know, you've told me. Get one that you do. And he goes, oh, yeah, I just heard it. I'm sorry, you're right. And he was like, oh, my dad did that. He would walk in the house and say the things he didn't like, but not do anything to not go get him himself. So it was a great moment. I'm like, I get that you don't like it. I think you're right. I buy things in a panic. Seamus will take 9 years before he purchases the thing. We are complete opposite ends of the spectrum in that regard. So, but we're finding a middle ground. But to your point, Jem, and this is not, we're off of Seamus now. To your point, don't come to the party and critique what you don't like without doing the thing. Then fix it. Do it yourself.
Yeah, no, and really do it yourself. Don't go like, and you should, and they should, and we should. It's like going, hey, guys, would you mind if I did the following stuff? I'll take point on it. I'd be like, okay, hey, I loved your party, by the way. Next year, I got a couple of dishes I'd like to bring. Tell me how soon you need them from me. I'd really love to help out here if you'd like to have my...
How about this, Jim? Your Halloween party was cool. I like that you titled it Jim's Halloween Party. But try this. What if you called it The Jim's Halloween Party?
Oh, I kind of
Just
like
a
that.
thought.
Yeah, and the way you said it.
Just that. Like, Jim. What's up, Dre?
Well, y'all are hitting on the party thing, and that's kind of, well, not PTSD, but it's kind of hitting on my anxiety because I used
Trigger.
Yeah, trigger. You're triggering me.
Trigger?
Because I used to throw my fair share of parties, but I also used to be in catering, and I used to cook foods for different events. It's the first time I'm having to do it in a very long time with doing this bridal party this weekend.
Yeah, how's that circular table working out for you, pal?
Oh, no, it will. It will once I get one out of here. All right, listen, I'm collabing with the maid of honor. It's just one of those things. But, man, I'm having to cook all the food. She's doing the drinks and whatever. But, yeah, love collabing with someone that just says, this is the theme. I got these things, and this is going to be the banner. I'm like, oh, and we're going to do it at so-and-so's house. I'm like, all right, good collab. That was fun.
Meaning they did nothing except for say, go here, do that?
Oh, no. Bull rushed it and didn't collab on the idea, the theme, or whatever. Just came in and be like, we're having it at this person's house because I had 2 ideas.
Let's collaborate. Here's everything you're doing.
Exactly.
Great. Got it.
And then what can you do? And I'm like, well, it looks like the only things you're not doing is the food, the music, and not getting any tables.
The hard stuff. hard stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's doing the drinks, and she spent a lot of money on decorations. So, I mean, hey, that's cool. But at the same time, I'm like, I kind of had a vision, kind of did this for a living. But hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. Let's do it at your baby daddy's house. That's great.
And there's nothing worse than what I call the great tweaker as well, too. The great tweaker. On the flip side of what you're talking about, the tweaker is when you actually are in the middle of doing something, and you're on step 5 of a 10-step process, and they're giving you recommendations for 8 and 9. And you're like, you look at me and say, you realize, of course, step 6 involves carrying a lot of really heavy things, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to help?
Out.
Oh, yeah, I'm out.
This comes back to you helping people move, Dre. This is kind of in that, falls in that vein.
Well, I'll tell you what. If the person's listening, hey, no hard feelings, man. You know what I'm saying?
Not
All's
from
good.
Dre, but from me.
Yeah,
I have hard feelings.
But it is one of those things, and I sign myself up for too much sometimes.
Stop.
But at the same time, with being the best man, it's not that big of a thing because all I have to do is this, and then I have to do the help me out, bachelor party, and that's easy. I'm bringing a bunch of dudes to Universal, so hey,
That's
man, it's all good.
expensive. Hey, can I
I'm
just
not
say,
spending money on
if
it.
anybody's getting married out there, let me just, or thinking about getting married or not married yet and will one day, let me just take something off your plate. You don't have to have bridesmaids and groomsmen.
Oh, that's what Chelsea and our wedding's
You
going to
don't have to do it. You don't have to do it just because everyone did. Invite people you want. You don't have to do anything by the book. I actually, with this woman that I follow, because I love her fashion sense, I saw her go off on it. She's been married for 30 years, and she's in her 50s. They've been married, they've been married 25 years. And she said last night, she goes, let me just tell you, we're very happily married, and not one thing at our wedding was quote unquote by the book. She goes, we did not invite our parents' friends unless there were people that we liked.
Yeah.
She said, we did not invite family unless that family was actually in our life on an annual basis. She said, we did not allow children, like that one. She said, we actually did spend the night together, and the morning of the wedding together. We got ready together, had some breakfast together because it took pressure off of. By the way, none of these are things I did. By the way, in my next marriage or my remarriage to my current husband.
You should do that, by the way.
Oh, we're going to.
Okay,
we're going to
good.
for our 20 for sure. And I'm going to do all these things. And she said, I told everybody to wear white. And she said, and I came out for the party and I wore green. And she just went on and on about all these things. She's like, my point is, she goes, we're really happy and we didn't do anything by the book. She said, I didn't put extra stress on any of my friends by making them be a bride. She said, actually, what was cool, because she didn't have anybody in the bridal party. Now, mind you, I had 9 bridesmaids. She's like, because we didn't do any of that, so many people showed up on an even bigger level to celebrate and help out because there wasn't the pressure to, as opposed, when you say you're a bridesmaid, okay, now you got a bunch of work to do. It was like, I didn't ask anyone to do anything, and therefore everybody did everything. I just want to throw that out because I love talking about weddings and what you think you're supposed to do, and then all of a sudden you're so frustrated at the wedding because you realize you didn't have a good time. I'm just saying, let yourself off the hook. Dre, for your wedding.
Oh, go right ahead, Jimmy.
I'm going to say really quickly, one of the things that I was really kind of just thrilled about was so many of the people that you met that night, both of you met that night at the Degas House party that we had over here to open the studio, were people who are my friends. Look, we had a lot of people from the industry, people I know that I'm very close to, many of whom might have been invited to a wedding if I had known them at the time. But so many of the people that you laid eyes on, Lindsay, and got a chance to meet were people who were either in my wedding or considered our guest of honor at the wedding. A lot of them made it. A lot of them showed up, and I thought that's one of the things that Claire and I made a deal with. We only had 3 people in the wedding. We explained to the other people who we were so close to, this is how we're handling it, but we want you all sitting in the front. And we said to ourselves, who are we actually going to be talking to in 5 years? If we're not, and we thought long and hard about it, you don't need to be in the wedding. You don't need to do that. That's not what we're going to do here. Yeah, do it the way you want to do it. Lindsay got it absolutely right. Do it the way you want to do it. There are no rules.
Yeah, those 9 bridesmaids of mine are still 9 of my best friends.
Well, of course,
and
that's how
Seamus's
you
guys
roll,
are
though.
still there. We
you
loved everybody at our wedding. But I'm just saying, I'm just giving people permission to not have to do it
not do
by
it.
the book.
Yeah.
So remember that, Dre,
There's
for
no
your
book.
own wedding.
Well, here's one of the
plenty
things.
of books, actually.
It's like, because
read 'em.
with Chelsea, she doesn't want to do the bridesmaids and groomsmen and all that stuff. And I'm like, I kind of do, but at the same time, I think it's to the point of like, I feel guilty because I've been in so many weddings and there's a good people in my life that I'm like, oh, I need to include them.
Nope.
But then we kind of collaborated on the idea of being like, all right, well, when we get the beautiful home that we want to get together, be like, oh, let's have a housewarming party, have a theme, make it elaborate. We're getting married.
I like it.
You're welcome.
I like that.
Yes. And, man, who was it that said it? Trucker Bozen said, don't forget about the best man speech. The wedding's in May. I already got it written. All right.
I like that. I love a good speech. That's my favorite part. Like, ooh, when does this wedding get to be about me?
Yeah. By the way, my mom and dad and my Aunt Elaine and Uncle Richie threw the best engagement party for my niece. They actually had not an engagement party, but one of the many parties they had in honor of them. They had a Christmas in December last year.
Which is when Christmas is?
Last year, though. They had an ornament party.
Oh.
So they brought in a tree, and what they did is that people were told the only gift you have to bring is an ornament. So when these people have their first tree, they have a memory from all of you people.
That's beautiful.
And they actually brought them in and hung them on the tree. And then they had they hired one professional person to come in with about 2 or 3 other people, and they repacked all the stuff and put it in a big Christmas basket and gave them their ornaments for their
Was there the one guy that brought the phallic ornament?
Oh, yeah.
You see,
you're looking at
It's
him.
always the one.
See, I love that
Always the
idea.
one.
You ever seen Parks and Rec, Lindsay?
Sure.
Yeah, watch my wedding turn out to be like whenever Andy and Andy and April get married, and then he's just like, yeah, we're gonna have a whatever party. Just give everybody a list, and it's like utensils and this food or a DVD to Die Hard or something, and everybody just shows up, and it's just like, we're getting married.
My wedding, bring your own fork. What? I'm working your wedding?
Pest control shows up, and the pigeons are dead.
What I think is so
What
funny.
do you do for a living? Can it benefit my wedding? Okay, you're invited.
Yeah.
I love, Lindsay loves Father of the Bride. She does.
My favorite movie of all time.
Really?
Favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, and when he says, that's great, we could have it at the steak pit.
This is, Daddy, I don't think they want the word pit on their wedding invitation.
How about we'll have it
That was
here
good.
at the home? And he's like has that image of him in the backyard cooking burgers for people. It's
Yeah, we can cater it. We'll have we'll get all of our best buds. We'll throw some dogs on. But then they do decide to do it at the house, and the wedding coordinator shows up, played by Martin Short, and he says, "Oh my God, this is lovely. Everything is so beautiful. We change it all. We change it all. We change it all." That's every venue ever, forever.
I have a was it the first one or the second one? Whenever the mom and daughter have the baby,
That's the second one.
Yeah,
Second one.
I have family friends that happened to, like literally the same situation.
Wow, mom
Yeah.
and daughter pregnant at the same time.
Pretty much.
Oh, Diane Keaton.
Oh man, yeah, that hit me hard when I found out about it. Yeah.
Hard. This has been a hard year, man. I went through all the passings this year, and it's weird because the passings of this year have hit me hard. Not because, although Redford, as I was telling Dre this morning, we listened to My Heroes Have Always Been Cowboys to start the morning off. It's been a hard year because some people that have left us. It's felt like for a lot of people, Trucker Bosun's age, my age, it has felt like a real memory disruption.
Mhm.
Lonnie Anderson,
Yeah.
Lonnie Anderson being gone. That's my childhood.
Yeah, for me, my childhood was D'Angelo. Like
That's crazy, dude. Now,
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Him passing, that was something else. I was like stunned by that. But yeah, Diane Keaton, that one hits hard because
I love her.
Well, it's
so
because she went sideways so quickly. Did you hear Reese Witherspoon talking about her?
No.
Oh my God, gives the best speech that she basically said. She cast her on the spot. That she said, "My name's Reese Witherspoon, and I'm from Nashville, Tennessee." And Diane Keaton went, "Is that your real voice?" And she goes, "Yes, ma'am." And she does the whole voice that she was doing back then. And she says, "I don't know who you are, and I don't know where you've actually come from, but I want you in this movie, and we'll take care of this right now." And cast her.
What movie?
I can't remember.
Oh.
I can't. I tried to think about it, and then I was like, I couldn't remember what movie Reese Witherspoon. I can look it up right now. We can take care of this right now. Dre, talk to Lindsay. While I look this up
What's
right
up,
now.
Lindsay? He's looking up things.
Well, look up things. Yeah, no, I just want to go back. Father of the Bride being my favorite movie of all time. Steve Martin. It's mainly because Steve Martin and Father of the Bride reminds me of my dad just on a daily basis. Like they are the same person, and that's why I love it. And yes, Seamus and we're coming up on 19 years married for our 20 because our wedding was flooded and evacuated. By the way, if you go on YouTube and search Lindsay Lawler rain on my wedding day, you can see a song that I wrote set to pictures from our wedding where it was flooded and evacuated, and it's insane.
Writing
and
that down now.
You want to know why we're still married?
Tell me.
Seamus just texted me and said, "Hey, I just ordered a new dish rack."
My man, look at you. He's
not
handsome
only
and
is he
smart.
listening, not only is he listening, he's putting his new practice into purpose, into forward motion.
I love how you brought up Father of the Bride, because I'm like, right now we're going through a list, Chelsea and I, of like some of my favorite movies that kind of built me, and that was like one of them. And I told Jimmy, it was yesterday, that I recently, just by myself, because I needed to refresh that part of me from my childhood, is me being a 7-year-old kid watching on repeat Something's Gotta Give with Jack Nicholson.
Oh, yeah.
Right
Good
up,
one.
yeah. Something Gotta Give, and As Good as It Gets.
Oh, no, As Good as It Gets,
and,
that's it.
And The Intern. My brother called me the other day, and he said I need genuine stand up and feel good movies. He said I don't mean stuff that's funny or good. He said I want stand up and feel good movies. By the way.
Stand up and shout!
Yeah, and I said okay, are you ready to get out your pencil? And I gave him 15. I just kind of said that, because you got to figure out. I said we can start from the 1960s and work our way up. I said I would start with Mr. Hobbs Takes a Vacation, which, by the way, your dad should watch. Lindsay, listen to me.
Of course he's watched.
I mean, Mr. Hobbs Takes a Vacation. Silver Linings Playbook, Groundhog Day comes roaring to mind. We can go on and on with this, but all of those Nancy Meyers films. Chef is one.
God.
Chef's on the list, dude.
Yeah.
Chef is absolutely on the list in regards to where at the end of the film you just the end of Green Card with Gerard Depardieu and Andy McDowell.
Yes.
You just want to just go racing from the building and love somebody. It's just terrific.
Nancy Meyers just has that right amount of recipe for me. But did you find out the movie?
Wildflower. Which, by the way, not well known, but it does have 81% on Rotten Tomatoes. It is a lovely piece of work, and Reese, I remember it now. Reese, I just realized who Reese Witherspoon is in that movie. She is like 14, or at least looks it. It is really adorable.
Go back and watch Reese Witherspoon and Man in the Moon on that note then, speaking of young and adorable. Man in the Moon, I think that was called, right? Does that ring a bell to anybody? Just me? Anyway, okay, pivot. So coming up today, in just about 10 minutes, we'll be playing last week's episode of We Should Write. Last week, my guest was...
Miss McIntyre.
I just wanted to see if anybody was listening. Last week, my guest was Autumn McIntyre, who is a fabulous songwriter.
Points for getting it right. Points for getting it right.
Just making sure you guys were there. She is Reba McEntire's niece, yes, but that's not what makes her cool. She's just such a cool... I almost said cool dude. She's kind of like a dude, but in a feminine way. She's an awesome... She's a friend. She's a writer. She is a woman of faith. She's a mom. She's just like a force in Nashville. Very well respected in Nashville because she doesn't give a you know what. She's just like, listen, I'm here for my family. I'm here to write songs. I don't really care. And because of it, she writes some of the best songs. I think you're going to really love this conversation. So that will be a repeat playing it in about 10 minutes from now. And then at noon, at 12 o'clock today, Central, live, it'll be a new episode of We Should Write. My guest is Teresa Bruno, who, by the way, was on our show. It was on Road Gang Radio several months ago. And didn't even get to scratch the surface of where I wanted to go with her, and she reached out afterward. We had a great conversation, and we've been connected ever since. And she said, I'd love to be on the show. She said, also, could I drive there? She lives in Alabama. She said, could I drive there and be with you in person? I was like, oh my God, yes. And she's also invited me to be on a show of hers to talk about adoption specifically and tell my adoption story next month. So that's cool. I love this when we can kind of swap platforms and talk about our stories together. She's going to be talking about today, guys, by the way. This show is not necessarily to promote her book or her as granted that will be a byproduct of it, but we're really talking about the healing power of writing. And let me tell you, nobody knows about that better than my guest today, Teresa Bruno, who not only her business fell apart, and then shortly after she lost her husband to suicide, and being mom, having 2 children as well, and going through that process and having to stay vigil, stay present, and stay alert and not completely lose herself for her family. It's pretty impressive what she's done. She's wrote a book called He's Not Coming Back, and it really deals with how we deal with grief. Grief is never going away necessarily. It does get better. It does get lighter every year. She's going to walk us through that. And Jim, just so you know, one of my biggest questions for her today that I really want to dive into is how much how much of her writing is for her and how much of it was for public consumption, and where was that line? Because I think that's a really important question.
And for her in particular, although it's important for every single one of your guests, for her in particular, it really resonates. That really is a question of resonance. By the way, Autumn McIntyre, Sarah McCoy, Sandy Knox, Larry Gatlin, Cindy Thompson, Kevin Post, Jeremy Baker, Morgan Miles, Laura Tremaine, Brooke Winstead, Emily West, Tiffany, Timothy Howells, and the debut episode with Fred LeBlanc are all available everywhere you get your power. With 3 flagship shows, this is the flagship at the center of our podcast world. We Should Write. Please head over to your favorite podcast platform, hit the following button. As equally important as that is, hit that notification button, and more important than even that, anybody who's out there listening right now who is a fan of this, go to your platform and rate it and give it those big 5 stars and let people know how wonderful We Should Write is. I think today is 15, correct?
I think so,
Today is 15, and that means we are getting closer to that first fun anniversary of 20. What did we tell you? 7, 20, 100. So the next big anniversary is coming up right now. You're about to move through the second danger point. The next
What are you getting me for our anniversary?
Well, behave and you'll find out.
Way to make it about you. Jeez.
Well, speaking of, I'm going to put something in the mail to both Dre, you, and Jem tomorrow. My friend from the company Code Word, you can go check out shopcodeword.com. They make amazing hats that I'm going to be selling, but I had a Road Gang Radio hat made for you, Jim, and a We Should Write hat made for you, Dre. She was doing one of each.
Yes.
So you get Road Gang, you get We Should Write.
I'm very excited.
And they look really nice. They're very
They do.
beautiful. I'm going to send them out to you. Hopefully we can wear these and then other people can wear them as well, because I would like to sell these Road Gang Radio hats as well. They're beautiful. I think you're going to love them. They say Road Gang Radio on the front, and on the side it says member, ? And then the We Should Write ones say We Should Write on the front. On the side it says right. So
Question
anyway.
mark.
That's nice.
Yeah, very excited.
Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow's show.
Let's do it.
Can we do that? Because
We
once
can.
again,
I
it's a
guess.
nice mixture of just a good time and also, at the same time, a little bit of
A
information.
bad time. Oh, no.
A little information that might make a difference in your life. Tony Lewin is an author, and he's got an automotive commentator and industry analysis. He's got a new book, BMW 3 Series 50 years as well, and will be followed immediately, by the way, by Ivan Meisner, who's going to be
Returning guest.
Yeah, who's going to be talking to us about small talk and job interviews, which I think is a really groovy thing. Our friends from Washington Trucking Week are going to be on the scene, where Jay Grimes will get to give me grief about how my Mariners blew a 2-0 lead and then a 3-2 lead in the American League Championship Series. He'll be joining us for Washington Trucking Week, as either he or Colin always do. We'll be talking non-domiciled CDLs in particular. Lots of news there. And then, Lindsay, would you care to dive into our second 2 guests, one of whom hopefully will become a new friend, but the first of which is an old friend?
I would care deeply to talk about it. Scott Shea will be joining us again, as he always does. He's a fabulous music journalist and author. You can go to scottsheaauthor.com, but he's written the book on, his All the Leaves Are Brown, how the mamas and papas came together and broke apart. We've had him on to talk about that, but he can talk about any really musical journey. And we're going to be talking tomorrow about Bob Dylan and his how he brought his full band circus, as he called it. You said this isn't a circus around here, except that it is, Jim. We're going to talk about the Bob Dylan circus that came to the masses, and I think you're going to love that conversation. And after that, The Martian Chronicles, which is a book that Jimmy loves, and Dion Graham, who is the narrator and actor from it, is going to be joining us, and I hope he has a good voice. Dion Graham, he's also from HBO's The Wire, which is a great show. Jim says one of the few that actually do it right. And he also narrates the first 48 on A&E. So looking forward to talking to him and hearing that very profound voice of his.
Yeah, and he does a lot of mixing and matching, guys. And by the way, what's really great about the Martian Chronicles, if you've never read it before, is that it's great, Lindsay, in that it has a narrative force because it takes us through the history of people on Mars, but each individual story is a short story unto itself, which means you can pick it up and just read whatever story you want. Most of them stand alone and independently. There are just shared elements of the same universe, if that makes sense. So this is one of those things where You don't have to be a completionist to really enjoy the Martian Chronicles, and he'll be joining us to talk about his career and the shows that he is doing in New York as well. Lots of groovy stuff to dig into as Dion Branch arrives on the scene, and then, of course, trucking with
Dion Graham.
Dion Graham. Dion Branch. Who's Dion Branch?
I have no
Dionne
idea.
Warwick.
That's cool, though.
Dionne Warwick's alter ego.
And then, of course, there's just Dion, who has no last name.
Celine Dion.
Yeah, there's Celine Dion.
Deion Sanders.
I think about that's prime time. Say it with me. Prime time. Okay. It is prime time that we get the hell out of here. And don't forget tomorrow, Trucking with Oida as well.
By the way, Dion Branch is Primetime's real name.
I thought it was Deion Sanders.
No, it says Dion Branch is his actual.
Oh.
Anthony Dion Branch, and they've got wait, maybe I'm wrong here.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, you blew my mind.
No,
I think
we got to wrap this up, guys.
Dion Graham is terrific. He'll be here tomorrow. That's all we have to know. That's the most important thing. Trucking with Oida is also tomorrow. More importantly, though, immediately after this show is the replay of We Should Write with Autumn McIntyre. Really good. It's the most low-key and yet intense conversation. Everybody kind of talks like this throughout the whole thing. And it's really kind of yeah, bro, what's going on? Yeah, she is the most dude in Dude Town dudette I've heard in a long time. And then after that, Teresa Bruno. And I can't wait for that conversation because that's really where the personal and the public mix in the writing. And you're going to dig into that, right, Lindsay?
We're going to dig deep. It's time to lay down on the couch, everybody. We Should Write, the healing power of writing. This has been Road Gang Radio. It's executive produced by, Jimmy Mack and myself, Lindsay Lawler. Technically produced by our friend Phone Master Dre and brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to RadioNemo.com to find out all the info. We will see you, in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're going to need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right?
Right.
Hi, Autumn. We should write.
Right?
Right.
I know the catchphrase.
She gets it. And the show's over. That's it. Thanks for coming.
That's all I needed for today.
Thanks for coming to We Should Write training camp. Hey, guys, today's I think this is episode maybe 14 or so. So I heard that 7 was over the hump. 12 is when people quit.
Oh.
And 14 is when you're going to be amazing, I guess.
Great. Let's go. I'm here for it.
That's why I put you specifically on 14, Autumn.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel blessed.
You are. Well, you are blessed. We're going to talk about that today for sure. Okay, let me dote on Autumn for a second. Today's guest is someone whose presence in the songwriting world is very refreshingly genuine and without really cause of care. This is at least my take on you, Autumn. Without really cause or care of what I should do or what does Nashville want me to do, but what I want to do, which you've gotten to be at that place, I feel like. And you can correct me if I'm wrong later. But, that's what I feel like about Autumn McIntyre. Autumn, like myself, comes from Oklahoma roots and a family legacy that her family legacy has helped shape country music because, yes, her aunt is Reba McEntire. You do recognize that name, who she calls both family and work associate. But that is not even close to what makes Autumn the most special. Whatever, Reba. Just kidding. She was part of the family band that was the Singing McIntyres, and storytelling and music quite literally runs in her blood. But what I love about Autumn is that she's never coasted on legacy, but she's built her own. Come on, girl.
Thank you.
She started writing songs and just writing in general at 14. And although I'm going to guess she was doing it before that in quote unquote quiet spaces before anybody knew she was doing it, but we'll find out. She moved to Nashville at 18. She graduated from Belmont with a music business degree, which is badass because she actually knows what she's talking about and living out there. And within a year, she already had landed her first publishing deal. Since then, she's written for super respected artists in country music, from Ashley McBryde to Lauren Elena to, of course, the Grammy-nominated title track from Reba's Stronger Than the Truth. She's co-produced full-length records, and most importantly to me, she does it all while also being a wife, a mother, and a woman of deep, deep faith.
Yes.
Very important things. Okay, so what stands out to me personally, and why I wanted to have Autumn on today, is that she's the kind of writer who makes you feel seen, and we talk about that all the time, that people just want to feel seen in this world. She writes songs that hit you in the truth and lives in that kind of push-pull between heartache and humor. And that's what makes her relatable, not just as a songwriter, but as a human being. So please make welcome to the show, my friend, soon to be yours, Autumn McIntyre. Good morning.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you for having me. Can we just do this every day and you just talk about me and make me feel good, and then I'll just go?
Yeah, that's fine. I tell people
that was an amazing introduction.
Tell people that'd be a fun job, just to make someone feel good about themselves.
Right. Just come in for a good, pep talk, and look what you're doing. Hey, you're actually doing it.
And then send you out in the world to keep doing it.
Yeah, right. That would be so awesome.
Well, I had this chiropractic massage a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And you could tell he was so excited. He's like, oh my God, you're doing great. I was doing nothing, but he was pushing and pulling. And I just said, I love your enthusiasm. He goes, my job, I get to make people feel good though. It's so awesome. And so I started thinking about it in songwriting, and I was like, oh, that's kind of, if you find a job that you like and makes other people feel good, then you're kind of living your purpose.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's hard. It's super easy to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
Because you get caught up in the grind and, all the stuff in the music business part that's, not always fun.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Most of it's not always fun.
But if you can keep your eyes on that purpose, then yeah, it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be life-giving. It's supposed to be for other people,
Well, you said the word purpose, which is the important part.
Yeah.
Okay, Autumn, I always like to start the show before we dive in with a deep breath together.
Oh, I love
it's
breathing.
Just as much for you and me. I'm glad you do.
I love the practice of breathing. That's,
I have to really focus on it.
Yeah.
But if it's not even just for you and me, it's for everybody listening as well. If you're in your truck, if you're behind a desk, if you're about to write a song, if you're underwater, I don't know. Remember to breathe, guys. But if you're underwater, don't breathe unless you have
apparatus of sorts.
Okay, on the count of 3, let's breathe together. Autumn and me and everyone listening. 1, 2, 3. I have some bad allergies right now, so I'm sniffing in the mic and probably annoying everybody. Okay, after that breath, Autumn, in this moment, this exact moment, sitting here in this chair right now, what are you grateful for?
Oh, gosh. My family, Jesus, the provision God's given me in the last 6 months to a year. Gosh, I'm grateful for the weather. I find like since I've turned 40, gratitude's like a thing you practice daily, you know? And I mean, I just sit in a pool of gratitude now. Like I could just keep going. I'm grateful for coffee. I'm grateful for good food. I'm grateful for my Jeep. I'm grateful for, you know, my mom living across the street. I'm grateful for my sisters, for my friends. Like I could go on. I'm grateful for the gift of songs that I've been given this year and last year. I'm grateful for the artists I've been working with. Like it's the perspective of gratitude has just been super life-giving.
And
in
did
the
you
past
notice
couple years.
she said, I'm grateful for songs I've been given.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I talk about a lot after moving out here in the woods, which you're seeing as I've kidnapped you to the woods out here. I've been given songs by being out here. Like it's changed me as a human, but definitely as my writing. I'll walk outside and just be sitting there in a place of gratitude.
Yeah.
Or having like a silent moment, a prayer, meditation, whatever. And all of a sudden I'll be like, what is that? And it's like, oh, that is a whole verse and a chorus just in my brain. So being given, explain a little bit what you mean about when you say been given.
Well, I mean, being a songwriter, there's definitely a craft, you know, there's a muscle that you build and, you know, work on, but also like, to me, God is the ultimate creator. And when you write songs, you are co-creating with him. And there have just been too many times that I've received something in my mind out of the blue that I'm like, I had nothing to do with that. Yeah. You know, like that was not my I did not just come up with that by working out some sort of puzzle or problem in my head to make that appear. Like that was just downloaded into my brain. And with, you know, my faith in the Lord is like, it comes from him. Like, I just know it does. And so being open to that, I feel like he has been more faithful in trusting me with more important songs. And I don't know. I haven't made a lot of money doing it, but the songs I get to write and the meaning behind them and how they have touched people makes it all worth it for me. So, yeah.
Well, and if you have faith in that in between when you're not making the money, I mean, because I've also learned that abundance comes in more ways than just money.
Well, and also if you put pressure on your craft to make money, you're going to be resentful towards your craft.
Yeah.
You know, and I was actually that way probably 10 years ago.
You were resentful to the craft?
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't making me money.
Crap.
Straight up, I know. And it's, you know, it's
for anything. That could go for any industry. Really.
For sure. But anything creative,
Yeah.
you know, you can't put too much pressure on it. You got to just love it. You got to love the process and do it because it's fun and it's your purpose. And then I feel like everything will kind of follow after that.
It's why phrases like do what you love and the money will follow are equal parts right and great, but also sort of tricky because if you're doing it because you're waiting for part B of that, for the money to flow, because intention is everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking to myself, by the way. Welcome to therapy. Lay down on the couch. Thank you, Autumn, for making me lay down on the couch.
We got to it quick, didn't we?
We do. I don't have time to talk about, to say how's the weather, how your neighbors. I don't have time. But although the weather is beautiful.
Oh, gosh. It's so nice here in Tennessee right now.
It's perfect here.
It's actually fall.
For at least a day and a half.
Yeah. Are we going to get one more like hot burst?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think this is it.
Because Tennessee does that. It'll fake fall a couple times. And then
I think we already had it, but I think we're going to go for like a week of fall to
freezing cold.
Full on parka.
I'm not ready for that.
I was not ready for it this morning. I woke up grumpy when I was freezing this morning. But I'm so grateful. Back to the original. Okay, the other side of the gratitude coin. Get out your the other. Turn the page in the journal. What is heavy on you right now?
Whew, man. I try not to be in the world too much. If I open up my spirit and my mind and my attention to everything that's going on in the world, there's a heaviness that comes. So I try to stay informed. I try to stay up on what's happening, but like the things that I can't control and I don't have any influence on, I try to like let that go. But I don't know. I'm very empathetic on the people in the world that are suffering right now, and I don't know. You just feel kind of hopeless and helpless, and you don't know what to do, and you have to like turn all of that over to God and let Him like handle it because you don't have any control. But other than that, man, like I got a pretty charmed life. I ain't got nothing to be heavy about. Truly.
Is the turning it to you though? Is the turning it over of the things that we can't control? Because it's easy to be like, I got a charmed life, everything's great, I'll live out here and let the rest take care of itself.
Yeah.
But is it less that living a bubble and being not empathetic and more like if I turn over to God, then
here's the thing,
what am I
like we call it living in a bubble, but really like we're only built and meant for a certain reach. The people who live immediately around us and who we can reach, now via Instagram, via social media, via things like this, like the podcast. And so the people that you come in contact with every day, they need to feel like they're important. And you need to treat them nice and treat them kind. So whoever the Lord brings into my life and into my quote unquote bubble, like that's my purpose and that's what I can do. And then of course, without getting political, just voting. Like that's what I can do. Speaking up for things I believe in. Speaking up for people who don't have a voice. That's what I try to do with songwriting. Especially in songs like Good Old Boys and Seven and the songs we're going to talk about today. But I just try to like put voice to things that help people not feel like they're alone in the world. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we've been opened up. The whole world is opened up to us, and we can't handle it. And so I feel like that's kind of why we have so much stress and anxiety and depression and all these mental health problems. Is just because like we're not made to handle all the weight of the world.
we know too much that we can't help?
It's
like back medieval times or whatever you want to say. Like they didn't know what was going on.
They didn't know what was happening 30 miles from them, much less like halfway around the world. I mean, and that, like I said, like I like to see.
Granted, they were being eaten by bears at night, so I'm not saying it was better.
Hey,
just saying
we don't have to kill our own food anymore. Like, let's be real. We got a lot of problems. But no, I try to stay informed and I try to be empathetic and help any way I can with my money and my voice. But at the end of the day, it's like you just can't take all of the world on your shoulders and put it on your plate.
That's a good point. So we have to try. Like that you said, we just the people that are in our life, but they're in our vortex, so to speak, that we do have access to. That's what we can control, which is a nice shift to talk about co-creation and writing and with as it pertains to trust and vulnerability. Now, I personally I have like a handful of people that I write with when I write, which has been a while. By the way, the show's called We Should Write, and I'm encouraging everyone else to write. And I'm realizing, when's the last time you did it, Lindsay? So like, get off your high horse. So I'm coming back around to it. But I have a handful of people, including our friend how I met you through a buddy, Chris Roberts.
Yeah.
Who's a great and infuriating talent.
Oh gosh, yes, he's so talented
and so infuriating.
I know.
Love you, Chris. I'll explain why he's infuriating when he comes on the show actually in December.
Oh, yay.
I mean it actually as a compliment. Yeah, he's going to be on December. So
okay, great. He's so great. Gosh.
He's amazing. He's so amazing that it's infuriating. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
But my point is that I get with certain people that I trust and even more importantly, through that, I've figured out a little more how to trust myself. It took me until probably today, right in this moment, to trust myself when it comes to writing. Yeah. So that's something I'd love for you to talk to our audience about, because again, this show is not trying to convince people to become professional songwriters or authors. If they become that as a byproduct, that's awesome. I say that all the time, but it's more about just finding yourself in your writing and clearing out space to see what else you could do in this world.
Yeah.
And to do exactly what you're talking about, like guide me to what I'm supposed to be doing. What is my purpose? And I think we find that in our writing, especially if we look back at writings from years ago and you're like, oh, that's what future me was trying to tell current me, or
Right.
whatever. So talk a little bit about in your writing, how like trust and vulnerability, whether you're in a room with songwriters or you're home alone.
Yes.
What your writing has done, or how trust and vulnerability plays into your own writing, I guess.
Well, I mean, now that I've done it for so long, you don't even think about it anymore. You just fall into that almost immediately, you know? It's something that you kind of like learned to be cool with, and now it's just like drinking water. It's not a big deal. But it wasn't always like that, you know? It's especially when you're co-creating and you have another person in the room, which most of the time you don't know very well. And that's the weird thing about, like, what I love about your catchphrase is we should write, right? Because, like, when you come to Nashville and, you know, or you meet somebody who just came to Nashville and you're like, oh, you're a songwriter, y'all should write, right? And you're like, I don't know you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's why I love the video you sent me, which I'm going to post tomorrow. But you're like, hey, we just met, but we should write, right? It's literally like in other people's worlds, how's the weather?
Right, yeah. And, like, when you sit down with complete strangers in a room and, you know, talk about your feelings and your trauma and, you know, your story, it's like, it's a vulnerable place. But that makes for the best songs, you know, because the truth comes out. And so if you're not being vulnerable and if you're not being real with your feelings and if you're not feeling things in a right, then I think you're doing it wrong. But as far as like the, you know, people who are not professional songwriters, I think writing, whether it's in a journal or if you feel poetry coming on, or if you know, if you do some amateur songwriting, or if you just play around with the guitar for fun and put some melody and words to it, it's therapeutic, man. It can just release and tap into things that are hidden in your heart that need to come out, that need to be seen, that need to be healed, that need to be said. Even if you never share it with people, you know, it's okay. And I always encourage people, because I wish I would have been encouraged to do this. It's like, don't be too hard on your art. Don't be too hard on yourself. Like, just because you write a song, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be something great. You know, it can just be what it is and be for that moment. And it can just be for you. You don't have to share it with anybody.
That's the biggest piece. Don't be hard on yourself. And it can be, because that could be the overwhelming, like, so many people are like, well, I'm not a songwriter. I'm like, well, yeah, you are. Have you ever seen anything or done anything in the world? Yeah, you could write a song.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a poet. Well, maybe you are, you know? But journaling, like, I think journaling is so important, even just to go back and revisit where you've been, because we forget, you know?
Yeah.
And then you can see how far you come. You can see, oh, gosh, I've totally forgot. Even if it's month by month. I try to do it once a month, but, like, just going back and revisiting, like, oh gosh, I went through that. I had a hard day that day. I forgot. And we just move on so quickly. It's kind of good to just write it down and see, to have it, not for your kids to read or whatever. Gosh, I hope my kids never read my journals, but just
definitely gonna
just
ask you about that
reflection
later.
on yourself, you know, and what's going on and how you're improving and growing and healing, hopefully, and just gives you more perspective on where you are.
More perspective. Also, Mimi just left. Mimi, come back. That's how you know this show's live. Oh, there, I see her. Speaking of that, if you're listening live on iHeart right now, RadioNemo.com, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're listening, or if you're listening back as this as a podcast, thank you for wherever you found us. I yelled at my dog Mimi, so you know this is live. We don't edit. We are not AI. This is a real conversation with my friend Autumn McIntyre. And please continue to like this and share it so we can continue to produce it for free. And not like the other platforms make you pay for it. You know who you are. Okay. So I want to talk about the song 7.
Okay.
So we actually had Kaylee Bishop on our show.
Yes.
Not too long ago. And I can't remember how I stumbled across the song 7 or Kaylee, and then realized that you had written, the first time I heard the song 7, I was stopped in my tracks. And to this day, and the hook on it is constantly in my head and keeping me up at night. So thanks for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
It means it's great. But and then when I realized you were part of it, I'm like, of course she was. That makes so much sense. And it actually goes back to something that songs that you write and or cut some that actually have in common with your aunt. I'll never forget when I was little, the song, and we had Sandy Knox on a couple weeks ago, the song, both She Thinks His Name is John, and Does He Love You? I sang as a child like it was my story.
Yeah.
I had not had a one-night stand or contracted HIV or been divorced multiple times at that point in my life.
Yeah.
Still have not. Anyway, and I just remember being like, oh my God, this is... I didn't have the wherewithal to think like... To know what was happening. I just know I was feeling something. I didn't know what I was singing about, was feeling something.
Yeah.
And you have the ability to write that in your songs as well, including 7. So why, if this song specifically, anybody who's been divorced or is contemplating divorce, this song will speak to your soul, or anybody's soul rather. So as the story goes, Kaylee came into you and was just kind of told you her story about this divorce, and you just sat there and wrote. I'd love for you to talk to us about what that felt like, because you weren't, I'm going to guess you weren't like filtering anything or funneling. You were just writing and then eventually y'all picked out the nuggets.
Yeah.
But what was that moment when Kaylee sat down with you and gave you her heart and soul, her full heart and soul, and you were able to help kind of direct that for her?
We did not know each other. We had met through a mutual
Even
friend.
weirder.
And it was the first time for us to get in a room and write. And so I just started, I was like, tell me about you, because I don't know anything about you. And she mentioned that she was divorced, and she's so young, it's just like, oh, wow, gosh, I didn't know that. Tell me more. And she kind of made a joke. She was like, she said something about, I was married for 7 years and my divorce took 7 minutes. And I was like, wait, what? And she just kept telling me more. And as she was talking, like, it was really weird. And this is kind of piggybacking on what we were talking about earlier about songs being given to you. Mm-hmm. I kept seeing, she kept mentioning like dates and numbers and like just things, and they kept like shining. And I was like, what if this song is called 7? And of course that's like a God number for completion. And it was so funny. Like, I don't know, the way the song written, it's like, one look, I was hooked on you. After 2 dates, I swore I knew. 3 months in, we were right on track. You hit all the red flags behind your back. 4 years together, I had a ring. And
keep going.
We got there, and I was like, we need a 5. I said, and I was just typing, and I was like, what about this? And she was like, oh my gosh. I said, I need a 5 though. She goes, our wedding was October 5th. And I was like, show your face. And that's when I knew. I was like, okay, this is something special. Yeah. Like, this is not from me, So I don't know. It just kind of October 5th, I changed my name. By year 6, we were going through hell, and I begged you for help. And the chorus is like, did you know there's 7 days in a week? 7 hours is a good night of sleep. 7's supposed to be lucky. Well, lucky me. It only took 7 minutes, and 7 years were finished.
Oh.
I know.
I just full body chills.
But it's just so. It was such a true story. I'm like, this is a weird song. This is not a commercial. Like, this is not a commercial.
We're not going to make money off
country
this.
radio hit, But I mean, like, it was just so. We could have stopped right there and been like, let's write something more commercial that you can use, and it's going to be more relatable. And we just didn't. I was like, this is so weird that it's so true. And she's such a vocalist, and the way she sings it, it just makes you, just cuts you. Like,
it does.
She delivers it so well.
She does. And you've talked about, we're going to take a break here and come back and we will play it, but you've talked about, which I do as well, the idea that we're told to not get too specific. But in this case, excuse me, you had to. And I think I've said more and more lately, it's like the more specific we get, oddly, the more people we reach.
Yeah.
Because it's like when you can get real specific and create this little movie in your head, then anybody could drop themselves, even if it's not their story, they can drop themselves in the movie, like playing the part. And I think that's what the song 7 does by Kaylee Bishop, that was co-written by Autumn McIntyre here. We're going to take a really quick break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, you're going to get to hear Kaylee's beautiful voice and play a clip of that song that we're referring to. I'm joined with Autumn McIntyre, who is just a fabulous human, a fabulous writer, and a champion for other humans and writers, and to keep finding your voice and finding your faith. We'll be right back. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's Wednesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor, and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Ooh, I'm echoing all of a sudden.
You have some good we have
Ray, we're crazy echoing. Ooh, okay, it's gone.
Okay.
Ooh.
That was fun for a minute.
Well, we just do that to remind you that we're live. We want to keep people on their toes.
Yeah.
Okay, before I'm talking with Autumn McIntyre, who is a songwriter, who is a mom, a wife, by the way, married to another person in the music industry who travels and tours, is gone. And that's something a lot of our truck driving audience, they can relate to, being gone. And before we go back into the song, I'll just ask you this for the relatability factor. I know my husband travels a lot, and when Freya was even younger, and you have children as well, it was like, okay, whose job today is more important? You're the one who gets to leave. And it was always his, by the way. Like, who's making more today? Okay, I get to stay back as the creative.
But luckily, like, that's put less pressure financially on what I do, you know?
True, yeah.
So I just make it work. It's really a scheduling game is all it is. Trying to figure out who's going to be home when the kids get home.
Will anybody be home?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, they're coming home.
Our poor dog gets put on the back burner, but kids are taken care of, and I have lots of help, which is good.
Don't worry, guys. Our kids are fine.
Yes, everyone's good.
I said to you earlier, actually, before you came on air, it'd be fun to have your husband Mark on, because he deals a lot with logistics and handles all the transpo side of the artist he works with, and it's a massive endeavor to put on these tours and logistics. So I think it'd be fun to have him come back.
He would love it.
Okay, good. Well, I said it on the podcast, and Mark, now you have to come back.
Yep,
that's how we con people into coming. All right. So before we went to break, we were talking about the song 7, and I want to play a clip of it here, because it's just I think you'll feel the pain in it, but also the promise, perhaps, because because there's something on the other side of, there's always something on the other side of pain. If you can remember that, I don't want to say this has happened to you for a reason, because I don't believe we have to suffer. Once we realize we don't have to suffer, we don't have to suffer anymore.
Well, we go through seasons, and there's usually a couple of like big moments in our lives where you're like, oh, this is the end of something and the beginning of something else, and whether that's divorce, whether that's a death in the family, whether that's career change or something crazy, like I feel like everybody can relate to at least that part.
For sure. Which for sure. So let's play a clip of 7, because on the other side of that, I want to know what you feel like your responsibility as a storyteller is when it's not your story, because that's sort of difficult. This is 7, co-written by Autumn McIntyre and Kaylee Bishop, performed by Kaylee Bishop. It is out now. You can download it. Don't stream it. Download. You can stream it if you also download it first.
Either one. Just
listen.
Just go listen to it.
Just listen. This is 7. Hit it, Bubba.
I walked in at 12:01 by 12.
You've heard that a million times, obviously, and you wrote it. Does it still hit you?
Yeah, totally.
Good Lord.
I know. It's her delivery and her voice, and just you can just hear the truth in her voice,
Oof. Was she on The Voice? Do I remember that right?
Yeah, she was. Yeah. I'm not sure what season or how far she went, but God, she's just an incredible singer, incredible person. Yeah.
Incredible person.
I love her.
Good heart. And you feel the heart, obviously, in that. So the idea, do you get lost in your, in the songs, even when it's not your story? Do you feel like it has to sort of, at least for a moment, become your story in order to tell it truthfully?
Well, so I feel like now, especially in the last 7 to 10 years of me doing this, I've been in Nashville over 25 years, but writing songs, because at first I was writing songs for myself, hoping they would translate for other people, but I kind of the Lord kind of turned my purpose. One time he spoke to me and he said, "You're a bridge." And I was like, I don't want to be a bridge.
No, I am not.
It's like, no, you're connecting. You are the person to receive and then send on.
I just thought you meant you're a bridge. People are going to walk all over you in Music City.
No, it wasn't that. Well, that's happened to, no. No, he meant you're to
You're a conduit.
pull people on and, send people off. And so I think part of my purpose as a songwriter specifically is to help other artists tell their story. And so stepping into their truth and their story, I really try to be in it with them and try to pull out as much realness as possible and get into the emotion of it, to tell the story as best as possible.
Well,
I love being that now. I own it. I when somebody comes into it right now and they just start telling me all the crap in their life, I'm like, great, tell me more. Keep going.
Is gold.
Yeah, because that's when the good stuff is, man. That's when you can actually help people who feel lost or who feel like, I'm the only person that's ever felt this way. I'm the only person that's ever been through this situation. Because that's how you feel when your life's falling apart, or when you're stuck in something.
And you can't
and it's
see
just
it.
not true. But if you can turn on the radio, if you don't have anybody to talk to, but if you can turn on the radio and hear a song that makes you feel like you're not alone, like, I mean, that's it. That's it right there.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what art does.
Yeah.
And I've seen you do that. It's funny that you say, like, now you sort of own that and lean in. We got to do a writer's retreat together several years ago in Florida. I think
We
right
did.
before COVID, by
That's
the way.
right, yes.
Or right after.
It was right before.
Right before.
Yeah.
It's like the last fun thing we did before
Mhm.
COVID. Again, I remember watching you with May Estes, who we're going to play a song of hers here in a minute that you also co-wrote. May Estes, who's blown up and is killing it and is another incredible female voice. But I just remember watching some of the girl gang that you had, and you've got a girl quartet that you sing with now, and just realizing what a champion you are for women. I feel like I like that and feel that about myself as well. It's like if we don't champion each other.
Yeah.
If I don't champion someone else, they're not going to champion me either. So what are we doing?
Yeah.
So we'll play the song from May in a second. But, you said, I looked at something I think this was on your Instagram, and this relates to the song 7. I think you were talking about the song 7 with this quote, but I want to say it because you said, I believe the Lord heals hearts through community and relationship when we can feel each other's pain and feel our own at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, tell me what you mean by that. Besides, I think that's again what you say. That's we got it.
Well, with that one, like I'm happily married. I mean, me and Mark have been together 20 years, but like my parents got divorced when I was 22, and that was one of the huge pivotal moments in my life where everything kind of fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
So even though I wasn't talking about my divorce necessarily, we were definitely talking about Kaylee's. I had plenty to say about it, just because of the way that feels.
Why, when you say everything fell apart, then especially at the age you were at, there's a lot of people whose parents get divorced at that
like
kind of mid-age.
It's when your parents sever, it's, it just affects the kids so much. And, our home that we grew up in was no longer, and, I was in Nashville already, and they were back in Oklahoma, and then like my mom and sister had their apartment together, and my dad was over here. It was just like this weird, crazy. It was just it was like somebody died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
how it feels. It just feels like something died. And so being able to, tell Kaylee's story, having that experience, definitely helped the song.
Do you feel like you have this? I just thought about this in the moment because I'm trying to be better about it. But like when someone goes through something that I haven't been through,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I can be a real pain in the ass sometimes and be like that kind of annoying. Well, but it happened for a reason. I try not to say that kind of crap. But my parents have not divorced. But even just hearing, like you mentioned, that talk about it, I think it's important for people to hear because it's not just like, oh, they divorced, but whatever, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't matter what age you are.
Yeah.
It does affect you if your parents aren't together, whether one dies or
100%.
they divorce.
Yeah. Even my husband, his parents divorced when he was 2, and he barely remembers it, but like it still affects him.
Yeah.
But like anybody's story, like for Good Old Boys, for example, my song with May, like that didn't happen to me, but that's a story that needs to be told. And so when that story is not mine, I try to get them to talk about exactly what that felt like and try to put it in a way that portrays that feeling in words that other people can understand it and make them feel it without over explaining it too much.
So the song Good Old Boys, we'll go ahead and pivot to that. Is this about losing it?
No. Well,
no.
It's about rape. And that it was actually kind of a hard song to write, and we were like, should we write this? I don't know. But the idea was so real, and 4 women on a song, and half of us having this experience, it had to be written. So yeah, it's just about like being young and trusting yourself and your innocence and your body to someone who took advantage. That happens way too often.
It does, and what I said about losing it, because when I was listening to it, it's funny, the song you could, a lot of different people could put their own spin on it, but basically what you're saying in the song is, this is the guy's perfect. He opens the doors and he goes to church. He does all the right things. He's a good old boy, but he gives good old boys a bad name because what he's doing that nobody else knows about. She, or in this scenario, she is the only person, at least in her story, that knows the bad side of things.
Yeah.
But it made me think, well, now knowing what you say, like the hard side of it, obviously it makes sense. But I just started thinking even just about girls, like they're, just women who just like losing your virginity, actually, even. I know we're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah.
But even that in general, especially if it's lost in this regard and in something like
way,
this.
yeah.
In this way, I think it's important for women to talk more about that, especially women who have daughters, people who have daughters, because not enough. We don't openly, because it's supposed to, at least how I was raised, you just don't talk about that.
Right.
And it's, and then it gets sort of cast aside. But like that first time in anything should be so respected. And if it's lost against your will,
yeah,
that's a whole thing. But even if it's lost to someone that didn't make you feel safe or shouldn't have been the right person, I mean, I think that's something to talk more.
Oh, it should all be talked about. I do feel like these younger generations are changing that from the way that you and I were raised.
Yeah.
And I want to change that for my daughter. I want her to always be open and be able to trust me in anything that she has to say or any experience she's gone through. And I want her to be informed as much as possible. And as hard as those conversations are to have with parents and kids, like it needs to happen.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just think this is a tale as old as time, this story, and it just needs to be brought into the light. And that's just what we were trying to do with this song.
So we're going to play a clip of May Estes, who recorded this song, who you co-wrote it with and co-wrote it song. The song's called Good Old Boys. And, this is an uncomfortable truth that you guys wrote about. What's interesting too about May, another beautiful, like iconic country voice. Her voice is so country,
yes,
in the most melodic, I'm not saying in a twang way, in the most melodic form.
Mm-hmm.
So she is a storyteller in a whole different way when she puts her voice on something. So this is them doing Good Old Boys and really naming these hidden truths as a form of justice and liberation. Really, here's Good Old Boys by May Estes, co-written by Autumn McIntyre. You can download it as well, and you write a lot with May.
Yes.
Estes. So I guess back to the original, you found a comfort space of vulnerability, and she's found that with you, which is I think you're a big part, and she would agree with that. You're a big reason why she's having the career she is now, because she found a safe space with somebody, right?
Yeah, we hit it off from the beginning. We met on a writing retreat in 2014, and she's quite a bit younger than me, but she was singing like old 80s country songs, and I was just like, wait, aren't you like 20? Like, how do you know like all these old songs? And I'm like, that's my favorite country music. And so I was like, wait a second, you come over here with me.
Come here, little girl.
We're gonna stick together for a while. So no, we've hit it off, and she's just such an amazing talent and has such a voice and such a, gift and such a good vision for using her gift. And so I'm happy to be along for the ride and help her however I can.
You're a conduit, another conduit.
Yeah, a bridge. I'm happy to be a bridge now.
Bridge.
I just want to say to the crowd, like, I have some happy songs too. I do write up tempo ditties every now and then.
Divorce and
divorce
and rape,
sexual harassment.
Great.
Let's go.
Thanks for joining. Wah,
Yeah.
wah. Everybody go cry at a corner today. No, you do actually. That's what I said in the intro. You were a really good balance of you and May specifically have written some barn burners.
Yes, yeah.
You do have that, but this show and by the way, that is healing too. Like we like sad music, but the for lack of a better term, the throwaway songs are healing in their own right. They get people up and make them dance. That's important too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, you can have a fun song that helps you celebrate something or get you out of a bad mood or out of a funk or, drink a beer too. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
She does drink a beer. I love Jesus, but I drink a beer. Come on.
Same.
I'm going to talk about parenting first, but before that, briefly, because I say briefly because we've talked about it quite a bit, but I want to talk about your faith specifically as a creative portal because so this weekend, my mom and I are getting baptized.
Have you not been baptized?
I was sprinkled as a baby, but that's it.
Okay, that's amazing.
And I actually didn't even realize. I just assumed. I kind of thought I'd been baptized.
Yeah.
And then I realized just a couple weeks ago I hadn't.
Yeah.
I know that sounds strange, but I was like, I just watched all these people get baptized, and I realized I hadn't. And at church a couple weeks ago, he was talking about. He was just using verbiage that was screaming at me that day and talking about I'm super woo, and he was talking about the supernatural, and so it was like locked in everything he had to say, and then the word cleanse kept hitting me, and I thought, man, I talk so much about writing to get stuff out so that we can make space, and I always say, well, if you're redecorating a room and there's a couch over there, you can't put anything else there, and it hit me in that moment. We was talking about being cleansed so we could have this new version of ourselves. I'm like, oh, he's talking to me. I need to get that is cleansing out. I've done so much work on myself over the past few years, but now I got to cleanse it away and really make this commitment and start anew. So I'm very excited about it. And, but so talk a little bit about that just from, faith as a creative portal and writing as worship a little bit for you. And I'm not talking about writing worship music. I'm talking how writing is worship for you.
Oh gosh. So writing as worship would be really honing in on what my purpose in life is. Like, why am I here? And why do I have this gift? And what am I supposed to do with it? And if I'm doing that, if I am doing what God has put me on this earth to do, then I am worshiping, giving glory to Him. As far as my faith, I technically became a Christian. I have my quote fingers up when I was 14.
So we need cameras around here.
Walked the aisle in the Baptist church, came up, confessed my sins, was baptized, and that was it.
And everything's been dreamy ever since.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, and so I've always professed to be a Christian just to make sure I've checked the box and don't go to hell when I die. But about 6 years ago, I kind of had I took a deep dive and been there was some people in our small group who kind of had a crisis of faith, and they kind of had a good point in a lot of ways on some topics, and I've just been like, okay, wait, what do I really believe? And I just kind of came to the Lord with okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And I just kind of brought all my doubts and all my worries. And I told my husband at one point, I was like, I might come out an atheist on the other side of this. It was that serious.
What was one of your biggest doubts at the time?
Just why does bad things happen to good people?
Yeah.
And so, I just took a deep dive, and it completely turned went the other way. And I hear his voice. I've met him face to face. It's just so sweet. And he's been so faithful, and he's just been so loving, and getting to know how much God loves you. I don't think we focus on that enough.
Did you figure out
church?
Did you figure out why bad things happen to good people?
Well, that's a very heavy, complicated. I don't know if we have time for this podcast for that.
You've got 30 seconds left. Go.
Okay,
no,
so
I'm just kidding.
Here's a short answer to chew on. So love begs a choice. Okay? So you can't make somebody love you. God can't make you love him. Okay?
Okay.
True, real love begs for choice. So therefore, you have to have free will. And so in this world, there's a lot of wills that are involved. My will, your will, God's will. How many billion people are on the earth? All of their wills. And then you have the will of other spiritual powers, all in play. And so with all that going on, there's going to be some bad stuff that happens to good people. I don't know. That's like something to chew on.
That
I mean,
helps.
that's the only way I can really understand it. But the good news is that God can redeem the bad.
Strong will.
Yeah.
Isn't that a line in your Reba? There's no whiskey stronger than the truth.
There's no whiskey stronger than the truth. Yeah. That's the Reba song.
You say strong will and another with
Stubborn Will. Are you thinking Stubborn Will?
Stubborn
yeah,
Will.
That's a May
yes.
song. Yeah. Have you heard that song?
Yes.
Cool.
Stubborn. That line hit me.
Yeah.
Can you think of what's the line in that? Speaking of will.
Oh gosh, you put me on the spot.
I know.
I can't think of any of my songs really.
It's too much.
Do you ever do that? Do you
All the
ever
time.
like hear a song and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a cool song. Who wrote that?" And they're like, "You did."
You
and I was
did,
like,
dingo.
"Oh, I forgot."
Well, I am very talented, might I just say. That is amazing. It's stubborn. It's this won't, but stubborn will. So anyway, that's kind of the gist. Anyway, it's
Hopefully that song will come out. That's still in the hole. We'll see.
I think I heard her playing it on Instagram.
She's played it. She's played it on Instagram. She played it at the Opry too, I believe.
Yeah, check out Mae Estes, Maestes if you haven't yet. Her voice will make you very happy.
Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. Parenting. There's a lot of people listening who are parents. But by the way, Tara over in the chat says we sure like it real and raw around here.
Well,
yeah,
you got
girl.
it.
Yeah, girl. That's what we do. Lay down. Welcome to the therapy couch. No, but I say it's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity because you're also absurd. You're fun.
Oh, well, thank you.
I've had a beer with you. You're fun. I've had a beer in a hot tub with you, as a matter of fact, in Florida. We had some fun. That sounded creepy. But
It did.
Not creepy at all. You mentioned at the beginning of the show, I hope my kids never see my journals, which is a funny take on something as well. But with that, I want to circle back to it because I hope my kid never sees my journal, but also I hope my kid understands that what's in my journal is lived. And we all have things we don't want people to say. How is your writing, not even professionally, just in your output, changed your oldest is 13 now, so you've been a mom for some time.
Yes.
But how is your writing or your views on your creativity and output changed since being a parent? What is anything off the table, I guess, as well?
Perspective, just life perspective is what children gives you, and I think that just affects everything in your whole life, creatively. Having my creativity as a songwriter helps me be a better mom, just to have that outlet and that time. I don't know. Is anything off the table? I mean, I try to clean it up a little more. Not as much partying songs as I used to, you know. I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible. I try not to be perfect in front of my kids. I think I used to put my parents on a pedestal when I was young, and I don't want them to do that to me. I want them to look up to me, but I don't want to
still relate.
to
You want to
seem,
still relate.
yeah, I don't want to seem like perfect. Like I do a lot of stuff wrong, and I don't get it right, and you know, I've apologized to my kids if I've, you know, done something wrong, and I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible.
You're doing great. You're not perfect. Trust me.
Thank you. Yes, I am aware. I am aware of my imperfection.
You're doing great. We'll close on this because we just have about a minute or two left, two minutes left maybe. What would you say to people out there listening? Not anybody who needs to or wants to become a professional songwriter, but like someone in their truck or someone behind a desk right now. Does writing save you every day, and how can it save somebody else perhaps? Maybe not every day, but in general.
Jesus saves me every day. But writing can get out of you what is in you that needs to come out. we tend to bury things as human beings and souls, especially in this culture and day and age where we don't want to be made fun of. We don't want to be weird. We don't want to be, whatever. We feel like we have deep, dark secrets that can't see the light of day, but just write it down. Like, get it out. Sing to the radio at the top of your lungs. Sing in the shower. If you feel poetry, be a poet. I don't know. I just like I tell my kids all the time. They're always writing songs or coming up with. My son is like, he'll try to like rap, and I'll help him do instead of being like, that's dumb, I'm just like, ooh, no, you need a better rhyme for that, or whatever.
My mom helped me become a rapper.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh,
you.
Me.
He will say
Oh,
that
I cannot.
one day.
I am like white girl from Oklahoma. There's no rapping in me. But no, like just be like, let it happen. Yeah. Everybody needs to journal. I'll say that.
Yes.
Everybody needs to journal. And then review your journals.
Everybody needs to journal.
Yes.
Everybody. Not every day, but as much as possible.
Or every day. Just write a little something down. What you're grateful for. Start there.
I'm grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for having me today. This has been so fun.
Oh, good. Thanks for
So
doing
fun.
it. Thanks for coming to my house in the woods and
Oh,
being a part of
gosh.
it. Please
This
tell
is-
your friends.
I will. Yes, for sure. For sure.
Joining me next week, that's what Autumn and I were talking about. We're like, there's so many different perspectives. Actually, joining me next week is author Teresa Bruno, who she was had a jewelry company, was like a marketing icon, lost her company, lost it all due to this crazy sort of scam, whole deal, lost her whole company, and then her husband committed suicide.
Oh, gosh.
This all happened like within a year. She's gone on to kind of turn her life around, has written a book about it and healed through all that craziness. She's doing great on the other side. But my point in saying that there's so many different perspectives. She healed all that. If she can heal that through writing, you can heal whatever's happening in your day through writing. And Autumn can help you convince that too. Autumn, where's the best place people can find you?
I am only on Instagram. So you can find me there.
Not only fans.
Autumn McIntyre songs. I'm only on Instagram, not only fans. I just found out what that was the other day. I was like, yikes. Okay. I also, if anyone's on Apple Music, I do have a playlist of my songs that other people have recorded. You can go check that out too.
Perfect.
Yeah, the link is on my Instagram.
Autumn McIntyre, thank you.
Thank you for having me. We should write.
Right? Thank you guys for tuning in. This show has been executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Y'all keep listening, keep tuning in, keep sharing so we can continue to produce this show to you for free. Keep writing. You're going to find a really cool version of yourself on the other side. Autumn, we should write.
Right?
Y'all have a great day.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor, and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and an advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, We Should Write. Welcome back to episode 15 of We Should Write. My guest today is Teresa Bruno. And Teresa, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah, baby, we should write.
We should. She believes that. One of the thousands of reasons why she's a perfect guest today. You just finished listening to, if you're joining us live, you just finished listening to Autumn McIntyre from last week. If you're joining us on the podcast as the replay, welcome. You can hear us live on iHeart, Facebook, YouTube, or wherever you stream. And then this will be available tomorrow, if you're hearing it now. Wherever you stream your podcast, just search We Should Write. So welcome today. Okay. My next guest I met air quotes, several months ago actually, on Road Gang Radio, and we dove into her book, and we're specifically promoting the book that day. And I just knew there was so much more to this story. I felt like she and I had a connection, and I had 1,000 more questions that I wanted to ask that we didn't get to. And as we were touching on grief. But this isn't necessarily a promo specifically of that book. That will happen, of course, naturally. But we're going to take a much deeper dive from somebody who can speak to it because she has lived it. So today's episode is one of the most personal and profound conversations I believe that is going to happen as of yet on We Should Write. From the moment I met Teresa Bruno, I knew immediately there was something deeper in her story. And so we talked maybe 10 minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, this is my girl. This is my girl here. So I will have her give sort of the cliff notes, so to speak, of her story. That's for lack of a better term. But Teresa did lose her husband, and had a lot of her world shattered and fallen apart within a short amount of time, and not in chapters. In an instant, really. And yet here she is, still standing, still creating, still loving, still using her voice. And not because she moved on, but because she chose to move through. This isn't a conversation about grief as something to overcome or fix. This is about what it really looks like to carry it and to rebuild a life, not in spite of the loss, but with loss as a companion, I'll say, and still choose joy, purpose, creativity, and connection every day. So like I said, this might be the most vulnerable episode we've done yet. It will be raw, it will be real. Lay down on the couch. Welcome to We Should Write Therapy, because we're gonna go there. Teresa is a beautiful soul, and I got to hug her this morning. She's sitting here in my studio. She is such an inspiration, and I'm so honored that you're here today. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Teresa Bruno. Hi, friend.
Hey, Lindsay. Gosh, so excited to be here with you today. And, just listening to that intro takes me back, to the first stages of my losses. But I really treasure the words you're using to talk about grief. And because I think that's one of the things that we as a culture don't give any space to. We don't give ourselves time to grieve anything, really, but especially when you lose a partner, you've gone through betrayal, you lose yourself, you lose your identity. And you can lose your identity in success, in motherhood, in marriage, in divorce. But I love the words that you're using, Lindsay, to talk about it, because there is no getting over it. That just doesn't happen. I like to say that we kind of go through life when we've gone through some really huge pivot, like the loss of a partner. Mine was to suicide, and that I think makes it that much. It just kind of magnetizes everything around grief. But I like to say that we go through life kind of holding two cups, walking on a tightrope, and one cup that becomes static after you've had loss is grief. It's always over here balancing. But we learn to hold lots of other things in the other hand. And life can become really deeply beautiful again. So, yeah.
Well, you're proof of it. You just are light. You are the embodiment of light, even just walking in here. So I thank you for sharing that. I know that did not happen like day one after tragedy, but we're going to talk about how you got there. So, Teresa, I love to start the show with a deep breath. If you don't mind doing that together. I'm actually going to pull. Hey, Seamus, my husband just walked in. Will you pull her mic more over, fix that pop screen? Just as I like to do these little technical things on air so we can remind people that we are live. This is not AI. Teresa's actually here, a living, breathing human.
I'm here.
She's
I'm here with my puppy dog in my lap, actually.
She's got her dog, Honey,
Honey,
who's 10 months old, sitting in her lap, and I've got my snoring French bulldog in here, and we're just having us a grand old time at party. All right, Teresa, so start the show with a deep breath. So, and wherever you're listening, if you're in your truck, if you're in your cubicle, if you're at home, wherever you are, please take a deep breath with me. The simplest things make the biggest changes in your life. I believe that. So on the count of 3, let's all breathe together, shall we? 1, 2, 3.
And for those of you out there listening, I wish you could hear this French bulldog breathing with us. It's priceless.
She's breathing with us. We appreciate that. Okay, so after that breath, Teresa, my favorite way my favorite question to kick off is, in this moment, as you're sitting here in that big old chair here with me in Franklin, Tennessee, in this moment, what are you grateful for?
Oh my gosh. So much. I don't think I could encapsulate it for the entire day, but I wake up grateful for the little bitty things. I wake up so grateful for health, for divine connection, for the little puppy that sleeps in my bed with me. I'm grateful for just really ordinary creature comforts. I'm very attached to nature, so I'm always looking out in the morning and grateful for the day, whatever it is. Today's so rainy, and it was a 3-hour drive here, and somehow it was kind of mystical.
Yeah.
It was so pretty. I tell you, these days, and this is hard fought, but I'm grateful for laughter. I can laugh again and mean it. I'm grateful that I really believe I have purpose. And I think we all have moments that we think are our last moments when we think life is just done and that nothing meaningful will happen beyond that. I certainly had that moment. And here I am 5 years later, and I feel more in my purpose than I've ever felt. So I'll just rank that as my number one place of gratefulness today.
Friend, you are far from done, and I know that you know that, but I can see that as a new person in your life. That is, even just when you got here earlier, so we got to have a cup of coffee and catch up, and just a few nuggets you said, I'm like, oh, I think this person's going to be in my life. This is, and those little things are reminders that we're on the right track. We're going to talk about signs today. I have some very pointed questions as it pertains to that.
Okay, bring them.
So we'll get there in a minute. So the other side of that gratitude coin, if you're taking out the journal to write, I know writing is important to you outside of just this book. It's been a part of your whole life. What in this moment is heavy on you?
I get up every morning and I write out what I call my 369s. I don't know if you've heard of the 369 method. Dr. Joe Dispenza talks a lot about it. So I write out my 369s. And I always frame it in a positive way. Heavy on my mind is let's just go vulnerable and deep fast. I'm ready to love again. Wow. I am finally ready, feeling I don't need. It's not out of need. It's not out of, I can't be by myself. It's not like that. But it's feeling for the first time since I lost my husband 5 years ago that I have something really important to give, that I have love to give. And so I just every morning write, I'm with the most divine partner for me. But I do have prayer and meditation around that, and always keeping myself aligned. I spend a lot of time praying, thinking, meditating about business, opportunities that come forward, places my podcast can go, my writing can go, my speaking can go, my coaching can go. And sometimes there are great and wonderful days with that, and sometimes there are rough days with it. It's just kind of how it rolls. So probably those two places are pretty big for me, outside of Gosh, peace in our world. Could we just start there?
Yeah, says the obvious.
Yeah, the big old
elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Elephant in the world. Well, wow. Thank you for sharing. You're ready to love again. I love again. I asked you that before we went on the air.
Yeah.
Just because I have somebody in mind for you. I'm always playing match.
Okay, come on.
But that's it. It's obviously a delicate topic and question. So thank you for going there. I think we'll talk about that more today too, and I think people will be curious to hear that. Okay, so before we go any further, I would love it if you would give us, again, like I said, for lack of a better term, the Cliff Notes, because I think that this interview isn't necessarily about this book or your work or even to promote you. We're doing all those things, of course, but this show is about the healing power of writing. And we can't talk about how writing has been a real tool in your healing without knowing your backstory. So if you wouldn't mind giving us the kind of the journey Cliff Notes, I'm sure you have it down to a science at this point, as it pertains, as much or as little as you want to share as it pertains to where we're going to go with the healing power of writing today.
I definitely will do that, and if it's okay with you, and if I'm taking up too much time, just wrap me up. But I want to start earlier, because I feel like as I've written my life and talked so much about all the healing and the survival and the tools, that I've gathered along the way, I want to start with childhood. I like to say that, my childhood was not, I was not in a happy home. I was in a very violent home, and we can just leave that there. But enough so that our listeners can say, okay, she started out a little rough, She started out maybe not feeling so loved, or maybe love did look like fear, or, and always looking for something that would, would help me kind of express, even as a child, even before I could write. How do you get that out of you? And fortunately, things happened in my life that were helpful, and I became a classical musician, and was very fortunate to go to one of the best schools in the world. And then there I was at 22 years old, and my hand fell apart practicing a Chopin ballade one day. And that tool, music, it wasn't that it was lost. It wasn't lost in my ears, but it was lost in the playing out of it. Wow. And so where I had always journaled, writing began in many ways to take the place of playing. So fast forward 20-something years, and I had built 2 very successful businesses. I am a serial entrepreneur. Please don't ask me to get in a t-shirt business, because I'll take you up on it. But I had a really successful marketing agency, regional marketing agency, and I had built sort of a Cinderella business, if you will, fine jewelry design company. And I think we were in our 12th year at this point, traveling all over the world, designing for celebrities. It was just like you couldn't imagine that could happen to you, even though I was working my tail off. It was just so cool. And I was creating beauty. The jewelry was so pretty. And just sort of out of the blue, I got a call from American Express that said, hey, when are you going to make a payment? I said, well, what are you talking about? I'm up to date on my payments. And they said, you owe us $250,000 today. And I said, how is that possible? I have a card I pay off every month. And they said, oh, no, you have 4 cards and 3 loans. And so that broke open this horrible fraud that was happening in my own company. And ultimately, after about 6 or 7 months of kind of tearing it all apart and trying to figure it out, and one of the things about fraud is, and a lot of people don't know this, you're still responsible for the money that was, fraudulently opened and credit cards and loans in your name. So I shuttered the company, which was so hard for me. Still had this beautiful, successful marketing company over there, but Lindsay, when I say I was just completely shrouded in shame. I was so, and I know
why shame? Because it was just because you had missed something, or what was the shame about?
Yeah, how was it that I didn't see what was going on underneath my nose? Why wasn't I present enough? Well, I was running 2 businesses, running around the world. That's kind of part of that.
A deeper underlying why there.
And it was sort of a Cinderella story. And, to get to the top of the food chain super fast, for Mrs. Obama to name me as one of her favorite American designers, to be designing for some of the people I watched on screen and were on the covers of magazines every month. It was really cool. And I was just so ashamed that I had somehow not been able to keep it all together. And so I was going through a really dark night because of that, and dealing with all the financial around it. Had a marriage to my dearest, bestest, most wonderful friend, who was also the coolest dad. And he too was going through something that turned out to be much bigger than I had any idea of. And
You had no idea.
I had no idea. I knew he was depressed. Lightly. I would have said lightly depressed. And so forgive me in saying that, because clearly it was so much more than lightly. He had just cordoned off that part of himself that was hurting so badly.
It reminds us, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say, since you apologize for putting it lightly, because I know I've been victim of saying when someone's depressed, being like, well, who isn't? That's not the right response.
No,
you know what I
and
mean? Because we all handle things very differently. So I just want to reiterate that.
And definitely, I want to say to the listeners, our listeners here today, that any depression should be paid attention to.
Yes.
Any place where you're not feeling, like you want to take the next step forward in life, anytime you feel so down that you don't feel like you can get yourself back up again, please seek help. Anyway, it was 4 weeks into COVID, and everybody was isolating, and we were headed to our little lake house that Saturday morning to plant a sunflower garden. And that was kind of my dream, and he always put up with my crazy dreams. Mm-hmm. He always made space for my silliness, my creativity, all that stuff. And he had gotten up early that morning to go to the office, and he never came to pick me up. And that was just super unusual. We were one of those couples who was always in touch. We were texting, we were talking, we just weren't out of touch. Mm-hmm. And so 10 o'clock rolled around, and I sat down at the piano and tried to play for a few minutes, and started texting him and calling him, and he never came. And so I ended up going to look for him, and ended up at his office. His car was the only car parked there. It was a Saturday morning, and ultimately had to call the fire department to open the door to his office. And when I rounded the corner, I could see into his conference room, and he was lying on the floor. And my precious best friend, sunflower planting husband, had taken his life. And in that moment, my life, as I knew it, was completely over too.
The juxtaposition of waking up thinking you're going to plant a sunflower garden, and then instead experiencing what you walked in on, is probably one of the most jarring yin and yangs I could think of. And yet, here you are, still here today. Your book, He's Not Coming Back, Rewriting Life After Loss. I'm curious with sharing that, because you did take us a step further back. If you had written a book 10 or 15 years ago, what do you think that would have been called? Or a chapter in that would have been named?
10 or 15 years ago, my values were so different. Yeah. I was on that, proverbial wheel, the hamster wheel of striving for success, striving for perfection, thinking I kind of had it and thought I was brave and courageous and had the world by the tail. But in truth, I was so driven by my perfectionism, because deep inside I didn't feel like I was enough. And more and more and more was what I was going for, to be the perfect wife, the perfect parent, run the perfect business, to exercise enough, to be thin enough, to have the best house, to be the best school mom, all the things. That's where 15 years ago, that's where my life was. And my value system is really different today.
Devaluized, I don't know. Yeah. And then, there's more writing to come. So let's, which we will talk about. But if you were to write a book 10 years from now, what do you think that book would be called?
Oh gosh, Marissa Peer stole the title. The book that I wish had not, no, her book's missing. I would like to write the book that says I Am Enough. I'll have to find a different title because she just released that about a year ago. But, and I Am Enough isn't like, I am woman, hear me roar. That's not how that feels inside me, you know? It's really working through the traumas, the wounds, all the things that have hurt so much, and flipping the script and going, okay, I'm still meant to be here. I still have purpose. James' suicide, even though we all ask questions about suicide, why? How could I not have seen it? How could I have helped? Finally, there are no answers to the whys, and you go, it wasn't mine. It wasn't my fault, and it's not mine to carry the guilt and the shame of it. It's mine to take care of my children and rebuild our family. And I always feel like James is smiling down on me from somewhere, and, you know, urging me on to do what I think he would have wanted me to do. Yeah, I do think he's here. So, yeah, I am enough. I'm enough to be on this earth, to be happy, to be whole, to help others. I'm enough.
You are enough. You are enough. And I'm, you know, you said you feel like, we just said we feel like he's here, and you do feel that, especially out in nature. We're sitting out here looking out into nature. But I want to talk about the writing process of this book. But if you right before that, though, if because it's about writing, did you was James a writer or journaler that you know of?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
Not even a little bit. And I had a daily habit of writing every day, and have since I think I was early 20s. I don't know if your listeners will think this is macabre. It was one of my greatest ways to heal. James died on a Saturday, and every Saturday morning for months, I got up and wrote him a very long letter. And let me tell you, they weren't necessarily love letters.
Sure.
I was angry. Sure. I was crying. But I was telling him everything. And then, you know, of course, as I would write out the hard stuff, it would become like the conversations I had with him when he was alive. Like, this is what Jordan's doing today. This is what Andrew's involved in. Oh gosh, I really need your help with, how do I get this fixed on the house? Or this is what's happening at work. And it would become just this kind of natural conversation with him in spirit. I don't know when I stopped writing the Saturday letters. I've never gone back to read them, but they were such a powerful tool for me. You know, I like to say this, I'm sure you probably think somewhere along this line too. Our minds just run a million miles a minute all the time. To still the mind, the only way, I mean, people who are expert meditators might feel they've got this under control, but to me, to still the mind, you must write. And that's where you really know where you stand on something, how you feel about something. I do a lot of coaching these days, and I always encourage my clients, okay, write it out. Write out your priorities. Write out what your fears are. You know, I ask my clients consistently to write.
To still the mind, we must write.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
To still the mind, we must write.
By the way, the Saturday Letters would be a great name for a book by you if you ever want to go revisit those. I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't even need a percentage of it. Because I have nothing to do with it. So I want to play a piece of music here in a minute. And before we do, I want to talk about the process of writing this book, because I'm going to guess there were times when you had to walk away from the writing of it. It was too much or not. On the other side of the break, we're going to talk about kind of what was for you and what was not. What was for you and what was for public. But I first want to touch on, like, with the physical process of writing this book. Did you find yourself having to take days, weeks, months away? And also then, did you also find it as where you were being able to relive some of the wonderful moments? So therefore, equal parts I need to leave it, and equal parts I need to really, really be in this now for as long as possible.
I didn't take really much time off at all. And it's interesting because I've thought a lot about this. I was ending, I had a relationship that began about 2.5 years after James died. And I was ending that relationship as I was writing. So I was in the middle of, you know, in my everyday life, there was a lot of yuck. Okay. Just to kind of wrap it up with that word. I decided I wanted to write the book. It was born from the podcast. I had been doing the podcast for about a year and some months when I thought, okay, the book's right there. It's right inside me. I got an editor before I wrote the first thing, just presented her with an outline. She took it, and I started writing at the end of August, and I was fully finished on New Year's Day. So about 5.5 months later. Yes, absolutely. I had a music house that I would go that just mine. Nobody else got to come in. And that's where I wrote. And it was looking out into nature, which was amazing. I would sob my eyes out to the point I didn't think I could show my face to anybody for dinner, for anything, after writing some of the things I wrote. And so obviously it was cathartic. But the pain, or walking back through the pain, or whatever you want to call that, didn't deter me from writing. I just wrote.
In a moment, was there anything that you remember at a moment when when you were sobbing, that pushed you through to say, I have to keep writing? Because I think that's when, I say in the intro, writing is cheaper than therapy. I'm not saying don't go to therapy. I'm just saying this in addition. Was it James in your head? Was it your family? Was it your own healing that said, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing, keep writing?
Yes, absolutely. And I just will say to our listeners too, I had a whole lot of therapy while I was writing the
book. Good. I'm glad. Please. An
amazing therapist, Sherry Ryland, Jupiter, Florida. She's incredible.
Shout out, Sherry.
I started the podcast just very, kind of in a quiet way in my life, not even putting my name on it for the longest time, to tell other people's survival stories, not really to tell my own. And what I learned so much from others about, we're all carrying so much pain. And I learned the value of telling the story and opening up space for someone to share their pain, and how I could hold a little bit of it, and that I could help lessen the power of the pain just by opening it up, into that safe space. And that was the thing that pushed me. I realized how much people needed to understand. I don't care if a psychologist thinks I'm right or wrong. It doesn't matter. Those were the tools that I came up with in my journey that helped me get through. So the hardest parts were writing the true linear story. I wanted it quickly to turn into something hopeful, something that had courage around it, while still being as translucent as possible. And so, yeah, I was propelled by, I hope people can be helped by the tools I've come up with to get through this.
Well, you're helping people just by being on the show today. This is We Should Write. We have to take a really quick break. I'm joined by Teresa Bruno, who her book, He's Not Coming Back, you can find over at teresabruno.net. You can listen to more of her Soul Talks podcast. She's got a lot of exciting things coming up, but they're all born from her sharing herself, her sharing her story, her healing herself. You can heal yourself. Actually, through healing others, you heal yourself. Through healing yourself, you heal others. That's the name of the game. We're going to take a really quick break and be right back. teresabruno.net here.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Teresa, we should write.
Yes, ma'am, we should write.
Right? There's too many buttons to press around here. And you're pushing my buttons, Phone Master Dre, in the best way. Welcome back to We Should Write. I'm joined with, my guest is Teresa Bruno. You can head over to teresabruna.net to find out more about her, hear her story. And or you could just keep listening right here. So let's keep going on. Okay, so I asked you the other day to send me a piece of music that moved. And this shouldn't have been a shock to me, knowing what your background is, actually. But it's just not what people have sent me in the past, the same vibe. I said, what is a song, a piece of music that moves you, perhaps, that you write to or takes you to a place? And so you sent back to me and said your favorite piece of music, perhaps of all time, is Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 2. I was like, okay, Miss Renaissance woman. We're going to play a piece of it, and then I'm going to tell you something, our listeners, something you probably already know, Teresa, but I'm going to tell our listeners on the other side of it an interesting fact, because here's the thing. I sent it to Phone Master Dre, and he responded back to me. He's like, "Why am I sitting in my chair bawling right now?" I'm like, "I think I have an idea of why." So let's play a piece of this beautiful, beautiful composition, and then we'll talk about the healing power of writing from a concerto standpoint. Hit it, Phone Master Dre. On YouTube of this song, and it said, because again, when Dre responded to me and said, "Why am I crying?" I said, well, perhaps it's because the fact that Rachmaninoff wrote this after 3 years of depression, where he couldn't compose a single note. From 1897 to 1900, he wrote nothing at all. But with the help of a physician, Nikolai Dahl, he returned to the piano, and what emerged was this beautiful piece we just heard. So think about that. Over a century later, it is still healing people. It is healing Teresa. Mm-hmm. And that is the power of creation, of output with your creation. Whether it's for yourself or someone else, we don't know in that moment. And in reference to this piece, it's a piece that changed the world, because I believe we're better, we heal ourselves, therefore we're better for those around us, therefore they're better for them around you, trickle, trickle, trickle. So the fact that Rachmaninoff wrote this piece coming out of such a depression, and then had the wherewithal to put it out to the world, and now, again, over 100 years later, it's moving you. What does, outside of your training and being a classical pianist, why that piece? What does it do to your soul, and how have you used it in the light and the dark?
Yeah. So many great questions. Are we drinking, and do we have all day?
Let's drink. I will pour a cup right now, girl.
Gosh, I grew up, wanting to be a concert pianist, and that did all fall apart in graduate school. And this particular piece was just always one of my favorites. And you were playing the Adagio movement, the slow movement. So if your listeners want to go back and grab that. And it starts even smaller. It starts really, really small, kind of like the way we just sort of talk to ourselves when we're talking our way out of, I don't know, pain, hurt, just getting up in the morning and facing another day. And then it gets, and then it just gets so much bigger and so much more beautiful. This song, I hardly remember not knowing this piece. So I've gone to it through my whole life. There are certain pieces like like this that are just in that repertoire of my soul that they get me through. They speak to me in such a deeply spiritual way. So this is one of those. I mean, if you can imagine a little 9-year-old girl at the piano trying to pick out that melody, that was me. And then so many years later, getting to actually play that, not with a huge symphony, but getting to play it with a school symphony, just one of that kind of thing. But those pieces like that to me just open me wide open. And the thing that happens to me with music, and it can be any kind of music, but for me, classical music sort of is the number one. Talk about opening your heart and soul up so you can write. It just breaks you wide open. To me, the words just flow out. If I start with something like this, the writing's so easy.
It's actually making me think about how I write. I'm gonna try putting this piece on or something similar, because it's moving us in ways. There aren't words there, so that's not getting in the way. This is written to do something to your soul. And I'm gonna guess Rachmaninoff didn't sit down and say, I'm going, like, it wasn't that, it maybe wasn't even his intention. It was just him 3 years of depression pouring out into a piece, and we feel that. I believe in energy, and there was that energy of his release going into that piece of art that still transfers to this day, and you can feel that.
Oh my gosh, it's one of the most soulful pieces ever. The thing that I love about this story that almost no one knows, and thank you for bringing it to light, because it's such a hopeful piece. It's so beautiful. It never really goes dark. It really doesn't use the minors at all. It's mostly always building in the majors, and it's this, these sweeping romantic, lyrical phrases. And I like to kind of ponder that and go, okay, 3 years in, that's about when I began to say, okay, there's a turn. There's a turn to courage. There's a turn to hope. And I think, did his pain become his beauty? It feels like it.
Yeah, to compose something that beautiful out of that you're right. That shows that there's a turning point for everyone, and to be able to feel, I guess, that turning point for him. Again, the word release keeps coming to mind, because he released through that piece of music. It's a great reminder to turn it back to We Should Write, the healing power of writing. I think you can release. I'm going to play a completely opposite song, but just because I think it has a great perspective shift. But can I ask you, if you don't mind, you said that James did not write. Do you think, we can play the what ifs all day long, so I'm not asking that. Do you wish he would have been a writer? Do you think that would have changed anything?
I think having any outlet to express one's internal angst.
Yeah.
I think James kept everything inside, and he was such a polished man, kind of that whole thing of perfectionism we both did as a couple. I would give anything if he'd had a way to scream it out, play it out, write it out, But I will say, he wrote 2 of the most beautiful letters I've ever read in my life to our sons, encouraging them, what he hoped for their futures, for their marriages.
Wow.
And he wrote, and I hope this isn't too hard to hear, he wrote to me every tiny little thing that needed to be done in the house. He wrote out his funeral. He wrote out the phone numbers of the priests for me to call. Wow. He wrote out the scriptures he wanted read. He wrote me probably an 8-page letter of how to go forward. So for a man who didn't write, that probably took a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you for sharing that. So hard left. I'm glad that you have that handwriting from him, and that your sons have that. Even if it was the final thing he did to have something to show. I have not been in your scenario, and God willing, I never will. But to show that there was care there, even for somebody that was clearly lost and broken, that you didn't know, there was still so much love and care there, and your family wasn't forgotten. So that feels really important in the midst of the madness that you had, and of course the time. That feels like a really important piece that you have that.
Absolutely, he was thoughtful even in leaving us.
Yeah. Thank you, James, for that.
Yeah.
So yesterday we had on a woman who wrote the book called Jagged Little Pill 30 years anniversary. And Alanis Morissette, I can't believe that record came out 30 years ago. But I was thinking about you while I was listening to the song Ironic yesterday, because I realized what that record and Alanis's work was so pivotal. Her writing and her getting her angst out ended up changing a lot of women's life, a lot of humans' lives, but a lot of women's life to shift a narrative that was happening. You've done a lot of, women's studies, the history of women's studies. So this is important and powerful as well. But I just want to play a clip of it because I think it will give a little lift around here, and it's fun and to scream in your car and sing it. I'm going to play a verse chorus on this, but the bridge of this song is "Life is a funny way of." Life is a funny way. Basically thinking you've got everything going right and then something slaps you in the face, right?
Preach.
If anybody can preach, it's you on that. And I think this song, it's not really that she was talking about, it's more the irony, what she's talking about are synchronicities, are coincidences in life that either show us we're on the right path or the wrong path. And we're going to talk about signs after we play a clip of this song. So I want to play a clip of her Ironic by Alanis, A, because I love it, and B, because nobody better knows about a perspective shift than Teresa Bruno, where you can find it at teresabruno.net. Hit it, Phone Master Day. Let's get some angst out. Let's go.
Used to play it safe, was afraid to fly. He packed his suitcase, kissed his kids goodbye.
Beautiful concerto you shared with us, but I love a good juxtaposition.
She would have made Rachmaninoff proud.
She would have, absolutely. I do want to say over in the chat, Ice Princess is saying this is her readings are done, and one of her coworkers brought her coffee, and she's sitting down to listen, which is awesome. Jimmy Mack says he's wrecked, but with love. And Tucker Boson over there says, what a powerful message, and thank you for sharing. So, yes,
hello to you all. Ice Princess, just my heart is with you today.
Oh, so kind. So, I say that, I play that song because I want to know, I would never by any means say, let's look at why this happened to you. Why did you have to go through that? I'm not, that is toxic, and that's not what I'm here to say. But now that you are on the somewhat of the other side of this and dreaming of the what lies ahead, what can you, is there anything looking back, or sitting here now, but looking back saying, okay, those were maybe signs that something was, we're going to talk about signs of writing the book, but before that, not signs about what's going to happen to James or with your business, but looking back, was there anything that you missed signs-wise that you were missing some presence in your life outside 100%. of the, because I think there were probably little things there that you didn't see, which is why the two big whammies showed up. It was like your near-death experience, basically.
No, 100% looking back, and like to be really honest about this. And it's certainly not the way I ever want to live again, meaning running so fast after everything you think you're supposed to run after, that you're not present enough to see the signs. The signs I was feeling but not paying attention to was I knew I wasn't happy in the business because there was no time for anything but the business, and James held us together, held us up well. But I wasn't happy with the running. I wasn't even happy any longer creating the most beautiful jewelry, that I could create, because it was just all too much. And were there signs that this person who created the fraud, I used to say, I had no idea. Well, yeah, there were signs. I can look back and see. I didn't want to delve deep into those signs. I didn't want to go down the path. and I didn't feel like, I guess, I had time. With James, it was much more subtle. He hid anything about himself that wasn't positive or wasn't good for the family. He hid it so well, and yet I was seeing things where he seemed more down than usual or more removed, just removed. And I've said before, we had started therapy about a year before. We'd never been in therapy in our marriage, and we started therapy together, but nothing showed up there. And actually, the therapist was the first person I called, and she came and sat with me in the hallway outside of his office for 5 hours, because they couldn't take his body for that long. That's how long it takes to go through all the things that happen in that kind of death. And she sat with me, and she wept, and she said, I never saw a sign. As a therapist, a seasoned therapist, she's probably in her mid-70s at the time, she said, I never saw a sign that made me think he'd take his life. Which, of course, gave me great comfort, because I was in the position of going, what's wrong? But when I look back, there were definitely signs of him pulling away from life in that last year.
So as you started to, I would love for you to read a passage from something that you have now. And before we do so, I'm so curious if you were conscious during the writing, because again, you are a mom, two beautiful sons, two sons, right?
That's right.
Two amazing sons. And lots of family and friends and other people who knew James and that were attached to your work and everything else. Were you consciously aware during your writing, your pen to paper, of, okay, this part's just for me, okay, this part's for public consumption? Because let's be honest, I'll say the elephant in the room. I know there's somebody listening right now who's thinking, well, that's how, or, why would you share this story, or, capitalization, whatever. And that's just clearly, I can tell you, I know Teresa, I feel like very well now, this is all with good intent. It took a long time for you to be able to share it. And I also know people that are healing from it. So, but finding that line, I would assume it's a very, very thin line. What's for me, what's for my sons, and what's for public consumption. Were you aware of that in the time? Did you some things you say, this isn't the book, this is a journal?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I talked to both my boys before I wrote anything, and I deliberately sidestepped. And kind of the phrase we came up with is, I will not tell your story, because it's your story to tell. I will only tell your story in as much as it braided into my story. So the boys aren't mentioned very much. There is one chapter where I kind of walk through some of the things we went through together, but it's about rebuilding family. It's about how we did that together and what they brought to me, and that we really all wanted to still have a sense of, James was the center of everything. He created every holiday meal. He created all the fun, Oh my goodness. He was always planning all the stuff. He was the center of us, and I worked all the time. I'd round the corner at the end of the day, and he'd be there cooking, and I'd stand there in the kitchen with him, and we'd kind of debrief together, and there was always a glass of wine waiting. I mean,
he sounds like a dream.
He was a dream. I'm like, come on, guys. Can anybody measure up? Please. But anyway, I think we as a little threesome family just wanted to say we had the best dad. I had the best husband, and we want to honor him by going forward well. So yeah, there's so much that I, of course, didn't put in the book, and probably talk maybe more verbally about it than what is written. And I didn't want everybody to have to hear every gory detail. Just to, it wasn't about that.
Right.
It really was about, okay, here's the context of what I've been through. Here are the survival tools that happened, that came forward, that I used. This is what I really want to give you. But I have to give you my story so my survival tools make sense.
Signs. Was he with you during the book?
Oh my gosh.
Did you hear him? Did you see him? Did you feel? I know the answer is yes, but do you have any specific example you could give to us that you knew he was there supporting this book?
I talk to him all the time. And when something's going on with the boys, I'll say, baby, I just need you to help. Just be with one of them right now. They need you so badly. And I'll see things happen that seem supernatural to me. They're small, but the boys will make a turn or a curve or something will happen. I don't know why or when I decided that every time I talked to James, a butterfly landed. But it seemed that way. So I was writing the book in my little music house, and I would walk out the back door to walk around the property. And it just seemed like every single time that I felt like I was maybe not quite getting it right or needed an affirmation, there was a butterfly that was going to come by and get really close and circle a few times, you know. And I just felt like he was, and still is, so present in my world.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, butterflies do that. Every time I see a butterfly, I'm like, okay, who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who's sending me a message today?
That's right.
This show is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. So I'd be remiss if I didn't actually ask you to read a piece of your writing. I think I'm not sure which passage you've decided to go with. If you even know, we'll see.
I don't.
You
So
don't.
I was thinking about this and then didn't really decide, but...
While she's pulling that out, you can head over to teresabruno.net to find out more. She also is the host of the Soul Talks, of a beautiful podcast that is most likely about to turn into something even bigger, which you will hear more about
Fingers
soon.
crossed.
There's more output and books and creativity from Teresa definitely coming at you in the years ahead, which are many, many years ahead. What are you being led to read to our listeners today?
So in the epilogue of the book, I talk about a number of things, and the epilogue is entitled Love Remains. And so I just want to read this little passage. I think it's important to me. Friendship is one of the purest, most generous forms of love. It is love without obligation, without the weight of vows or legal ties. Just the simple, beautiful choice to walk alongside someone, no matter how broken, lost, or weary they might be. My friends have done this for me over and over again, and in their presence, I have relearned what it means to be healthy, even when my world feels like it's unraveling. My circle of friends, these remarkable, soul-nourishing people, have taught me that healing is not a solitary journey. Every time I have collapsed under the weight of loss, they have been there, lifting me up, reminding me of my resilience when I could not see it for myself. They've held space for my pain, but they've also reintroduced me to joy, laughter, and the simple, sacred act of being present in the now.
Wow.
I think friendship, having people to walk alongside you, regardless of what you're going through, is one of the most important things we can do for ourselves. I often say, isolation is a liar. Don't sit in isolation. It keeps you in shame. It keeps you in judgment. Find those people who can walk alongside you, like I talk about. And I do have this saying, and people are probably tired of hearing me say it, but sharing your pain lessens its power. Absolutely.
Don't give that pain power.
Mm-mm. Share it.
It's just pain. We watched Mission Impossible the other night, which is really bad. But he said at one point they were about to go through some physical torture pain, and he looked at Tom Cruise. Which Tom Cruise? I mean, he's not real, so he's an alien. But he looked at her and he said, "Remember, it's just pain," and that hit me so much. I'm just remembering it now while you're talking. It's just pain. Like it's just pain.
It's just
so
pain.
I love you're saying, don't give it power.
Don't give it power. Share that pain. Trickles away.
Don't give it power. Teresa, there's so many, I know there are several people listening right now who are in their own storm. And I don't, it's tough. We can't, I can talk about my own emotions and the stuff that I've gone through, but I could never speak to what you've been through. We can never speak to what anyone else has been through until we've walked in their shoes. But what you can speak overall to is how you get through it and you're such a bright light example for people listening that you can get through it, even the worst thing you can get through. So I'm curious, in your opinion, what happens to a person's soul when they stay present and they're writing through heartbreak? And so what can you tell our listeners, not about surviving, but about writing through it, specifically writing through something?
I would say let yourself break open. Let yourself weep. Let the tears come, because they will when you're writing through your pain. I do think writing is I don't understand exactly how it works inside our wiring, our emotional, physical, spiritual wiring. But there's something that happens when you write through the toughest times. It does create space, I think, for the light. So I would say don't be afraid of the tears that are going to come. You're going to weep when you write through your pain. But I do believe it lets in some light. You walk away a little differently each time. And so many beautiful healing words come out on the other side.
Release. Again, the word release comes up in mind. And there's also some humor in it. I've written about some hard things, or I've gone through some hard things, and I've started writing about them, and it's a couple songs ended up turned out to be tongue-in-cheek, and that was also how I got through that, which is fun. It doesn't always have to be heavy. And I think if you sit down with no intention outside of let's just see what comes out. Don't put any parameters or pressure on yourself. Just get up in the morning, and even if you write your grocery list, that's what the Artist's Way talks about. Julia Cameron talks about, and that just write. Even if you clear other stuff, so that the new version of you can come through. That's what it's all about as well. Teresa, we only have like a minute left. How the heck did that happen?
I don't know. We just got started.
I know. Our next one, we're going to do the nighttime version over a bottle of wine. And we'll see what we talk about then. Where's the best place for people to find you? And tell us quickly, if you will, because I want to do it. You heard it here first. What's coming up next for you?
Okay. Well, it's Teresa Bruno on Instagram, TikTok. The podcast is the Soul Talks podcast. You can get it on iHeart, Spotify. You can watch it on YouTube. It's filmed as a show. And speaking of that, we are in the process of working with this wonderful woman, Cassandra Cooper, in LA, and she is pitching the podcast as a TV show to streaming services, and we could not be more excited about that. So
that's amazing. You're sharing, you're doing, from me to you sitting on this side of the mic, let me just say to you, you are lit up by doing what you're doing. So it's showing that your passion has met your purpose on this earth. I am profoundly sorry for what you had to go through to get there, but I'm so happy that you arrived on the other side, with so much joy and so much to share for others. So you are changing the world by just living your truth. So thank you for that.
As are you. You are just an amazing human in this world. I'm glad to be sitting across from you. Thank you.
Likewise. Guys, this has been We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. It's executive produced by me and technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Join us next week when my guest will be, listen how cool this is, Teresa. Her name is Amy Daughters, and she's an author, but her latest book, she wrote handwritten letters to all 500 of her Facebook friends. What?
Wow.
And she said she found new versions of herself and relationships in it because of it. I can't wait to hear more about that. Teresa Bruno, go to teresabruno.net, because, Teresa, we should write.
Right?
Right. You'll have the best day. Keep writing. Send me your letters. Love you guys. Be safe. Get home safe.